The story begins with the sky being overcast with black clouds, when suddenly a thunderstorm broke out and lightning illuminated everything around. The next moment, there was nothing to indicate raging bad weather. However, there was a guy lying on the floor among the green grass. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes in fear and tried to understand what had happened to him. After a moment of confusion, the brown-haired man remembered the lightning and guessed that he had managed to survive. It became obvious that he was returned to Earth. But at the same time, the guy had no spiritual strength left at all. Chu accepted this news quite calmly and stood up, preparing to start his new life. The young man was heading towards the exit from a small park when he suddenly heard a rustling nearby. The guy hid behind a tree, trying to see the man who was looking for privacy in the forest. It was a girl, and she was clearly about to take off her tights, which made Chu Yi's peeping even more awkward. The brown-haired man left his hiding place and pointed out to the stranger that there were more suitable places for such things. The woman turned sharply at the sound of the voice and was surprised to recognize the man who had been spying on her. Chu Yi was able to clearly see the girl's face and was amazed to realize that standing in front of him was an acquaintance. Keen Ran pulled on her tights and hurried to run away, accusing the brown-haired man of indecent behavior. The young man was in no hurry to leave the forest and began to think about what exactly happened to him. And since the acquaintance looked younger than the last time they met, Chu Yi guessed that he was brought back to the past. His supervisor during practice was proof, but the past had nothing to do with the present. Of course, the heavenly blow deprived the brown-haired man of his spiritual powers, but it gave him a chance to change everything. The guy was happy, although the memories of the lightning slightly darkened the present, bringing the realization that he would have to survive without strength. The silence was broken by a ring in Chu Yi's pocket, and he wondered who was bothering him. The mobile phone was in the hands of the brown-haired man, and he saw that the addressee was displayed on the screen. The guy picked up the phone and began to greet the deputy director, but was interrupted by a loud scream. The interlocutor shouted for Chu Yi to immediately go to the luxurious Triumph restaurant because they had a new director. The young man hastened to fulfill the request, hoping that spiritual guidance would help him. The brown-haired man went up to the desired floor and saw the alarmed deputy director. The man hurried to the guy and in the confusion explained that the girl behind him was called Chin Ran. The doctor of science came from the USA, which Chu Yi was informed about by his deputy, not knowing that the guy knew the woman. The young man's friend remembered that he was on probation and quietly suggested that the guy prove himself to the new director. The vice principal pulled away from Chu and told Chin Ran that he was teaching English at the high school. The woman smiled sweetly, but her aura clearly made it clear that she was barely holding back her irritation. The brown-haired man smiled sweetly at the new director and welcomed her to their modest team. Over 1,000 years, Chu Yi became more cold-blooded, but his friendliness did not help improve their relationship. Kin Ran did not respond to the handshake, and the guy sadly accepted the fact that his friend was offended by him. At this time, the girl was annoyed that she had met Yun Yun's brother and regretted not listening to her advice. The deputy did not understand what happened between them, but Chu Yi perfectly remembered the terrible character of his sister's best friend. From the past, the brown-haired boy remembered that Qin Ran was the only daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Jujiang City District. In a past life, Chu and her sister had a good relationship, and since Qin was her best friend, after returning her strength, the guy promised to fix everything. The young man left the deputy director behind and found himself in the banquet hall, where Tan Yu had already taken his place. The English teacher used to love this girl, but their relationship did not end well. The brown-haired man actively shook his head, trying to let go of these thoughts and remind himself that many years had passed since that moment. Chu Yi walked to the place next to Tian Yu and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, trying to understand why the teacher was saying such strange things. However, the brown-haired man was prevented from explaining himself by a woman who expressed her surprise at the fact that the young man was allowed into the restaurant in an inappropriate manner. There was an awkward silence at the table for a second, and the young lady didn't even know how to react. Miss Zhou loomed over Tian and began to suggest that Chu was not a suitable match for a young, beautiful, and rich girl. Such a statement outraged Yu, and she tried to persuade the woman not to say such things. However, the brown-haired man didn't care, and he reassured Miss Zhou, saying that he liked someone else. Previously, Chu Yi would have rebelled and reacted strongly to the woman's sarcastic remark. The only one who was upset by their squabble was Tian Yu, who sincerely liked the English teacher. The brown-haired man took another empty seat and focused on determining his spiritual power. Spiritual guidance helped him rise to the level of a warrior follower, and in addition, in this life he could develop his own abilities. At this moment, new faces appeared in the middle of the banquet hall, and the group leader attracted everyone's attention. Dong Gong-hao talked about the new teacher Chen Jun-yu, who already had experience teaching at a high school. In addition, the chic restaurant belonged to Chen's family, and the guy himself smiled charmingly at his colleagues. Mrs. Zhou looked at the brunette with admiration and said that he was a real role model. Most of all, the woman wanted Tian to pay attention to him and finally forget about the rogue Chu. Many teachers rushed to the new guy and began to actively court the brunette. However, the brown-haired man was in no hurry to see Jun, although he thought that they had not seen each other for a long time. In his previous life, this guy tried to set up Chu in every possible way to woo Tan Yu, and in the end, he succeeded. And in this one, Jun Yu handed the intern a business card and arrogantly gave his old friend a 20% discount on the entire restaurant menu. Chu Yi did not like the disdainful attitude towards him. Besides, the brunette openly boasted of his real estate. The brown-haired man accepted the business card and, smiling kindly, asked why Kun Fei would become the director of the restaurant. Chen Jun Yu's mood darkened slightly, but he noticed that Chu would not become part of social circles even if he was aware of what was happening. The team leader overheard their conversation and came to the table, outraged that an intern would dare treat Mr. Chen like that. Dong Gong-hao pointed to a nearby table and ordered the young man to rise and give his seat to Jun Yu. The brown-haired man felt anger rise within him that the man was trying to humiliate him in such a way. The team leader used his position in the company to force the young man to comply. Miss Zhou watched with pleasure, noticing that Chu Wu was in big trouble. However, the English teacher rose from his chair and, holding it by the back, sarcastically sympathized with Chen. A smug smile played on his lips as he casually sympathized with Jun's inability to afford a chair. The brunette looked down on Chu Yi and, with barely restrained anger, ordered the guy to stop talking. In the end, Mr. Chen hurried to take the vacated seat, emphasizing his superiority. Miss Zhou gloated along with the others, reveling in the fact that the brown-haired man was not only a beggar, but also spineless. The chair leg made several loud sounds at once and cracks began to spread along the legs. Everyone present watched in horror as teacher Chen fell backwards and the glass slipped out of his hands. Jun Yu ended up on the floor along with shards of broken glass and a collapsed chair. His suit was stained with wine, and the angry brunette called the waiter to complain about the defective chair. Chu Wu praised teacher Chen's self-criticism because he was able to curse his own family's property. Jun Yu lost his control and burst into an angry scream, openly showing his irritation. The English teacher was pleased with himself because it was he who used his inner strength and broke 2 legs of the chair. The young man left the embittered brunette behind and hurried to take a new place in the banquet hall. After this small incident, the rest of the banquet passed quite calmly. Teacher Chen's colleagues were discussing going to KTV, so the man invited them to go there together at his expense. Jun Yu wanted to impress Tian, because he would have to spend at least 10,000 on one person. The group leader rubbed his hands contentedly, but noticed that treating them was not a cheap pleasure. However, the brunette confidently stated that for him this is nothing, especially when they are celebrating their first meeting. Dong Gong-hao was impressed by the new teacher's generosity and remarked that they were all lucky to have met Mr. Chen. Chu Wu watched the next table and thought that although anyone could become a teacher, Jun Yu had a good education. The brown-haired man followed a group of colleagues, staying behind and thinking that one day one of the students would piss off the brunette. This thought made the English teacher realize that after this happened, a crowd of hooligans would break Jun Yu's bones. Tian Yu imperceptibly slowed down as soon as they appeared on the street and caught up with teacher Chu. The girl did not want to anger the brown-haired man, but she believed that she was obliged to advise her friend to apologize to her influential colleague. The young man could not believe that Tian was trying to persuade the future powerful Lord of Hell to apologize. And although the young lady believed that stubbornness would lead to nothing good, Chu was not going to admit his mistakes. Therefore, he made it clear to the girl that people with completely different views on life cannot cooperate. The brown-haired man walked forward, and Tian Yu sadly thought that they would never be able to understand each other. It didn't take long for the group of teachers to find themselves in a parking lot filled with expensive cars. They walked into the famous club and almost all allowed themselves to enjoy the relaxed atmosphere. The time traveler was not very involved in the general fun, because classes started tomorrow and he didn't have anything ready yet. Meanwhile, Miss Zhou took the opportunity to get closer to Chen and discuss the bar owner with him. The brunette was a little embarrassed because Fang Huan had considerable power and was firmly entrenched in many areas of the city. Even the Chen family's hotel restaurant was inferior to Huang's, but Jun Yu didn't want to admit it out loud. However, it was obvious to him that, having arrived from the village, he had not yet restored many of his connections. Suddenly, the door to their room burst open and several men shouted that they needed a fat man. The leader of the group froze in fear in the middle of the room, and everyone turned their gaze to him. The sudden guests also focused on the only plump man in the company and rushed at him. Dong Gong Hao, filled with fear, took out his phone and hesitantly threatened to call the police. The leader of the uninvited guests only grinned at this statement, saying that the owner would soon appear next to them. The bandits began to wring the hands of the plump man while he desperately struggled and begged for salvation. The group of teachers were still shocked and remained in their seats until Mr. Chen stepped forward. The brunette tried to find out what was happening, and the leader of the bandits told June that the man behind was molesting the owner's girlfriend. Dong Gong Hao helplessly babbled that there was a misunderstanding because he didn't know who the girl was. Chen Junyu did not want to show his incompetence in this matter, so he tried to negotiate. However, Huan's subordinates were not going to let the culprit go and suggested that the brunette retreat before it was too late. Thus, Teacher Chen and the others remained in their seats, watching as the group leader was taken away. Junyu was not sure of his actions, but still promised his comrade that he would not leave him in trouble. It was only after these words that the head of the uninvited guests decided that in this case, everyone present would go to the boss. The teachers had no choice but to follow the thugs deeper into the building. The brown-haired man slowed down next to the pregnant Yang and asked his colleague to stay close to him. The woman was delighted, realizing that Teacher Chu had come to her defense and gladly accepted the help. Miss Zhou, in turn, did not miss the opportunity to mock how clumsily the young man pretended to be a hero. A few minutes passed, and their entire group appeared in front of the man who owned the club. Sitting in his arms was a young lady who pointed at Dong Gong Hao and loudly declared that this was the man who had molested her. Chen Juanyu tensed when he saw that Fang Huan was actually sitting in front of them. The owner of the club felt superior because they were on his territory, surrounded by people loyal to him. The brunette knew that he could not compete with a man like Mr. Huang, so he tried to approach him carefully. This behavior and request for courtesy only angered Fan, and he stood up, demanding that the head of the Chen family be brought to him. The club owner was sure that Hua Cheng would not dare to make such an impudent request, and the brunette realized that his opponent's influence was greater than he expected. Teacher Chu monitored the situation closely and guessed that the man in front of them was able to benefit from the resignation of Junyu's father. Meanwhile, Fan's girlfriend approached the group leader and slapped him. The fat man fell to his knees in front of Huan and begged him to forgive him for his inappropriate behavior. The club owner enjoyed the helplessness of others and agreed to let them go if Chen broke his friend's arms. Dong Gong Hao could not believe his ears, just as Junyu did not understand what to do. It seemed that Miss Zhao did not realize the seriousness of the situation as she intervened in the conversation. The woman said that teachers should not be treated this way, but this only made Fang Huan pay attention to her appearance. In addition, he remembered that he had dealt with students, nurses, and flight attendants, but he had not yet had teachers. His gaze came across the seductive Tian Yu, and a new plan quickly matured in the head of the bar owner. The man pointed at the girls and told Chen that he would only let them go on the condition that Tian and Zhou spend the night with him. Teacher Zhou couldn't believe that someone had the right to demand something like that and shouted that it was illegal. Fang Huan ignored the woman's indignation and ordered Alan to seize his new companions. One of the subordinates immediately stepped forward and began to carry out the order. Miss Zhou turned to Chen Junyu and couldn't understand why he would allow them to be treated like this. And to the surprise of everyone in the hall, Teacher Chu appeared in front of his companions and confidently announced that he was challenging Mr. Huang to a fight. The owner of the club stared down at the unknown boy and asked who was talking to him. Tian Yu pressed herself against the back of their protector, but still felt worried about her friend. The brown-haired man admitted that they had made a mistake, but reminded that no one dares treat teachers like that. Alan was outraged by the behavior of the unknown boy and rushed to the attack, intending to explain how the world works. However, to the surprise of everyone present in the hall, it was Mr. Huang's subordinate who took off. The bald man flew to the other side of the room and broke many tables upon landing. Alan lay helpless on the floor, and because he was so wounded he could not get up. The brown-haired man towered over his opponent and noticed that he had insulted not just a person but a teacher. After this, Mr. Chu emphasized that teachers should not be humiliated, and this statement melted Tian's heart. Alan stirred among the pile of boards and let out a groan of pain, showing his boss his broken arm. Fan was seething with rage and was going to show that he was allowed to humiliate absolutely everyone, especially in the dragon's lair. Such a statement only made the brown-haired man laugh, and he asked why on earth a man would call a garbage dump that. The situation was heating up, and Chen Jun-yu was panicking. Realizing that they could not cope with the owner of the club, the brunette decided to intervene, confessing what school they were from and begged him to leave them for the sake of the director's reputation. Mr. Huang knew middle school number 3 because all the important figures in the city studied there, and the principal was a respected person. This forced Fan to retreat, but he allowed everyone except the intern to leave since he was so brave. The club owner dreamed of teaching the arrogant young man a lesson, although he promised that he would only break his arm or leg. Tianyu barely held back her tears as she screamed that they would not leave one of their own. However, the brown-haired man reassured his colleague and asked him to leave the club to take the pregnant Yang home. The brown-haired man turned his gaze to Mr. Huang and confidently declared that he could stand up for himself. All the teachers were concerned about what had happened, but did not argue and quickly left Fan's domain. Mrs. Tian finally asked Chu Yi to detain the bandits and wait for help until they called the police. To this statement of the girl, the young man only smiled and humbly waited until the door closed behind his colleagues. By that time, Mr. Huang's subordinates had already surrounded him on all sides. The bar owner hugged his girlfriend and, watching from the side, allowed his guys to have fun. Ahu was the first to step forward. He tore his t-shirt and announced that he would demonstrate his signature move. Chu Yi grinned, noticing that the guy looked like a loser villain who would only get 2 lines in the story. Naturally, such a comparison angered Ahu, and he rushed forward using a black fist. The brown-haired man could easily see the movement of his opponent, so it was not difficult for him to harm a man who had forgotten about protection. Ahu flew back holding onto his body and spitting out blood, causing everyone to take the teacher more seriously. The bar owner could not allow someone to disgrace him in his own cafe, because this could end his reputation. Mr. Huang ordered his subordinates to deal with Chu Yi. The bandits armed themselves with swords. The thugs rushed to the attack with the intention of finishing off the insolent man, not ashamed to attack from behind. The brown-haired man was not impressed by such a disorganized attack from his opponents, and in just a few quick, precise movements, the time traveler neutralized all the attackers. Chu Yi thought that he had gone a little overboard when he noticed that some of the bandits were injured more than he had planned. The cafe owner and his girlfriend trembled with fear when they were left alone with an unknown monster. Mr. Huang thought that the English teacher reminded him of an old man. However, Fan managed to come to an agreement with that man, after which all his competitors suddenly died. This is what prompted the man to step forward and hesitantly ask Chu Yi who he really was. The young man did not answer, but before leaving, he hit a column not far from the exit. Mr. Huang froze in place when he saw the consequences of the blow and realized that he was very mistaken. Chu Yi's palm print was left on the wall, which served as a final warning to the cafe owner. Fang panicked, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear and doubt that they had encountered a human. By this time, Alan was finally able to get up and, holding his wounded hand, wanted to know the plan for revenge. In response to this, the man received a slap in the face from his boss because Juan still wanted to live. Instead of taking revenge on the brown-haired man, the owner of the cafe wanted to improve relations with him. He called Xiaozheng and ordered him to go to Chu Yi and behave with him as respectfully as possible. By the time the brawl ended, it was already deep night in the city, although the streets were quite lively. Teacher Tian nervously looked at her phone and complained that the police were deliberately slow. Miss Zhou wasn't too worried about this when suddenly the English teacher appeared behind them. Tianyu looked at the brown-haired man with adoration and could not believe that he was completely fine. Chu Yi lied that he used his skills as a teacher and set Mr. Huang on the right path. The young lady tried to hide her embarrassment and praised the intern for not letting the director down. After that, they finally went home, and the girls were left blissfully unaware. The next morning, Chu Yi sat in his apartment meditating. The brown-haired man thought that he had to find a place with a high concentration of aura in order to quickly move on to another technique. From his experience, he knew that the more green, the more aura, which means the school was perfect for him. That is why, although the day had barely begun, Chu Yi decided to go to work. The guy quickly reached the suburbs and saw that the school was closed. He needed to find a suitable source of spiritual energy, so Chu used the divine search skill. The school grounds appeared before his eyes with several points of energy accumulation. The teacher chose the largest one and decided to appeal to the forces of nature and try to gain control over it. At the epicenter of the required location stood a 1,000-year-old banyan tree, which continued to bloom due to its spiritual aura. Chu Yi stood up and prepared to use the spiritual technique. A yin-yang symbol appeared at his feet, and the space around him was filled with energy. In his previous life, the Lord of Hell worshipped the followers of the Tai Chi school, so he learned their techniques. In his new life, Teacher Chu used the secret of Tai Chi, the main secret of the teachings of his school. Having accumulated enough spiritual energy within himself, the brown-haired man released it, uniting with nature. The gust of wind was so strong that it almost blew away a man who happened to be nearby. It turned out to be the school principal, and he was impressed by how easily nature obeyed the young man. The ritual was over, and Chu Yi felt that he had achieved mastery of the martial art. The next goal was to develop the main military equipment, but there was not enough earthly energy for it. The Lord of Hell thought that it was worth looking for artifacts and promised the 1,000-year-old Bunyan that he would not remain in debt. The English teacher was just about to leave when a man stopped next to him. The director bowed to Master Taiji and asked with delight about the details of what happened. Director Guo introduced himself and asked Chu Yi to take him on as a student and teach him Tai Chi techniques. The Hell Lord tried to brush it off, trying to convince Mo Guo that this would have a bad effect on his reputation. However, the man became furious at the thought that someone would dare to disrespect a master like Chu. Director Guo admitted that all his life he had been striving to master the Tai Chi technique, but it was difficult for him, so he needed help. The brown-haired man was consumed by doubts because he saw the director's zeal, but at the same time he could not reveal the secret of his teaching to the man. Moreover, comprehending the secret of Taiza was not so easy, and for ordinary students it was completely impossible. Director Guo humbly waited for an answer while Mr. Chu assessed the man as not being the most gifted person. Meanwhile, Mo Guo was thinking about the people in the depths of the earth who were endowed with incredible abilities. The young man in front of him reminded him of those amazing creatures, so the man again fervently asked to support his desire. Teacher Chu released a bit of spiritual energy from his palm, and it enveloped Director Guo's hands. The Lord of Hell humbly closed his eyes and agreed to become Mo's mentor if he turned out to be skilled and capable enough. The man was beside himself with delight and fell to his knees in front of Master Taiji. Of course, the young man understood that the director was too old to comprehend nature, and without elixirs, it would be difficult to achieve success. The mortal world divided the comprehension of natural power into 5 stages, and Mo was sure that his master had learned Zongxi. Suddenly, Director Guo realized that he didn't even recognize his mentor's name, so he hurried to correct his mistake. The Lord of Hell introduced himself, but asked the student not to call him master, so as not to attract the attention of other people. However, the man did not agree, and zealously reminded that the main rule of antiquity was that the student must respect the mentor. This caused some problems, so the brown-haired man persuaded Mo Guo to address him this way only in private. First of all, Teacher Chu spoke about the difficulties of comprehending the teachings of Tai Chi. He mentioned that Director Guo did not have enough vitality for this, but because of the purity of his intentions, the master agreed to reveal one secret to him. Mo Guo was full of anticipation and asked with interest what secret his mentor would tell him. Then Teacher Chu pointed directly at his student's forehead, and a yin-yang symbol appeared in front of the student's face. Director Guo fell into a trance as his mind absorbed some secret knowledge. When the small ritual came to an end, the man was delighted to realize that he had more spiritual energy. On this cheerful note, the brown-haired man decided that it was time to end their meeting and was about to leave. Mo Guo watched the back of the extraordinary man and was sure that he was with them only for the sake of experience. Suddenly, the director remembered that they met on Teacher's Day and asked Chu Yi to go have lunch together. The man lived close to the school and really wanted to spend more time with the brown-haired man, so the Lord of Hell agreed. Thus, they went together to a rather large house, which was very close to the school. Director Guo said that he and his wife live alone, and the children still don't have time to come visit. Chu Yi understood them because Shi Wei was the chairman of a local 5-star hotel restaurant, and Pan Lei was the head of the police station. In addition to famous children, the man had plenty of famous students in Jiangjiang. Mo Guo knocked on the door, shouting that he was back, and Yang Juan came out to meet them. Mr. Guo's wife thought that a student had come to see them, but the director hurried to introduce his master to her. The woman looked at the young guy and could hardly imagine what he could teach the director. Confusion was clearly visible on her face, for which her husband scolded her, reminding her of manners. Chu Yi spoke first, talking about the practice of Tai Chi, and awkwardly asked him not to stand on ceremony. Yang Juan was a famous doctor, so she accepted the brown-haired man's requests, although she apologized for the inconvenience. Inside, Dr. Yang was seething with rage at her husband, who would not give up his obsession with spiritual technology. In the end, The woman decided to forget about it and invited the guest into the house while she took care of dinner. The guy walked inside, but his attention was focused on Yang Juan's health. Teacher Chu got the doctor's attention and admitted that he noticed the damage on her ankle. Director Guo's wife was shocked and couldn't understand how the young man knew about this. Mo Guo knew nothing about this and was clearly worried that his wife did not tell him what happened. Dr. Yang brushed it off, explaining that she was worried about an old, minor injury that could not be cured. However, Chu Yi did not agree with this and said that if the leg is not taken care of, then in 2 years the woman will not be able to walk. Such a statement surprised the old woman even more, because one glance was enough for the brown-haired man to understand everything. Director Guo began to shout angrily, to which Yang Juan just as furiously replied that she did not speak so as not to hear the screams. At this point, the woman decided to stop the conversation and took advantage of the fact that she needed to go to the kitchen. Mo Guo wanted to help his wife and asked hopefully if the master knew how to cure the ankle injury. Dr. Yang didn't have any hopes because she visited dozens of doctors, but everyone just shrugged helplessly. The Lord of Hell thought for a second and decided that he would help Huan, since she used to be a military doctor. Teacher Chu told the couple that the doctors were wrong, but the woman found it hard to believe, which again angered her husband. And although Dr. Yang was sure that it was useless, she still allowed the young man to examine her leg. The brown-haired man knelt down in front of the old woman and declared that it would not be difficult for him to cure the disease. The Lord of Hell touched the skin of his patient and pointedly directed his spiritual energy. Dr. Yang felt a light touch, and then her heart skipped a beat. The pain was completely gone, and she was wondering what kind of technique Teacher Chu used. The master with a bright smile said that one of the Tai Chi techniques helped him, but Huan would still have to undergo a massage course. The brown-haired man turned to Mo Guo and began to explain how to combine treatment with Ba Gua. The mentor gave clear recommendations, and the director promised that he would massage his wife's ankle for a month. After that, the man turned to his wife and with a happy laugh asked his wife if she underestimated Teacher Chu after his help. Young Juan stood in front of the guy and thanked him from the bottom of her heart, inviting him to work at the university. This statement from his wife once again angered Director Guo, and he shouted to defend his reputation. Teacher Chu watched the married couple with a smile and did not interfere in their short squabbles. They soon had a hearty lunch, but Mo Guo was not going to let his mentor go so quickly. The man handed the brown-haired man a cup of tea and asked him to accept this modest gift. Just at that moment, a teenage girl appeared in the kitchen and heard her grandfather calling someone a master. The student was familiar with the quiet Chu, and they both froze in shock, glaring at each other. Director Guo was surprised when he realized that his mentor was the same trainee, but he accepted it quite easily. The brown-haired man closed his eyes in embarrassment, realizing that Fei Fei had called him a nickname, which he earned by not lashing out at his students. The granddaughter hurried to Mo and tried to lift him from his knees and convince his grandfather that he had been deceived. Naturally, Director Guo was outraged by this attitude towards the master, so he yelled at his granddaughter and forced her to apologize to Teacher Chu. However, the student was too annoyed and tried to find out why the trainee was picking on Mo Guo. The Lord of Hell did not react to Fei Fei's bad mood and asked how her homework was going. The girl did not answer because of the presence of her grandparents, but she believed that no one needed Chu's books for nothing. The angry student decided to run away from the conflict, and besides, she needed to meet with her father. The mentor, with the same slight smile, suggested that the evil Fei Fei stay at home so as not to get into trouble. The girl was not going to listen to the deceiver and became even more angry, thinking that Chu Yi would only crow. However, as soon as the student opened the door, she tripped over the threshold and immediately fell. Director Guo watched with interest what was happening and seriously thought that the master could see the future. The next day, it was time to head back to middle school number 3. The Lord of Hell walked into his office, watching the students, and recalled with nostalgia the time spent in the institution. In front of the door, Teacher Chu concentrated, knowing that a surprise awaited him as soon as he opened the door. And as soon as the brown-haired man appeared in the doorway, a glass of water began to fall on him from above. The time traveler had an excellent reaction, and he had prepared for trouble in advance. Teacher Chu calculated the trajectory of the fall and caught the glass, surprising his students. In addition, the brown-haired man smiled sweetly at the students and was demonstrably glad that they missed him. There was a lot of noise in the classroom as the teenagers started actively shouting over each other. The Lord of Hell did not attach any importance to this at first, but then he realized that the students were trying to distract him. Teacher Chu paused before taking the next step and noticed that the students had soaped the floor. The class president and the principal's granddaughter waited with smug smiles for the intern to fall for their trick. However, the Lord of Hell walked carefully on the parquet floor and instead of scolding, praised the students for the cleanliness of the classroom. Out of overwhelming rage, Fei Fei broke her pencil and was forced to admit the teacher's victory. Hu Lai remained calm and stated on behalf of the class that Trainee Chu was not experienced enough to be a class teacher. Everyone else supported his classmate and continued to talk about looking for a new job, but the brown-haired boy kept himself in control. At that moment, there was a knock and the group leader appeared in the office, declaring that this class was now taught by Teacher Chen. The students immediately fell silent and looked at Dong Gong Hao in confusion, waiting for events to develop. Teacher Chu was not going to just agree to such conditions and asked if the director was aware. The manager cleverly lied that they didn't bother Guo Mo over such trifles. Especially Yi was just a trainee. Huan Yu defiantly stepped forward, wanting to get a class in which half of the group was the golden youth of Zhujiang. Teacher Chen took advantage of the teenagers' rebellion and noticed that the students themselves wanted a new teacher. The teenagers actively discussed a possible change of teacher and their opinions were divided. However, the brunette confirmed their theory that he was no gift when he annoyedly demanded an answer from the intern. The Lord of Hell closed his eyes and said with satisfaction that he did not talk to those who had a huge ass on their face. Teacher Chen began to seethe with rage and showed in all his glory how easy it is to anger him. The teenagers appreciated the wit of their class teacher and laughed together. Dong Gong Hao also became furious and tried to remind the intern where he was. However, Hu Lai intervened in the conversation and suggested holding a small competition instead of stupid arguments. The headman decided that he would ask the teachers one question, and whoever answered correctly would become the class teacher. Huan Yu calmed down a little and, to the delight of the teenagers, accepted the terms of the game. And since the man was confident of his victory, he threw the chalk into a glass of water and invited the loser to drink it. The Lord of Hell did not agree, arguing that the stake was not high enough. Teacher Chu spat into the cup, proudly declaring that he was only willing to play for real. Huan Yu and the students were alarmed by the trainee's determination, but they had no intention of backing down. Chen looked at his opponent with hostility and confidently replied that the brown-haired man would have to drink the water himself. The bet was accepted by both parties, so the young man turned to Hu Lai and asked him to ask a question. The headman remembered the scripture Tao Te Ching and asked him to write the first 1,000 hieroglyphs from the first section as a souvenir. The students were sure that Teacher Chu would not cope with the task because he was unlikely to know the scripture. Guo Feifei did not look at how the trainee was disgracing herself in front of everyone and closed her eyes. Huan Yu threw chalk and stated that this was an easy task for him, since he knew the Tao Te Ching. The Lord of Hell also remained calm because, as a student of Taiji, he knew every word by heart. Teacher Chen wrote the first few characters and looked forward to his easy victory. The competition began, and despite her behavior in the past, the granddaughter of Director Guo supported the master. The Lord of Hell decided for himself that if he came out of the competition as a winner, it would be beautiful. The teenagers carefully watched the hieroglyphs that appeared on the side of the English teacher. The head boy couldn't contain his glee when he saw that their class teacher had spelled the first character incorrectly. However, one of the students nervously noticed that Teacher Chu actually started writing the text from the end. This fact really struck the students, and they began to whisper to each other, calling the brown-haired boy cool. The Lord of Hell remembered how he first learned from the master about the treatise that God ordered to distribute to the students of Taizi. While writing each hieroglyph on the board, the trainee remembered his brother's mentors, the master and his beloved girl. He hoped that they would see each other again in this life when his hand finished tracing the last line. Thus, Teacher Chu turned to face the teenagers, with 1,000 characters behind him, just as the headman had asked. The class exploded with applause and happy screams in honor of the class teacher. Guo Feifei rejoiced along with everyone, but she was tormented by the thought that the intern had changed a lot over the summer. Chen Juanyu clenched his fist in a fit of rage, and the chalk in his hand crumbled into crumbs while the brunette glared at his opponent. The brown-haired man put his chalk back in the box and informed the other teacher of his defeat. However, Chen did not want to give up so easily and drew the class's attention to the fact that he also wrote all the hieroglyphs. Hu Lai confirmed Teacher Chu's victory by explaining to the new student that the trainee had written all the characters from the end. The brunette couldn't believe it and said with doubt in his voice that it was impossible to do something like that, but the elder pointed to the board behind the Lord of Hell so that the man could see for himself the veracity of his words. Teacher Chen looked at the symbols of the treatise Tao Te Ching and was stunned to understand that the guy had not lied. A mixture of unpleasant feelings settled in Huan Yu's chest as he comprehended what had happened. The brunette wasn't ready to admit defeat, so he yelled that he wanted to see the rewriting of the symbols himself. This behavior angered the class leader, who did not see such a person as their leader. Teacher Chu approached the loser with a glass, declaring that there were a lot of witnesses on his side. The brown-haired man demanded Chen to admit defeat, which earned him the respect of many students. Huan Yu looked at the water mixed with chalk and the intern's saliva and tried to appeal to common sense. However, the Lord of Hell smiled condescendingly and admitted that he could not do anything, because such was the price of defeat. In addition, the guy promised that he had added hot water to the holy water, puzzling even teenagers. Teacher Chen began to shout, foaming at the mouth, that his opponent had colluded with the students and was using a hint. At this point, the group leader intervened and tried to gently resolve the conflict. The intern turned a hostile look at Dong Gong Hao and offered the man a drink of water instead of the loser. The teenagers did not like this turn of events, and they demanded that Teacher Chen follow the rules honestly. Due to his hot-tempered nature, Huan Yu snatched the glass from Chu's hand and, tightly closing his eyes, poured the contents into himself. Brunetto felt sick and mentally promised himself to take revenge on the intern. As soon as the contents of the glass were drunk by Teacher Chen, it fell out of his hands. The brunette could barely contain his nausea and hurried away from the crowded class. The group leader followed him, and the students laughed at the incident, although some also felt bad. However, absolutely every student in the class was now openly proud of their class teacher. The bell rang, telling everyone within the confines of Middle School 3 that class was over. Teacher Chu dismissed the children for recess and went out into the corridor, being in a good mood. His carelessness dissipated the moment he saw his colleague approaching. The girl stopped the Lord of Hell in the corridor and said that the director was waiting for him in his office. The young man remembered that they were now led by Qinran, with whom they had already had an embarrassing situation. However, the guy went to the director's office intending to find out why he was wanted. The girl met Teacher Chu with a dissatisfied look and asked if he understood where he was. The intern decided to remember the situation in the forest and asked whether Qinran was going to fire him because of that incident. The director did not mean her at all, and in order to hide her embarrassment, she became angry with the brown-haired man. However, Teacher Chu pretended that he did not understand what was going on and confidentially said that he had not told anyone. The woman gripped the arm of her chair and took several deep breaths. After that, she pulled herself together and reminded the intern that he had embarrassed a colleague in front of the whole class. Qinran wanted to hear an explanation and waited patiently for the young man to put his coffee cup aside. The director sensed the seriousness in the intern's behavior and was glad that he had finally realized it. But Teacher Chu talked about endocrine system disorder due to suppressed emotions, which leads to Miss Chin's skin problems. All hopes for the young man's adequate behavior were shattered, and the girl herself was momentarily speechless. However, the violent reaction did not have to wait long, because the next moment the guy was kicked out with a scandal. The Lord of Hell caught the folder flying at him and calmly watched Qinran trembling with anger. The intern finally became serious and admitted that he had no plans to indulge the rich new guy. The director admitted that Chen Junyu did not have a good relationship with his family. But Teacher Chu's main problem was that his future fate largely depended on Dong Guohao. Qinran explained to the young man that the first performance indicator is 30% of the manager's assessment. The next indicator depended on the director's opinion and amounted to 20% of the total score. The remaining 50% depended on the class rating, and only by exceeding the threshold of 50 points would Chu Yi be able to stay. The Lord of Hell was confused by all these conditions, because in his previous life, it was enough for his class to be among the top 10. After thinking a little, the guy decided that the director changed the conditions because of their quarrel, and the girl's behavior confirmed his theory. Qinran smiled smugly and promised that if the trainee gets the required number of points, then she will not interfere in the showdown. In fact, Teacher Chu was confident in his class and knew that he would be able to overcome the threshold, so he agreed to the staylee. It was already dark outside when the time traveler reached home. He scrolled through the list of contacts on his phone and remembered that he had not called his family for a long time. The young man didn't really know what to say to them, but he was too bored to let that fact get in the way. Chu Yi called his sister, and a pleasant melody began to sound in the girl's room. The young lady was distracted from her homework, looking at her mobile phone in surprise. On the main screen, she saw that her beloved brother was calling her, so she immediately put aside what she was doing. The sister was very glad to hear from the brown-haired man and wanted to know why he hadn't called for so long. She also did not forget to mention their father, who constantly remembered Chu Yi. The Lord of Hell could not hold back his tears, because upon hearing the girl's voice, he realized that he had missed him terribly over 1,000 years of separation. Having mastered his emotions, the guy briefly talked about his activities and asked how his sister was feeling. The fact was that she had congenital atrophy of the lower leg, which doctors could not cure. The girl calmly assured her brother that everything was fine, and the pain did not bother her too much. They hadn't spoken for a long time, so they both enjoyed their time discussing all sorts of nonsense. At the end of the conversation, the brown-haired man promised to come visit on the weekend if no unforeseen troubles occurred. Before saying goodbye, the sister jokingly wished the Lord of Hell to find himself a curvaceous bride. Chu Yi laughed a little and asked the girl to go to bed since it was late. After the conversation, the brown-haired man reminded himself that he could only help her after his spiritual energy reached the highest level. The Lord of Hell loved his sister very much and was serious about doing everything to help her and then find their mother. So his goal was to develop his abilities in order to bring his family together. The next day, Chu Yi continued to meditate and improve his spiritual skills. His work on himself was interrupted by a loud knock on the door, although the intern was not expecting anyone to visit. Suddenly, one of his friends came to him and started talking about how it was time for him to get a divorce. The guy pulled the Lord of Hell towards him, and despite Chu's awkward attempts to move away, he suggested going to the club. The brown-haired man had no choice but to put on a t-shirt and allow himself to be pulled outside. So the intern ended up in the city center in one of the most popular clubs. It was quite noisy inside, and a large number of beautiful girls were having fun on the dance floor. Yu Jungfan approached the small group and awkwardly introduced his friend to them. Li Ji-yu looked at the newcomers without much enthusiasm and did not even give them a normal greeting. Teacher Chu recognized the guy as a major and guessed from his behavior that his friend was not fully accepted into the company. Ji-yu's girlfriend looked at the Lord of Darkness and looked at the brown-haired man with an arrogant look, and she noted with hostility that her dog dressed better than her friend Fanya, which put the guys in an awkward position. Wu Jing enjoyed her position and pointed out to Zheng his place among the poor because they only associated with him because of his brother. The brunette did not expect such harshness from the very beginning, but still began to apologize to the girl. Teacher Chu was not going to leave his friend in trouble, so he took a glass of wine and ironically admitted that the lady was right. The Lord of Hell remembered a well-known sign which said that if someone has a hieroglyph in their last name, then this does not exist in life. Thus, he hinted that Wu had nothing to do with the crystal, and this infuriated the girl. Li Ji-yu did not appreciate this behavior and suggested that the brown-haired man apologize on his own until they helped him with it. The brunette became very nervous and tried to convince the major that Teacher Chu simply did not know the rules of the game. He turned irritably to his friend and demanded that the young man apologize immediately. However, the brown-haired man was not very worried about the feelings of the golden youth, especially when he saw that the waitress was in trouble. Unpleasant-looking men held Wang Ling's wrist and asked her to join them. The girl clearly felt uncomfortable and said that she needed to go and pulled her hand out of someone else's grip. The bald man did not want to take no for an answer and promised that they would discuss this issue with the club boss. The man who was holding Wang Ling was smoking a cigar and calling on the waitress to show them a couple of dances. The rest of the company picked up the idea and waited with lewd smiles for the striptease to begin. The girl again tried to leave the company of men, remembering that she was in this place because of her family. Wang Ling clearly had no intention of letting her go as two guys appeared behind her and their boss beckoned her closer. Out of despair, the waitress screamed that if the customers did not stop, she would have to call the security guard. But this did not scare the offenders, and the plump man decided to force the young lady to obey. He extended his hands towards Wang Ling, but an enraged Chu Yi appeared in front of her. The appearance of the brown-haired man forced the stranger to slow down slightly, and for some time he looked at the guy in bewilderment. However, this did not last long, and soon the plump man raised his hand to teach the hero a lesson. Teacher Chu immediately raised his hand with his glass forward and doused the attacker with red wine. The drink stained the angry man's glasses and shirt, and he furiously promised that he would kill the insolent man. The rest of the company jumped up from their seats and surrounded defender Wang Ling. The boss also rose from his seat, telling the brown-haired man not to be surprised when his arms turned out to be broken. For the Lord of Hell, these were empty threats, and he was clearly aware that he would not allow anyone to harm his student. Baldy didn't like the guy's calm reaction, so he loudly declared that he was Feng Huan. Wang Ling trembled with fear even more at the sound of the well-known name. The girl did not want to bring trouble to the young man, so she begged him to retreat. Such a request only angered Teacher Chu, and he ordered the student to wait aside and figure out how she would later explain her presence in the club to him. Wang Ling burst into tears, realizing that her class teacher was ready to fight bandits for her sake. Yu Zhongfan watched his friend's actions in confusion and did not understand why he was acting so recklessly. The brunette returned to Ji Yu and began to politely ask him to forgive Chu for his disrespect and help. The major said with a satisfied smile that he would not interfere, since Fang Huan did not even consider his parents. Wu Jing laughed at the brunette and happily announced the start of the grand show. Yu Zhongfan became disillusioned with his new company and realized that he did not want to just observe. So he left them behind and went to help his friend, although their chances of success were slim. The brunette tried to smooth over the situation by lying that his friend was not himself and did not understand what he was doing. The plump man did not appreciate the intervention of another boy and was about to hit the impudent man. Yu Zhongfan closed his eyes, not even trying to resist, hoping that this would help resolve the conflict. However, there was a bang, but the blow never came, so the young man opened one eye. It turned out that Teacher Chu had stopped the plump man and was now scolding him for allowing himself to loosen his hands. The gentleman froze in place, not understanding why the brown-haired man allowed himself to do such things. And things got even worse when the Lord of Hell squeezed someone else's palm, causing pain to the unpleasant man. A member of the group screamed and tried to break free, but it turned out to be a futile exercise. Teacher Chu only twisted his opponent's palm more tightly, forcing the gentleman to kneel. The golden youth watched in horror what was happening, not quite understanding what was happening. Finally, the fake Fang Huan intervened and threatened the young man with a death sentence if he did not release his friend. All eyes in the club were directed at Chu Yi. Wu Jing openly admired the strength of the brown-haired man. Yu Zhongfan tried to intervene again, persuading his friend to let the man go. However, the angry intern ordered the brunette not to interfere while he sorted out the problems himself. The Lord of Hell wanted the plump man to answer for his harassment of Wang Ling. With one easy movement, Teacher Chu first broke one of the master's fingers and then moved on to the second. The man screamed in pain and desperately insisted that he had done nothing wrong. The brown-haired man suggested that the plump gentleman apologize to the waitress or lose all his fingers. The fake Fang Huang didn't really understand what to do next and couldn't believe that the young man was demanding an apology. However, the Lord of Hell was serious. He broke another finger, confirming the veracity of his threats. Li Jiyu watched Chu Yi's actions with doubt and was sure that if no one was behind him, then the trainee would not have long to live. The plump man trembled in fear of the young man and believed that he had met the devil himself. The bar owner finally intervened in the situation, but he threatened Wang Ling to deprive her of her salary if she did not pacify the teacher. The Lord of Hell did not leave this unnoticed and promised him that he would easily beat the crap out of him for allowing the harassment of the waitress. The angry bar owner came out from behind the bar to express his dissatisfaction with his behavior. However, after that, he didn't even have time to say a word when he received a strong slap in the face. The blow was so strong that the man lost a tooth and flew to the other end of the room. At the same time, Teacher Chu never let go of the chubby gentleman's hand and did not even watch the club owner's flight. On the floor, the man noticed that he was bleeding and was seriously afraid for his life. Such a show of force forced the plump gentleman to finally admit his guilt. The trainee was satisfied with this and turned his attention to the fake Fang Huan. The bald man again rushed to use his famous name to intimidate the brown-haired man. The bandit pointed at Teacher Chu and ordered his boys to attack, but not kill until their boss arrived. Wang Ling remained behind the class teacher, closing her eyes in wild fear. Fake Fang Huang's assistants began to approach the Lord of Hell from all sides. The trainee used the plump gentleman's body as a weapon and neutralized one of the three attackers. The bandits wasted no time and were close enough to hit the brown-haired man, but they were also disabled in a matter of seconds. Thus, all the bald man's assistants were unconscious. The bar's patrons watched in amazement at the stranger's masterful actions. The bald man grabbed the phone and tried to seem confident in his victory, although his whole body was shaking with fear. Just at that moment, Mr. Huang's men appeared in the club, pushing curious spectators aside. The bald gentleman smiled happily as soon as he saw Alan approaching him. Club visitors recognized one of the new arrivals as Mr. Huang's main bodyguard. Wu Jing and her boyfriend grinned smugly, eagerly waiting for their new acquaintance to kneel. Alan pushed the bandit aside and hurried to approach Teacher Chu. As soon as the man caught up with the master, he immediately took off his sunglasses Wang Ling was able to make sure from a close distance that she saw Alan himself and could barely restrain her trembling. Suddenly, Mr. Huang's chief bodyguard bowed before the brown-haired man. The rest of the group of men also bowed, expressing their sincere respect to the master. The golden youth watched this picture in amazement, not believing their eyes. The Lord of Hell recognized Alan and angrily asked if they were really running into trouble again. The main bodyguard nervously retreated and admitted that they came to the club for another reason. The man said that their boss was in another city, but asked the master to attend their meeting tomorrow. Naturally, Chu Yi did not like these people, but he understood that connections with Fang Huan could help in the future. The bald man intervened in the conversation, uncertainly wondering what was going on. Alan looked around and suddenly realized that the man in front of him dared to anger the brown-haired man. The bodyguard asked if this was so, and his subordinate froze, not knowing how to get out of an unpleasant situation. The bald man lowered his shoulders guiltily and tried to justify himself. But Alan hit the insolent man in front of everyone and angrily ordered him to immediately apologize to Teacher Chu. The bald gentleman began to bow and beg the Lord of Hell for mercy because he did not know that the trainee was such a respected person. As a sign of confirmation of his guilt, the man hit himself in the face while waiting for the teacher's answer. The brown-haired man brought his student forward and demanded that the criminal apologize to her first. Wang Ling awkwardly waved her hands in front of her, assuring that she did not need something like that. Alan attracted the master's attention and asked how they should teach the impudent man a lesson. The bald gentleman drooped, but was ready to accept anything just to continue living. Teacher Chu decided to leave this decision to Huang's people, declaring that he had had enough for today. The chief bodyguard did not dare to argue with the young man and hastily nodded in response. After this, the Lord of Hell led his student to the exit, promising that he would come to the meeting. The visitors watched the brown-haired man's back and respected him, because Alan himself bowed to the teacher. The couple found themselves on the street at night and walked a little away from the club before starting a conversation. The intern reminded the student that he was still waiting for an explanation, and the girl hesitated uncertainly. However, she still admitted that her father's company went bankrupt, so she decided to find a part-time job. Teacher Chu understood her eagerness, but said that such a place was not suitable for young girls. Of course, after the unpleasant incident, Wang Ling herself realized this and did not plan to return there. In addition, the student was delighted with the intern's skills in the lesson, and he was also able to easily put the scoundrels in their place. The Lord of Hell admitted that he was raised by the street, so he knows how to behave in such situations. Wang Ling didn't fully believe Teacher Chu's words, but they didn't discuss it anymore. The young man checked the time and decided that he would accompany the student home to make sure that she arrived safely. While they were walking along an empty road, the girl admitted that from that day on, Teacher Chu became her idol. Soon the couple reached the dorm, and the intern allowed the student to continue on her own. However, before leaving, Wang Ling decided to ask if Teacher Yang Ling knew. The Lord of Hell was confused when he heard a familiar name and cautiously asked why the student remembered her. The student mentioned Chu Yi's ex-girlfriend, whom she broke up with in her third year. It turned out that the brunette had heard a lot about her and would like to become just as famous. Of course, the student was upset by the rumors that Yang Ling was arrogant and she would like to be like that. The blonde was actually not a very pleasant person and abandoned the brown-haired man as soon as she decided that he would not achieve much. While Wang Ling was confessing that she yearned for popularity, the young man suddenly noticed her aura. The student was a good person, but for some reason there was a thick dark energy hovering around her. The brunette noticed Teacher Chu's puzzled look and excitedly asked what was the matter. The Lord of Hell did not speak openly about his observation, but clarified that the student had been having a hard time lately. Wang Ling immediately sank and admitted that only today everything was going wrong for her. The brown-haired girl asked the girl not to take what happened to heart and remain as kind. Meanwhile, he was thinking about what to do. The brunette winked at the intern and informed him that he was called a harbinger of trouble. The Lord of Hell didn't want the student to get hurt, but the dark aura could put her in danger. Before making the final decision, Teacher Chu asked if there had been any other negative changes in her life besides the ruin of her father's company. The girl thought for a while and came to the conclusion that the whole year had not been the most successful for her family. Then the young man reached into his pocket and took out Jasper from the temple, which could protect Wang Ling from misfortune. He handed it to the brunette, realizing that his protection would only be enough for the first time, so he was soon going to visit the Wang family. The student accepted the amulet, and on this joyful note she said goodbye to the class teacher. and the Lord of Hell looked after her and decided that no one else would dare to offend his family members and students. The next day, the brown-haired man appeared on the school grounds and saw that the guard was arguing with unknown teenagers. The man was trying to hold back the pressure of the youth when he noticed that the one they demanded to bring had appeared. The guard alarmedly informed the intern about this, and the group with multicolored hair stared at Chu Yi menacingly. The Lord of Hell remained indifferent to what was happening, and slightly shrugging his shoulders, admitted that he did not know any of the teenagers. The man took the English teacher aside and told him that there were fierce six in front of them. The guard was worried that they would bring trouble to teacher Chu, but the young man made it clear that he was not afraid of the multicolored group. One of the guys got angry at the brown-haired man's joking statement about their appearance. The leader of the group, Chang, informed the trainee that he had made a mistake yesterday when he attacked their friend. The Lord of Hell clearly remembered that he had not seen the guys in the club, so he guessed that Chen Jun-yu had sent them. Teacher Chu publicly stated that he did not regret his action because their friend was molesting the student. The school children actively supported the intern and shouted that the scoundrel deserved punishment. The multicolored group hesitated, not understanding why the brown-haired man wasn't scared and didn't start denying everything. The most emotional of the group screamed furiously, accusing the Lord of Hell of lying. Teacher Chu allowed this possibility to be considered, but noted that then he would have no reason to attack anyone. Tian decided that it was time to move on to their main trump card and ordered the poster to be unfurled. The teenagers obeyed, and a banner appeared in their hands on which it was written that Chu Yi spent the night with a student. Such slander darkened the mood of the Lord of Hell, and he asked what their plans were. The head of the multicolored group boredly wrapped a lock of hair around his finger and said that he had decided to report the teacher's inappropriate behavior. Photos of Chu Yi and Wang Ling from last night appeared in his hands because parents should know who they are giving their children to. The students looked in amazement at the evidence of a clear violation of ethics on the part of the teacher. One of the spectators immediately began to blame the Lord of Hell, and the others echoed her indignation. The brown-haired man noted Miss Zhou's satisfied grin and guessed that she was working in concert with Jun Yu. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the teacher's council looked at the shocking photographs. One of the teachers was furious and wanted to fire the intern without any further proceedings. However, Director Qin did not support this zeal and wanted to find out all the details first. In the staff room, the teachers were animatedly watching what was happening through the window, and Tian Yu did not believe the slander. Teacher Chen enjoyed his coffee and suggested not judging people by their cover, but believing the evidence. The team leader supported Jun Yu and ingratiatingly agreed that he had always felt that there was something wrong with Chu. Teacher Tian did not agree with her colleagues and took a moment to remind Chen of his humiliation yesterday. After that, the girl left the office, but the brunette already harbored a grudge and mentally promised to take revenge for the sarcastic remark. In addition, Jun Yu was sure that the intern, after the humiliation he had caused, would not want to go to school, which lifted his spirits. The school children looked at Teacher Chu with sadness and regretted that Wang Ling had given herself to a man. The Lord of Hell was in no hurry to make excuses or try to turn the situation in his direction. Instead, he took a red marker from his inside jacket pocket and began to draw something on the poster. When the intern walked away, it became clear to everyone that he had corrected the character for fun and asked if they wanted to say anything else. Teacher Chen's accomplice shouted angrily at Teacher Chu, ordering him not to dodge the question. Miss Zhou hoped that the destruction of the brown-haired man's honor would go smoothly so that she could be with Jun Yu. The Lord of Hell did not fall for the provocation and suggested that the woman first monitor her behavior. The teacher felt humiliated and her body trembled with indignation. But when Miss Zhou burst into an angry scream, Teacher Chu was already heading to the school building. During the lesson, the students could not concentrate on the material and actively discussed what happened. Wang Ling's friend turned to her and demanded to tell the truth about her trip to the club. The brunette was not going to reveal all the cards and set everything up so that she stupidly went there alone and met the class teacher there. According to the girl, Chu Yi scolded her and took her home. The friend believed her, although she did not expect the intern to go to clubs. At this point, the Lord of Hell's patience ended, and he threw the chalk onto his desk, attracting attention to himself. However, the brown-haired man himself remained collected when he demanded to write an essay on how rumors affect ordinary life. As soon as the workday ended, the English teacher met with Qin Ran in her office. The girl pointed to a stack of signatures against Chu Yi and shouted excitedly that all these people wanted to get him fired. However, the young man did not share her concern and was sure that tomorrow everything would be decided. Before leaving, he asked Chin Ran not to worry about the rumors, but the director vehemently disagreed. The Lord of Hell believed that the rumors would quickly dissipate, but for now it was time for him to go to meet Fang Huang. The young man quickly reached the appointed place and saw a large hotel. Teacher Chu walked inside and was greeted by a friendly hotel worker. The girl asked how she could help, so the brown-haired man said that he was looking for Fang Huang. The girl did not have time to respond to this because Adam appeared next to them. The employee was extremely surprised that Fang Huang sent his personal bodyguard after the stranger. Mr. Fang met the Lord of Hell in the passage and behaved very politely towards him. Teacher Chu took the seat reserved for him and asked why he was called to this meeting. An elderly man was already present in the office and, assessing the young man with his eyes, said that he did not believe that they were on the same level. The brown-haired man turned his gaze to Mr. Wei and mentally agreed that the old man was rather weak, although he had reached the Wu Tu stage. However, the Lord of Hell had no plans to humiliate the self-confident man and brought them back to the main topic. Fang Huang happily began to talk about his long-standing feud with the swindlers from the Xing Corporation. And finally, the master can put an end to them if his man wins the master's competition. Teacher Chu listened carefully to his interlocutor and guessed that Huang wanted to send either him or the old man to the duel. The intern admitted his guess, and Mr. Fan praised the young man for his intelligence. The authority of the underworld looked at Mr. Wei, mentioning that the man was already aware of all the details. The old man gave his opponent an arrogant look, but Chu Yi looked back with disinterest. Mr. Fan allowed the masters to discuss their candidacies, and assured that in any case, he would pay each one $1 million. Master Wei turned his arrogant gaze to Huang because he did not believe that his strength could be bought for pennies. The authority of the criminal world understood and agreed that the price was small, but asked not to rush to conclusions. And all because if they win the master's competition, they will receive as much as 5 million thong. Fan Huang was ready to put a big bet on the line, because if he won, he would become a billionaire. Chu Yi reacted violently to the huge amount. Since he had never seen, and after visiting the kingdom of the gods, he completely forgot about the existence of money. Master Wei didn't think the offer was that impressive, but his ego was stroked by the simpleton's joy. Meanwhile, the Lord of Hell was seriously thinking that 5 million would make his life much easier. The elderly man hurried to find out if the master of the Sin Corporation was the man who once broke the table with one blow. Fang Huan admitted that this was true, remembering that even Alan could not cope with that guy. Master Wei nodded to himself and praised Mr. Fan for not sending a bodyguard to the competition. The man couldn't help but notice at the last meeting that the Sin representative had impressive spiritual power. Huan didn't understand what this meant, but before explaining it himself, Wei decided to assess the brown-haired man's awareness. Teacher Chu peered thoughtfully into the tea and began to talk about what internal energy is usually called. The trainee said that spiritual power allows the human body to exceed its capabilities, but is not available to many. Alan could not contain his surprise and asked if stories about inner strength were not fiction. The Lord of Hell took a sip of tea and noticed that gaining strength is only the first stage, and breaking objects with one blow is much more difficult. Master Wei was forced to admit that the brown-haired man was not hopelessly stupid, but he considered it reckless to underestimate the acquisition of strength. The man was outraged because he had spent decades on this process. Chu Yi replied that he should not stand at the foot of the mountain and think that he had conquered the peak. The master released his spiritual power and shouted furiously so that the boy would not dare to be rude to him. Alan watched the argument from over Fang Huan's shoulder and froze in amazement when he saw the aura around Wei. The authority of the underworld had long known about the strength of the elderly man, but he was also fascinated by such a demonstration. The only calm person in the room was Chu Yi, who asked to frighten someone else with childish techniques. Fan Huang was seriously afraid for the brown-haired man's health and alarmedly asked the young man to watch his words. But Master Wei was already seething with rage and admitted that he would no longer tolerate such insolence. The man jumped up from his seat and jumped towards the chair where Teacher Chu was sitting. The Lord of Hell did not even bother to be distracted from drinking tea and parried the blow with one deft movement. The trainee barely touched his opponent's hand, but Master Wei felt pain all over his body. Immediately after this, the man was thrown back onto the sofa, causing the old man to hit himself painfully. Fang Huang and Alan jumped in surprise and moved forward, intending to help, but Master Wei managed on his own, standing back up, but this time an unknown object was clutched in his hands. The elderly man put it in front of him and promised that now they will check whether Chu can withstand the artifact. A frightening aura began to emanate from the object in Master Wei's hands in waves. By this time, Several more of Mr. Fan's subordinates had come running in response to the noise. Everyone was tense at the sight of the aura, but the Lord of Hell said that he would not dare to call such old things an artifact. Teacher Chu even offered to give the old man a trinket, but the enraged Wei rushed to attack. Previously, Huang had already seen what the old master was capable of, so he was seriously afraid for Chu Yi. Everyone in the room watched in horror as the dark aura approached the trainee. Master Wei sent a wave of aura to attack, and immediately after that his confidence in victory was shaken. Teacher Chu continued to sit on the chair and used tea to repel the attack of spiritual power. However, the liquid was clearly not ordinary. It glowed brightly and easily burned through a wave of dark energy. And after that, rays filled with the spiritual energy of the trainee flew past Mr. Wei. A series of shots flew past the old man and met the wall with a loud thud. The elderly man had never seen anything like this before and had difficulty comprehending the reality around him. Master Wei couldn't even imagine what he was attacked with, so he turned around to take a closer look at the bullets. To his surprise, the wall was littered with tea leaves protruding from it, which gave off a faint glow of aura. Such a technique was only available at the wushu stage, and the old man stared at Chu Yi in disbelief. Alan froze next to his boss, realizing that the brown-haired man had exceeded all their expectations. The Lord of Hell remembered the artifact and ordered it to be given as a reward for the victory. After this, the young man snapped his fingers, and a spiritual aura appeared around his hand. The copper plate immediately flew out of Master Wei's grasp, shocking the man even more. The artifact landed neatly in Master Chu's palm, demonstrating its power for the second time. The brown-haired man looked at the artifact and asked its previous owner if he would mind giving it away now. Master Wei began to actively bow, apologize, and himself asked to take the artifact from him. Upon closer examination, it turned out that the plate had been in a place with negative energy for about 1,000 years. Teacher Chu hid the artifact in his inner pocket because it could harm ordinary people. The elderly man was frightened by the power of the Lord of Hell, so he asked permission to leave quickly. Fang Huan watched the escape of the man whom he considered the strongest and realized how strong Chu Yi was. Once again, Boss Fang was delighted that he had decided to cooperate with the brown-haired man. The intern caught Huan's attention by raising his cup and informing him that his tea was finished. The man turned to Alan in a panic, ordering him to immediately pour tea for his guest. But then he changed his mind and decided that he should do it himself for the respected Teacher Chu. However, the brown-haired man said that Mr. Huang does not have to bother so much, because from now on he pays him money for a job well done. The Lord of Hell couldn't help but remark that it would have been better for them to come to this in the first meeting, and Mr. Feng laughed awkwardly. Teacher Chu accepted the man's offer, but immediately warned that he would be free next weekend. The brown-haired man still remembered that he was going to visit the Wang Ling family to dispel the corruption. Mr. Fan did not argue and admitted that it would be even better this way and asked the intern not to rush. The Lord of Hell felt uncomfortable with this attitude, so he asked Huan to communicate with him as with a friend. Boss Fang was willing to fulfill any request from Teacher Chu, so he readily accepted the order. Before leaving, the young man remembered that he wanted to ask for help with one matter. The man focused on the words of his new friend and promised that he would do everything he could. Then the guy relaxed a little and admitted that he needed to find one person. Fang Hen smiled contentedly, since he could easily find anyone, and asked who their target was. The blue eyes of the Lord of Hell expressed all his seriousness when he announced that he was looking for his own mother. Teacher Chu said that his mother disappeared when he was little and no one has heard from her since then. In a past life, the brown-haired man found himself in the kingdom of the gods and, obsessed with spiritual practice, forgot all of his childhood and youth. However, now life had given him another chance and Chu Yi felt that he had to find his mother. Mr. Fan took this request seriously and promised to contact the successful relatives of the brown-haired man. However, the intern reacted rather sharply to their mention, almost spilling tea on the table. Teacher Chu's voice dripped with tension as he spoke of his Qinghua family. Huan realized that he should be more careful and delicately asked whether the brown-haired man's relationship with them was difficult. Furious, the trainee revealed that his grandfather was Chu Huaige himself, who did not support his parents' marriage. Mr. Fan was amazed because he never thought that he would work with Huai's heir. Xiaozhou also did not miss this information and stared at Chu Jr. in shock. The Lord of Hell knew that these people would know his family's story anyway, so he decided to tell it himself. The intern told those present everything he knew about his parents and relatives. Huan was alarmed by what he heard and actively condemned the brown-haired relatives for their excessive arrogance. In addition, The man was ready to sever all ties with them if the teacher wanted it. Chu Yi decided not to interfere with business and family affairs, but mentally noted that Mr. Fan was a good person. The boss agreed with the brown-haired man's opinion and declared with inspired zeal that the guy had a great future ahead of him. The Lord of Hell again felt awkward from the excessive praise and calmed Huan down a little. The brief silence made the young man remember recent problems that needed to be solved. Teacher Chu asked about the Chongping Six, knowing full well that they could ruin Wang Ling's reputation. Mr. Huang thought about it, but couldn't remember anything except that this was some local punk. Xiaozhou interrupted the conversation, reminding them that the teenagers were in his care. The brunette offered to deal with them, so the intern shared his assumption that they had been bribed. Thus, Mr. Fan's people could resolve this issue with one call. Xiaozhou took Master Chu's problem seriously and promised to immediately put the insolent people in their place. At this point, the meeting came to an end, and the young man rose from his seat, saying goodbye to Huan. However, his gaze caught a new detail in the image of a man, and the intern froze in place. While Mr. Fan promised to transfer the money soon, the Lord of Hell focused on his aura. It was purple, so Teacher Chu hurried to congratulate the boss. Huan knew nothing about his aura, so he was confused, not understanding what was happening. Then the young man explained that he had noticed a violet aura around Mr. Fan's body, which meant he could expect an addition to the family. The man was delighted, admitting that he and his wife had been dreaming about this for a long time. But the doctors gave unfavorable prognoses. Teacher Chu advised the boss to stop killing after the birth of the child in order to protect his fate. Immediately after this, the brown-haired man left the office, remembering how he learned to read the fates of people in the kingdom of the gods. However, something told him that Mr. Huang would rather die than stop his business. There were only a few steps left before leaving the hotel when suddenly, Chu Yi heard someone calling him. The Lord of Hell turned around and saw his best friend from high school in the middle of the hallway. Happy smiles flashed on the faces of the guys as they hugged each other, rejoicing at the meeting. Teacher Chu's gaze fell on Lei's badge and asked if his friend really worked in such a reputable place. The young man hesitated slightly, answering that he got a job in the personnel department and asked what brought Chu Yi to them. At that moment, the guys heard a woman talking and turned around to find out what was the matter. Lei's sister approached them and greeted the brown-haired man, about whom she had heard many interesting stories. The intern greeted Wu Ting and they exchanged friendly smiles. After that, the girl turned to her brother and quipped that he was too kind for someone who had insulted his boss on his first day of work. Lei's face turned red, and he begged Qing not to remember this in front of his old friend. Such a request only angered the girl, and she began to scream that she should have thought about her words earlier. Teacher Chu didn't quite understand what was going on, so he decided to ask him to explain everything in detail. Wu Xing regained her calm and said that their boss hired a girl after breaking some rules, and Lei scolded him for it. And as a result, the angry man fired the young man on his first day of work. The girl hoped that her husband would be able to talk to the boss and cool his ardor. King said that her husband, the financial director of Huasheng and the brown-haired company, remembered that it belonged to the Ran family. At that moment, a blonde man appeared in the hotel corridor, and Lei's sister recognized him as her husband. As soon as the blonde was close enough to Lei, he began to scream, accusing him of misbehavior. The young man bowed his head guiltily, although he did not quite understand why he had incurred such rage. Chu Yi chimed in, wondering why his friend didn't share the problem with him so he could help. Lei scratched his neck awkwardly and tried to explain that the teacher would not be able to handle headquarters director Song. However, the Lord of Hell patted the guy on the shoulder encouragingly and praised him for doing the right thing. Husband Qing turned irritably to the young people and began to complain that they did not know how to behave. The blonde continued to accuse Lei of tarnishing the director's reputation, although he himself was nothing of himself. The girl could no longer listen to her husband's screams, so she tried to pacify him. Yunjai irritably waved his wife away and turned away from the fools, not wanting to watch his wife feel sorry for her brother. However, at the other end of the corridor, the blonde noticed Director Sun and all his anger dissolved. The fat man strode forward importantly with a menacing look, not really paying attention to the world around him. Yunjai hurried to follow the leader and timidly greeted the director. The blonde man extended his hand to Mr. Sun, but the man pointedly moved away from him. The director enjoyed his power when he announced that he was not going to return the arrogant boy to work. After this, the man openly showed hostility, declaring that it was just a test. Yiting still encouraged her brother to take the opportunity to beg Director Song's forgiveness. Lei's hands clenched into fists in frustration. but his reluctance to let his sister down was greater than his pride. That is why the young man nevertheless bowed and apologized to the fat man, asking him to give him another chance. Teacher Chu could not calmly watch how his friend had to bend under his superiors, although he was not guilty of anything. Irritation filled the Hell Lord, and he decided that he would not allow Director Sun to revel in superiority. The man saw a young guy behind him and noticed that he was openly disrespectful. Despite the shouting, the intern remained calm and asked how long ago the harassment had been tested. The leader turned his rage on the unknown boy, demanding to immediately introduce himself. Yunji intervened between them, pointing out Chu and his place at the bottom of the hierarchy, and demanded that he apologize to the director. This was not the teacher's intention, but he agreed to do it if it turned out that he was wrong. Husband. Yi trembled with rage and could not find suitable words for the impudent boy. Yilei watched his old friend with a soft smile and thought it was like they were back in school. The sister understood that the situation was heating up, so she tried to distract the leader from the younger generation. At this point, young Yi's patience ended, so the young man shouted that Ji should not humiliate herself in front of the fat man, because he would find another job. Yunjai again attacked the boy in an aggressive outburst, ordering him to come to his senses. The blonde was not so much worried about Lei as he was about the fact that such behavior would affect him. Husband Yi tried to suck up to the director, but the fat man did not listen to anything. At that moment, the elevator not far from the scene of the scandal announced that he had arrived on the first floor. The doors opened to the sides, and Xiao Zhao appeared in front of the guys asking what was going on. The manager said that he fired one subordinate, and his family gathered downstairs and organized a circus. Mr. Zhao was furious at such impudence and demanded that the culprits appear before him. Teacher Chu stepped forward and said that he was the one who was not happy with the dismissal. The entire Yi family watched in horror the actions of the brown-haired man, expecting that he would be killed on the spot. But Director Song smiled smugly and prepared to watch Chu Yi's humiliation. However, Mr. Zhao recognized the amazing master, and all his anger gave way to uncertainty. The intern silently looked into the brunette's eyes with his whole appearance, making it clear that he was dissatisfied. But the man beamed with joy and completely forgot about the conflict, offering to give the teacher a ride home. Yi and her husband were speechless when they did not hear any screams from Mr. Zhao. Lei also froze with shock on his face, not understanding why such a respected person even knew Chu Yi. But Director Song sensed danger and realized that he had come across someone with whom he could not compete. The man decided to be proactive, so he flew up to the brown-haired man and began to actively apologize. Xiaozhou began to understand what really happened and domineeringly asked whether the principal had offended Teacher Chu. Mr. Song began to make excuses, his voice trembling, as well as his whole body. The intern was not going to feel sorry for the fat man, so he called his friend and asked him to tell him what the conflict was about. Zhao Yui listened carefully to the young employee's explanations while the manager stood aside in fear. Teacher Chu did not interfere and allowed Mr. Zhao to make his own decision. When Lei finished speaking, the man turned to the director and furiously punched him in the face. After that, the brunette returned to the intern and said that he would act fairly while simultaneously dismissing Mr. Sun. The former director was sent to the finance department to collect his last salary. However, the man was in no hurry to leave, hoping to change the decision of his superiors, but only encountered a frightening look. After which Mr. Song decided not to test his fate and rushed away from Chao's sight as quickly as possible. On a happy note, Chu Yi handed his old friend a card with his new number and asked him to call if he needed anything. And Lei hugged his friend and whispered that he was truly successful since he knew Mr. Zhao himself. The brown-haired man breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that there were no misunderstandings between them after the current situation. Before finally leaving the hotel, the young man turned to Yi Qing, advising her to solve problems in a timely manner. To this, he added that the man next to the girl was far from ideal and advised her to break up with him before it was too late. That same day, late in the evening, Master Wei met with the teacher and told him about Teacher Chu's skills. Lu Changfeng was impressed, because he had only seen something similar to an attack with tea leaves from Mentor Tai. Such a statement shocked Wei, who found it difficult to believe that the young man had reached the Da Ushi stage. The mentor said that this is possible if there is a desire and admitted that he would like to meet Chu Yi. And the realization of this prompted Lu Chengfeng to ask the student to be more polite with the guy the next time they meet. Soon the long day gave way to night and the full moon was in the sky. Mr. Fan finished all his business and reached home, allowing himself to relax. The man walked into the dining room and saw that his wife had set the festive table. He decided that they would have guests, but his wife said that she just had good news. The girl asked her husband to guess what exactly happened, and Huang remembered the recent words of Teacher Chu. Mr. Fan decided to start with this and asked his beloved if she was pregnant. The happy, brown-haired woman ran into her husband, surprised that the man guessed so quickly. However, for Huan himself, the joy of the moment was overshadowed by the shocking realization that the intern was actually predicting the future. Fan's wife called him to sit down at the table and asked Huan to quit his adventures before the birth of the child. Late at night, the boss still couldn't fall asleep, pondering the brown-haired man's advice to quit criminal affairs. In the end, he decided to listen and called his people, ordering them to prepare documents for the construction of an elementary school. His subordinate was slightly surprised by such a request in the middle of the night, but hurried to get down to business as ordered. Mr. Fan decided for himself that Teacher Chu was a holy man, so from now on he would do business with him. At this time, the Chapin Six were relaxing in one of the bars on the other side of the city. Teenagers drank alcohol along with snacks and laughed at all sorts of trifles. Sitting next to them was Mr. Chen, who actually thought they were stupid. After all, he gave them so much money, and that same evening they spent it all in a diner. However, the brunette rose from his seat with a glass of alcohol and thanked the guys for their help. The leader of the Chapin Six proudly declared that it was easy when suddenly he was interrupted. A loud ringtone sounded in the bar, and the green-haired guy stared at his phone in confusion. The tipsy teenager was angry that someone dared to call him at a late hour. But as soon as the young man looked at the smartphone screen, anger instantly gave way to fear. The leader of the Chapin Six stood up from his seat, walking past Teacher Chen, admitting that he had to answer. The young man came out of the bar and picked up the phone, wondering why Mr. Zhao needed it. The man on the other end of the line started screaming, accusing Liu Tiang of getting him into trouble. The green-haired man remained calm and admitted that he didn't quite understand Xiao Zhao. Then the brunette asked if it was he and his friends who slandered Teacher Chu at secondary school number 3. Liu Tiang replied that he had made inquiries and found no reason to refuse the gentleman from the Chen family. Mr. Zhang was surprised by such impudence and told his ward that even Fang Huan did not raise his voice to the brown-haired man. The leader of the Chapin Six froze in place, and the realization of the scale of his mistake struck him like lightning. The young man was afraid of Mr. Fan like fire, but it turned out that he attacked someone even worse. Liu Qiang shook with fear, not understanding how this could happen, and asked Mr. Zhao for help. The man assured him that money would not help, and advised him to go to school and fix everything before it was too late. At this point, they ended the conversation and the grief-stricken young man returned to his unsuspecting friends. Teacher Chen poured alcohol on everyone, but Liu had no intention of drinking with the one who got him into real trouble. The leader of the Chapin Six was on edge and ordered his subordinates to put aside their food and follow him. Junyu tried to calm the nervous young man by offering him 2 more drinks. But Chang did not fall for this and heatedly shouted that their cooperation was over. Teacher Chen was offended by the impudent behavior of a gang of hooligans and mentally promised to take revenge on them. The owner noticed that the guests at their table were leaving and brought the brunette a check. The man reached for his wallet, but there was nothing in the inside pocket of his jacket. In addition, his trouser pockets were also empty and Mr. Chen did not have a single coin with him. He quickly took out his phone, checking the balance on the card, but even there were only zeros. This was the first time Junyu had found himself in such a situation and awkwardly promised that the woman would be paid tomorrow. This did not suit the diner owner, and the irritated woman was going to teach the thief a lesson. Teacher Chen tried to convince the lady not to start a fight, but to resolve everything peacefully, which attracted the attention of the entire diner to them. On the morning of the next day of the event, the courtyard of high school number 3 was again restless. The Chapin Six pounced on the guard and, even more demanding than yesterday, extorted a meeting with Chu Yi. The brown-haired man felt tired just looking at the group of annoying fashionistas. However, the appearance of the Lord of Hell was quickly noticed by one of the multicolored group. The hooligans immediately left the guard alone and surrounded Teacher Chu from all sides, begging them to forgive them. This time, school children and teachers also became witnesses and listened to the conversation. The brown-haired man was annoyed and wanted to know what the gang of hooligans were up to this time. He asked the Chapin Six about this, and the guys hesitated, trying to figure out how best to answer. In the end, Chiang settled on the truth and admitted that Teacher Chen had put them up to it. However, the gang leader did not forget to add a little flattery to his words, pretending that they decided to tell the truth out of pure motives. The Chapin Six bowed before Teacher Chu and loudly asked for forgiveness because of the mistake they had made. Now, the students rejoiced that yesterday's gossip turned out to be just a lie and condemned the new teacher. There was a tense atmosphere in the staff room after many teachers realized that they were wrong. Jun Yu was seething with anger and could not believe that a gang of hooligans took money from him and then betrayed him. In turn, Teacher Chu appeared in the office happy, enjoying the beautiful day. Tian Yu handed her coffee to her friend and admitted that she immediately saw through the setup of the intern. Miss Zhou was not going to back down from the humiliation of the brown-haired man and assumed that the Lord of Hell had bribed the gang. Teacher Chen jumped up from his seat and, foaming at the mouth, began accusing his colleague of meanness. However, Chu Yi asked the brunette to calm down a little, admitting that he was afraid of contracting rabies from him. Jun Yu was seething with rage and tried to come up with a worthy response, but he could only angrily repeat Chu Yi's name. In the end, the group leader gently shut the brunette up, reminding him that they were in the teacher's lounge. The intern remained in a great mood and thanked his friend for the aromatic coffee. Teacher Tan was fascinated by the brown-haired man and replied that she was very glad to please him. The Lord of Hell quickly finished his drink and headed towards the students, warning Yu to stay away from the evil dogs. In class, the young man was forced to admit that he was disappointed in the students' results. Not a single student scored even 70 points, and only the top 5 could achieve such results. The headman said that the topic was too difficult and suggested that Teacher Chu write an essay on it himself. However, the Lord of Hell was not in the mood for stupid bets and shouted at Hu Lai using a distorted quote from his work. The man told the class the correct option, and the children began to actively laugh at the guy. Wang Ling was having fun with her classmates, and the young man remembered that she was one of the few who scored high. Previously, the girl was not particularly successful in English, so Teacher Chu wondered if his actions had an impact on her. In the end, the intern decided that there was no point in scolding them any further. Besides, he had a bad feeling. The class teacher was about to write the topic of the lesson on the blackboard when suddenly the chalk broke. The young man's feelings became aggravated when he began to actively remember what was about to happen. The brown-haired man turned sharply to the class and demanded to know what date it was today. The students hesitated a little, but one of them still remembered that it was the 8th of September. Teacher Chu tensed when he remembered that a student jumped off the roof that day and was contemplating whether to save her. However, when the guy saw the girl's figure through the window, everything became clear. Chu Yi was willing to accept that his actions would affect the future and was not going to let the will of heaven prevail against his heart. The class teacher went to the door, ordering the students to repeat the material, and everything would have been fine. But in the corridor, he was met by Director Qin Ran, who demanded an explanation as to why he abandoned the students. The brown-haired man didn't want to explain anything, and he didn't have much time, so he ran, shouting something about the toilet. The woman looked into the office and angrily ordered everyone to sit quietly and wait until she returned the teacher to them. At this time, on the roof of high school number 3, events began to move into an active phase. The girl sat on the edge of the roof and thought that she did not want to make sacrifices and marry an unloved man. However, she realized that no one wanted to listen to her, so she slowly rose to her feet. The student felt the wind blow through her hair as she looked down and decided that it was time to end all problems. The girl was getting closer to the edge when suddenly Teacher Chu's scream was heard behind her. The student turned in fear to a man unknown to her and asked him not to approach. The Lord of Hell obeyed, introducing himself and mentally appreciating the student's beautiful appearance. The brunette chuckled slightly and thought that she did not expect to meet an unfamiliar teacher before she passed away. Nevertheless, she wanted the young teacher to remember her name, and she succumbed to a strange impulse. Chewie panicked and decided to try to convince the beauty not to jump, scaring her with how scary she would become. However, it turned out that Lola did not care about her body, because after death everyone turns into emptiness. The young lady spread her arms and leaned into the wind with her eyes closed. The brown-haired man's thoughts rushed restlessly when he realized that if he jumped after her from the 15th floor, he himself would not survive. In desperation, the Lord of Hell used divine gaze and was shocked when he saw that the girl had phoenix blood flowing in her. In ancient times, Lola would have been considered a member of the imperial family, but in their world, she was about to commit suicide. Teacher Chu Yi made another attempt to stop the brunette, asking if there was trouble in her family. Fortunately for the intern, this was a correct guess, and it made the girl linger on the roof. The Lord of Hell told Lola about his gift to read people's destinies, and assured her that after a sad day, a life full of joys would come. In addition, The guy accurately described the brunette's family, although no one at school knew what she was like. The student had met Sears before, but no one before Teacher Chu had spoken with such precision. The intern didn't force Lola to believe him. He just suggested waiting until tomorrow or jumping today, but not delaying it too long. They were interrupted by Chin Ran, who misinterpreted Teacher Chu's words. The director decided that the young man was inciting the student to jump from the roof and accused him of a terrible choice of words. Lola felt guilty and tried to calm the woman down, promising that she wasn't going to jump right now. Chin Ran felt very sorry for the girl, and she did not understand why the intern stood like a pillar after his words. The director began to shout angrily at Chu Yi, which made the Hell Lord guess that she had only heard the last part of the conversation. He was just asking the woman about this when suddenly there was a strong gust of wind. Teacher Chu and the girls could barely keep their balance until the wind from where it came from became stronger. Eventually, Lola took a step back and her heels slipped off the cliff. The student felt that she was losing her support and screamed in horror, realizing that she was falling from the roof. Chin Ran watched in horror as the girl was carried away, but could only scream desperately. The Lord of Hell reacted immediately and rushed forward, managing to grab Lola's wrist. The brunette felt someone else's grip and opened her eyes full of tears and disbelief. Teacher Chu held the student's hand tightly and was the only thing keeping her from falling. It was hard for the intern to hold a grown man over the abyss, but he was not going to let Lola down. The brown-haired man pulled the girl towards him and yanked her back onto the roof of the building. Immediately after this, the young man jumped over the fence to return to safety. But waiting for him there was Lola's fallen shoe, which ended up under Chu Yi's foot, causing him to lose his balance. The guy started falling straight towards Chin Ran and tried to warn the woman about the danger. However, the director was too confused and scared to move. Therefore, Teacher Chu threw the boss to the floor, and Lola fell after him. The intern apologized to the embarrassed Chin Ran and asked if he deserved the certification. The director sternly reminded the guy that he had a lesson and ordered Lola to follow her to the office. The student watched the girl's back and was surprised at Madame Chin's arrogance. As soon as the Lord of Hell came to his senses, he immediately went to scold the student for her frivolous behavior and supported the director. Lola still followed Chin Ran, but she couldn't get the amazing Teacher Chu out of her mind. The class teacher also did not linger on the roof and went to class. The students noticed his disheveled appearance, and the headman began to hint that he and the director looked strange after their absence. For a second after this statement, the man was confused, especially when he noticed a sly glint in the student's eyes. The brown-haired man struggled with embarrassment and shouted for them to get rid of lewd thoughts from their heads and tell them about saving the schoolgirl. Naturally, the teenagers did not believe Teacher Chu, and Ma Xin even began to argue that the trainee should not be shy. This made the class teacher even more stubbornly deny his relationship with Chin Ran. He was talking about the woman's unusual character when he felt her gaze on him. I had to quickly change my plan and instead of insulting, voice a not very convincing compliment. The Lord of Hell used all the charm available to him to ask what Director Chin wanted from him. Ran stepped aside to show Lola, who had expressed her desire to transfer to Teacher Chu's class. The director directly stated that she did not approve of this decision, but still transferred responsibility for the student to the intern. As soon as the woman left, the new girl attracted the teacher's attention to herself, wanting to become the only one in Chu Yi's eyes. The class teacher led them into the office and, clearing his throat awkwardly, asked the young lady to introduce herself. He expected the teenagers to be suspicious of Lola, but the class's reaction shocked the intern. All the students, as one, stared at the brunette with loving eyes, ignoring the rest of the world. The girl smiled charmingly at her new classmates, after which she briefly but friendly introduced herself. The students began to actively welcome the new girl with applause, and the Lord of Hell was indignant that they did not welcome him so cordially. The next day, the bell rang and it was time to go back to class. Upon arrival at the office, the teacher noticed that all his students were already sitting in their seats, focused on their studies. The change in their behavior was a little frightening, but the intern noted with amusement that Hu Lai was awake. The headman was usually asleep at this time, but now the guy loudly declared that he must set the right example. Ma Xin was also indignant and told Teacher Chu that they just really loved to study. The brown-haired man did not argue with them, and besides, he noticed that among them there was one latecomer. This person turned out to be Lola, who slowly entered the classroom, greeting the class teacher. The students immediately put down their books and watched with adoration as the goddess appeared in their ranks. The Lord of Hell was the only one who retained his sanity and, scolding the brunette for being late, asked her to take her place. However, Lola stopped next to the intern and tried to convince him of her privileges. Teacher Chu only got angry at this, but the girl didn't care, since all her problems had really been solved. Before sitting down at her desk, the student noticed that the brown-haired man was cute when he was angry, and this made the Lord of Hell speechless. After class, the trainee went to the teacher's room and asked Tan Yu if Teacher Chen had come. The girl was working on the computer and told him that Jun Yu had been transferred back to number 10 middle school. Suddenly, someone intervened in their conversation, complaining about how tired he was, earning medals at competitions in the capital. Gao Dashan was not a very nice person, so he said that the fool was lucky to have Lola in his class. Tian Yu was outraged by her colleague's behavior and immediately hurried to reprimand Gao, but the teacher did not back down, again humiliating Teacher Chu's level of intelligence, and insisted on handing over responsibility for Lola to him. The brown-haired man decided that he would not tolerate attacks from another self-confident colleague. He used spiritual energy, and Dashan immediately knelt down in front of him. The Lord of Hell pretended that he did not understand why Teacher Gao was humiliating himself in front of him and asked him to stand up. The intern smugly stated that he shouldn't be so polite because it would embarrass him. The brown-haired man walked back to class while Dashan could not believe that Chu dared to embarrass him in front of everyone. After that, everything went as usual, and soon the sunny morning of the next day arrived. The Lord of Hell had breakfast with brushwood and felt a surge of spiritual strength. At the moment, Chu Yi had reached the intermediate level of wuxi, although in the realm of the gods he could only achieve it at will. Before leaving the small store, the young man left money on the table. He shouted this to the seller and began to think that he should reach the pinnacle of spiritual practice as soon as possible. Brown-haired man wanted to join the Taiji sect by the time the Divine Gate opened. The Lord of Hell was on his way to school when a tearful Wang Ling called him and said that he would not come to school. Teacher Chu was afraid for the student and demanded to know what happened. And that's how he found out that the girl had been in an accident. The student said that the talisman broke, but she was not injured, although she felt helpless. The intern was able to calm down and suggested that the student go home, promising to come visit after class. The Lord of Hell had long been planning to deal with Wang Ling's offenders, and the right day had finally arrived. Thus, immediately after finishing his workday, Teacher Chu went to the Wang family's country house. The butler met him on the threshold and informed him that the gentleman was currently receiving important guests. The man apologized that the owner did not meet him in person and admitted that they had to call 3 mentors. The intern already knew that there was something unusual in the Wang Ling family's troubles, so he asked to be escorted inside. The student felt a surge of relief when she saw the class teacher. Mr. Wang shook hands with the new guest and thanked Chu Yi for visiting his daughter. The man introduced the 3 heavenly masters to the Hell Lord, especially Gu Tianshan. He also introduced the son of his business partner, who looked down on the brown-haired man and scolded his uncle for inviting all kinds of rabble. Wang Ling was furious and ordered Shouqi Bai to shut up and not insult her idol. The head of the family asked the young man not to be rude and to treat his daughter's class teacher with respect. Teacher Chu shrugged it off and told Mr. Wang that he would not interfere with them. Lin was nearby and admitted that she told her father about the trainee's talents, but he didn't believe her. The Lord of Hell appreciated the spiritual strength of the important guests and noted that only Gu Tianshan had brightly reached the highest stage of Wu Tu. However, others may have had the talent of seers. Tianshan was the first to speak. He found out that all the troubles were connected with the painting, and Mr. Wang was shocked to recognize it as a gift from one of his clients. The second celestial master confirmed Gu's words and stated that the object contained malice and horror. Fan De-yun approached art and became convinced that the energy of the painting was transferred to Mr. Wang's life. The head of the family bowed down before Master Gu and begged him to help him, assuring that he was ready to pay any money. The man replied that there are only 2 ways to solve problems. One of them was to stop doing business in the seafood market, and the second way out of the situation was for Wang Ling to marry Shouqi Bai. This news upset Mr. Wang, but his daughter began to panic and begged Teacher Chu to come up with something and prevent her from marrying the son of her father's competitor. The Lord of Hell took pity on the girl and came forward with a statement that Master Gu was talking nonsense. The elderly man responded with a sharp look, but did not start a conflict. But young Bai began to shout that a person like Chu Yi had no right to say such things to the heavenly master. Tianshan reassured Shu and calmly reported that teachers often did not believe in spiritual power. The trainee could barely contain his anger when he asked if Master Gu could make him believe. The man loved to demonstrate his superiority, so he happily agreed. Teacher Chu was really interested, so he allowed the performance to begin. This choice of words angered the other celestial masters, who shouted that their methods were not some kind of tricks. Mr. Xu spoke to Wang Ling's father again, reminding her that he had given her a talisman and invited Master Gu to join them. Bai reminded the head of the family that Teacher Chu had done nothing and dared to act rudely towards the master. Mr. Wang didn't know what to do and looked around at all the guests in confusion. Tianshan came to his aid and decided to put an end to the stupid disputes. The elderly man reveled in his superiority and was ready to forgive the teacher his ignorance. Suddenly, a ball of sorts flew out from Master Gu's sleeve, and an aura around it began to manifest. For ordinary people, the flying ball, which also hovered in the air above Tianshan's head, was sufficient proof. But the heavenly master did not limit himself to only this, and flew into the air on his own. His feet didn't touch the ground when he asked the intern if he was convincing enough. Master Gu's colleagues were delighted when they saw the technique for releasing spiritual energy. Mr. Wang thought that the old man was amazing, and compared to him, Chu Yi looked like an ordinary brawler. Tianshan was confident that he had made an impression, but added that he had a celestial master technique that he would not show. Shu Bai admired Master Gu's skills and did not miss his chance to cozy up to the man. After this, the young man turned to Mr. Wang and reminded him that although they were competitors, his family had always been kind to the man. The head of the family understood that Teacher Chu's behavior had set him up, but Master Gu's conditions would also ruin his business. Tianshan again reminded Mr. Wang that money cannot lift the curse, so the choice is only his. Lin was trembling with fear behind the brown-haired man's back and didn't even know what to do now. However, Teacher Chu reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and found a copper plate there. He showed it to his mentor and asked what he thought about the object in his hands. The elderly man assessed the aura of negative energy and stated that the disc could harm the owner but did not reach the artifact. Master Gu's colleagues were amazed that such a treasure was not considered an artifact. The Lord of Hell brought the copper disc to the painting and asked what would happen if he destroyed it. Tianshan hurried to cover the art with his body, wary of the negative effect on the fate of Teacher Chu. The brown-haired man Rascutio Master Gu and tried to force him to admit that he was working for the Xu family. Mr. Wang was outraged by this guess and became angry with class teacher Lin. However, the Lord of Hell urged the man to think about how the ways of solving the problem leave the competitor's family in an advantageous position. Teacher Chu promised to prove that Tianshan was lying, so the Celestial Master was forced to use his power. The elderly man was concentrating spiritual energy, promising to use his strongest technique. When everything was ready, Master Gu sent the demons of the mountains and forest to attack, and they rushed forward. For the trainee, they did not pose any danger, so he reported that he could not be defeated by children's tricks. Teacher Chu didn't even have to move to put a shield in front of him that destroyed the demons. In addition, the destructive aura caused quite severe damage to Tianshan itself. Master Gu didn't understand how the trainee managed to crush his spell in one fell swoop. The man peered carefully at the silhouette of the Lord of Darkness covered with a shield, and he suddenly realized that the man in front of him was not an ordinary teacher, but a follower of Tai Chi. Immediately after this, Tianshan could no longer resist the permissive aura and was thrown against the wall. The old man began to tremble in fear as the intern came closer and closer to him. Master Gu begged for mercy, but Teacher Chu could not forgive him for almost killing Wang Ling. The elderly man decided to use the fact that he had the Celestial Master Society behind him to intimidate his opponent. Fan Deyun intervened in the conversation, admitting Tianshan's guilt, but tried to convey to the trainee that they would all die if they harmed Master Gu. Wang Ling hurried to the teacher and admitted that although the man had gotten them into trouble, they could not go against society. The old man mentally praised himself for mentioning the heavenly masters and was already looking forward to leaving the house unharmed. However, Teacher Chu did not listen to the advice and hit the impudent man in the face. The intern proudly declared that if society dared to go against him, he would raze it to the ground. Master Gu looked at the brown-haired man helplessly, and fear enveloped every part of his soul. The Hell Lord began to strike for all the troubles that Tianshan had brought to the Wang family. The old man's face was swollen from the beatings, and he began to beg to forgive his mistakes, promising to improve. Teacher Chu left Master Gu alone, but warned that if something like this happened again, Tianshan would pay for it. The Heavenly Masters quickly left the Wang family mansion, but the Lord of Hell still informed Yun about his potential. The man was happy that his spiritual energy was noticed, because none of his colleagues paid attention to him. Fan fell to his knees and tearfully thanked Master Chu for his kind words, promising never to follow the path of evil. In gratitude, Dayun handed the brown-haired man a map of his son's restaurant, with which the teacher could eat for free. At first glance, there was nothing special about it, but Mr. Wang immediately realized that Fan was talking about the most luxurious restaurant in the province. Teacher Chu accepted the gift, while the head of the family tried to realize that he now knew one of the 3 cardholders. Mr. Shu also realized that the intern was actually an influential person, so he tried to get forgiveness. However, the Hell Lord did not pay attention to Chi Bai's pleas and destroyed the painting with a copper disc. After that, the brown-haired man allowed Mr. Wang to decide for himself what to do with his competitor, and the man kicked Bai out, breaking all ties. Lin was even more impressed with her teacher than before and hugged the amazing man with delight. The Lord of Hell was embarrassed, but reminded the girl that he was still not as cool as her other idols. But Ms. Wang Ling kissed her class teacher on the cheek and admitted that he was her #1 idol. That night, Master Gu urgently went to the estate in the outskirts of Jiujiang. The man demanded that the assistants call Master Yi to him immediately. The owner of the estate met his guest and was shocked that Tian Shan looked beaten. The angry old man told about his altercation with a teacher from high school number 3 and demanded help in taking revenge. Master Yi promised that tomorrow he would sort everything out. And he himself remembered Gu Yaotian, who had never met worthy opponents in his entire life. The next day, the Lord of Hell met with Wu Lei and they went for a walk. The young man received his salary and offered to treat Chu Yi, although he did not expect that he would choose the most expensive restaurant. Lei didn't expect to spend so much on the first day, but decided not to skimp for the one who saved his job. Suddenly, someone interrupted the friends' conversation, smugly declaring that there was no place for poor people in this restaurant. The brown-haired man turned around and saw Miss Zhou next to his new boyfriend, which he hurriedly informed the couple. The teacher was not embarrassed and continued to insist that the intern's salary was only enough for lunch at the diner. The restaurant worker came out to the new guests and asked the guys if they had a table reserved. Wu Lei scratched the back of his head awkwardly and honestly admitted that they had not reserved a seat in advance. The girl apologized and said that in this case they would have to wait outside for a while. Teacher Zhou did not face this problem and had a lot of fun when the brown-haired boy couldn't even enter the building. The Lord of Hell rummaged in his pocket to find the card that Mr. Fan gave him yesterday. He handed it to the restaurant worker and admitted that he didn't know if this thing would help her get inside. The girl took a closer look at the VIP card and couldn't believe that she kept the respected man waiting. Wu Li also recognized the item in the hands of the restaurant worker and did not understand where the brown-haired man got it from. The girl bowed to teacher Chu Yi and asked them to come in, promising that the waiter would show them to the table. Once the guys were inside, they were led past the teacher and her partner deeper into the restaurant. Miss Zhou was shocked that someone like an intern could get into the restaurant without a reservation. Her companions suggested that they should not worry about such ignoramuses and enjoy their time together. Their idyll was interrupted by a waitress who invited them to go to a lower classroom. The man did not understand how they could not be allowed into the Manhwa Hall if he had reserved a table. The girl pointed in Chu Yi's direction, informing them that those customers had taken their tables, so the couple could either change rooms or leave. This news infuriated the director of the company, Wanrong, and he began to threaten the waitress to take advantage of his position. However, the girl only waved away the insane client and invited them to leave until she called security. The principal pointed at teacher Chu Yi, trying to figure out how he could be kicked out because of 2 poor people. The waitress told the man that Mr. Chu had presented his VIP card and was a valued customer. Miss Zhou stepped back in shock as her companion fumed that the penniless teacher even had a card. The restaurant of Feng Hua's company was visited by Li Ji Yu, who cheerfully greeted his acquaintance. Qiangyang could not share his feelings and admitted that he was not allowed in after someone showed his VIP card. Teacher Zhou suggested that the pathetic Chu Yi had used a fake, and just at that moment, Wu Jing and her boyfriend recognized the brown-haired man from the club. An angry Jing rushed towards the teacher and aggressively ordered her to shut her mouth. Li Ji Yu became gloomy and admitted that he knew the Lord of Hell, advising the director not to contact him. The couple left their acquaintances behind and rushed to teacher Chu to apologize for their behavior last time. Qiangyang watched the golden youth in surprise and finally realized that he had almost offended an important person. Teacher Zhou hugged her companion and suggested that the youngster go have dinner away from the crazy youngsters. However, Director Wanrong irritably waved the girl aside and said that they were not suitable for each other. Yang went to the hall to apologize to Chu Yi to the displeased cries of the brunette. The waitress reminded that the lady should either go to the table or leave the restaurant. Miss Zhou was forced to leave, thinking that Chu Yi had once again ruined everything. Master Yi encountered the girl and saw a huge amount of hatred in her aura. The man grinned contentedly because a person with negative emotions was ideal for his plan. The Celestial Master attached a seal to Teacher Zhou's back and continued on his way. Master Yi looked at the offender Gu Tianshan and assumed that the young man had just moved to the wushu stage. Meanwhile, Changyang was actively sucking up to Teacher Chu, who asked him to forget about this incident. And Lei was delighted with how the majors treated him very politely simply because he was a friend of the trainee. The guy wanted to know how the Lord of Hell achieved this, and the brown-haired man assured him that he was simply fighting for his rights. The best friend did not get to the bottom of the truth, but admitted that he would like to be in Chu's place. The young man first said that Yang Ling might regret leaving her teacher, but then he still admitted that the girl was still too big a star. When the brown-haired man left the restaurant, it was already quite late, and he was left alone because Lei had something to do. The trainee was about to take a walk to his house when he heard Teacher Zhou calling him. There was a dark aura around the woman as she attacked him, and the young man realized that she had been cursed. Teacher Chu dodged the attack, and at that moment, 2 more puppets came out of the alley. The guys were armed and wanted to take part in the showdown, especially after they saw Miss Zhou. The Lord of Hell glanced at the 3 rivals and thought that the one controlling them was experienced and was hiding nearby. The teacher wanted to take revenge on the intern because of him she lost her job and her boyfriend. Therefore, the woman threw herself into the arms of the hooligans, allowing them to do whatever they wanted with her body. Miss Zhou turned to Teacher Chu and promised that she would tell everyone that it was his doing. The boys tore Teacher Zhou's clothes off, not really worrying about anyone seeing them. The Lord of Hell watched them, knowing that if they followed through with this, his career would be over. Teacher Chu decided that he would find the culprit and would never allow him to escape punishment. Just at this moment, Guo Pantlei appeared in the alley and ordered the hooligans to stop immediately. Brown-haired man recognized Mr. Guo's son and remembered that he was the head of public security. Master Yi looked out from his hiding place, realizing that he should finish quickly now that Pantlei had appeared. The Celestial Master could not complete the mission at this stage, because then he would not be allowed into the Jiangnan General Staff. The elderly man concentrated his power on the 3 puppets and ordered them to kill Chu Yi. Mr. Guo came to the trainee's defense and ordered the young man to quickly run away while he apprehended the criminals. One of the hooligans got close enough to Pantlei, and the policeman struck him. However, it had no effect on the puppet, but the head of public security felt as if he had hit a stone. The Lord of Hell and Mr. Guo were surrounded, and Miss Zhou fiercely promised to kill Teacher Chu. Despite the seemingly unfavorable situation, the trainee was not at all afraid of the threat. Pantlei again tried to call the young man to common sense and ordered him to run away and leave the criminals to him. But Teacher Chu had no intention of running away, and a protective aura began to appear around him. After all, the Lord of Hell was going to protect Mr. Guo from the attack of the puppets. The brown-haired man ordered the hooligans to show their true colors, and the gloomy aura began to dissipate. As soon as it was over, the human bodies fell to the ground, thanks to which Master Yi finally appeared in front of the guy. The elderly man advanced and shouted that the young man should beware of the company of heavenly masters. Mr. Guo began to foam at the mouth, and he also lost consciousness and fell to the floor. In his previous life, the Hell Lord had encountered society, so he wondered if the celestial Ling Chen had already taken over. Master Yi tensed when he realized that his opponent knew about society and thought that a celestial being would never recognize the human world. However, he needed to continue the fight, so he forced his puppets to their feet. The Heavenly Master said that he would simply make Teacher Chu suffer, but the trainee himself promised to kill the man. With one blow, the Lord of Hell again incapacitated 4 people at once. This time, the ease with which the young man did this made Master Yi freeze in fear. The older man forced himself to come to his senses so he could use his fire control technique. The burning ball flew towards the defenseless Teacher Chu, and it seemed that victory would remain with the master. However, at the last moment, the Lord of Hell put his palm in front of him and forced the flames to stop. The fire moved into the trainee's hand and softly illuminated his face with its orange glow. Master Yi couldn't believe that someone at the wushu stage was capable of possessing such power. The man objectively assessed his capabilities and realized that he was not capable of winning the battle, so he hurried to escape. But Teacher Chu was not going to let go of the Heavenly Master and sent fire to attack. The The flames slammed into the elderly man's back, causing him to scream in pain. The Lord of Hell watched what was happening with a smile and remembered that no one could escape from him. Master Yi was finished, which meant it was time to help the student at the crime scene. Teacher Chu leaned over Panley and patted the man on the face, helping him wake up. The head of public security began to look around, realizing that there was no one around. The brown-haired man advised not to deal with this matter alone and began to go home. However, in the end, he asked Mr. Guo to tell his father that he would come by soon to check the results of his studies. Panley thought about it and decided that he would talk to Dad about the strange man and then report him to the special department. Later that night, a meeting was convened among the Celestial Masters at the Jiangjiang General Headquarters. Community members were discussing an obnoxious guy who allowed one of them to be treated roughly. However, Tian Shan was sure that he was already finished and raised his glass, hoping that they would not find a burial place for the boy. Just at this moment, Master Yi returned, and the other men greeted him solemnly. Master Gu smiled contentedly at the elderly man and wanted to hear how the mission went. The man awkwardly admitted that he had failed to deal with Chu Yi, but was pleased that the trainee had failed to kill him. Master Ye was sure that next time they would deal with the brown-haired man together. But the Heavenly Master's well-being quickly deteriorated, and soon red stripes crawled across his face. Moreover, they quickly spread throughout Mr. Ye's body, causing him to scream in pain. The rest of the community didn't even have time to understand what was happening when the explosion sounded. In the place where Master Yi stood, only ashes and a message left by fire remained. Gu Tianshan looked at him in horror, and his body trembled with the understanding that the threat was sent to him. At the same time, Panley returned to his parents' house and told his parents that he was very tired. However, before leaving for his bedroom, he remembered the message from the unknown to Mo. As soon as the head of public security relayed someone else's words to his father, a happy smile appeared on the director's face. So Guo Panley stayed with Dad in the living room and told him what happened that night. Il forbade his son to report this case to the special department, so as not to cause trouble for Master Chu. Director Guo explained that the brown-haired man took a job as a regular teacher so that he would not be harassed. Panley himself understood this, but admitted that he would like people like Yi to serve the country. At the same time, the intern was meditating on his bed and felt his curse working. He hoped that the Heavenly Society would listen, but he was still going to move on to a new stage. Fang Huan's connections will help him find the necessary materials, and everyone who looked down on him will regret it. The next day, Teacher Chu went to school as if nothing had happened. Secondary school number 3 was supposed to have colleagues from their neighboring school come to check it out, but in reality they were in for a competition. The intern was just thinking about not disgracing the honor of the educational institution when a stranger stopped him. The seer warned him about a series of unfortunate events, but the Lord of Hell did not take other people's words seriously. The first thing Chu Yi did was go to the staff room to finish some things. Suddenly, a very pleasant fresh aroma reached him, and the young man closed his eyes in pleasure. When the brown-haired man opened his eyes, he discovered that he was no longer alone and was very frightened. Standing in front of Teacher Chu was Lola, who didn't miss the chance to joke about the trainee's reaction. The girl came closer and took one of the chairs, moving it to the table of the Lord of Hell. The student sat next to the class teacher and admitted that she had never met guys like him before. The student openly said that she considered Chu Yi handsome, wealthy, and stylish. The intern was not prepared for such compliments, but withstood them and asked to get to the point. Lola stood up from her seat to bring their faces closer to each other and confessed that she was in love with Chu Yi. The Lord of Hell stared in shock at the student, who was patiently waiting for an answer. The brown-haired man increased the distance between them and suggested that the student stop joking. But instead of going to class, Lola again began to approach and insist on her own. Teacher Chu tried to give her arguments why they couldn't be together, but the girl didn't see the problem. Finally, the intern had to admit that he was already in love with another person. The student wanted to see her, although she admitted that she did not think there was anyone better than her. The Lord of Hell hesitated, thinking that his girlfriend was in the kingdom of the gods and would not be able to come. However, Lola still decided that the man was lying to her and told her that they were made for each other. At that moment, there was a knock, and Tian Yu asked if there was anyone in the teacher's room. Soon she came in and met Lola, who was already heading to class. Teacher Tian was one of those who fell for the student's charm, so she was very happy to see her. And she also didn't pay any attention to the fact that behind her back the girl was sending hearts to the class teacher. As soon as Lola left, the teacher began to praise her while Chu Yi was moving away from what had happened. After a while, Tianyu remembered that she wanted to invite the intern to go to the banquet with her. When the girl said this, the young man realized that she was talking about the banquet of the Fenghua textile enterprise. Just recently, Fang Deyun called and also invited him there. But the Lord of Hell did not give a clear answer. Therefore, Teacher Chu accepted Tianyu's offer, promising that he would pick her up before the banquet. That day, the brown-haired man practiced a lot and didn't notice how he stayed up late into the night. The intern had to return home on foot and strange sounds attracted his attention. Chu Yi looked into the alley and found Qinran surrounded by guys who were actively pestering her. The Lord of Hell saw 3 guys actively pestering a defenseless girl in an alley. The brown-haired man quickly approached the group of guys and immediately pulled one of the hooligans away by the collar. Teacher Chu easily threw the first guy back and, barely containing his anger, continued to walk forward. The men retreated from Qinran to scare away the unwanted witness. However, the intern did not pay attention to other people's words, and a second later the rapists were already writhing in pain. The guy hurried to pick up his friend from the floor, hoping that everything was okay with the girl. The Lord of Hell worriedly noticed that Director Qin was not herself and was fast asleep. Teacher Chu shook the girl in a desperate attempt to wake her up, because he didn't even know where the director lived. But instead of answering his questions, Zhan rose to hug her colleague tightly. The young man resigned himself to the fact that the director would have to spend the night with him and took his friend to the apartment. Chu Yi was slightly worried about the crazy day because he had been dealing with strange behavior from girls all day. In the end, the Lord of Hell brought a blanket to Director Qin, thinking about their unexpected meeting. The director's dress was already torn, but when Zhan began to spin in her sleep, it tore completely. The intern wrapped his friend in a blanket as quickly as possible and hurried off to the bath. The guy enjoyed a cold shower and headed to the bedroom, expecting to see Qinran sleeping there. However, as soon as he entered the bedroom, the things scattered on the floor immediately caught his eye. Shocked, Chu Yi intuitively looked at the bed and found the owner of the clothes. The director took off absolutely all her things and snored calmly, barely covering herself with a blanket. Such a picture made the young man suddenly rush back into the living room, slamming the door behind him. Although Teacher Chu had just left the bathroom, he was definitely going to take another shower. Since the only bed in the Lord of Hell's apartment was occupied, the guy spent the whole night meditating. He was not always able to concentrate on spiritual practice because of the pop-up image of Qin. However, the brown-haired man coped quite well, although by 7 o'clock he decided that it was time to wake up the director. Teacher Chu hesitantly grabbed the door handle and heard noise coming from the bedroom. The brown-haired man hoped that the director had already woken up and slowly opened the door, looking inside. Zhan was really awake and even managed to find her glasses in the room. The girl sat on the bed and sincerely thanked the intern for saving her yesterday, not understanding why he was looking at her strangely. The Lord of Hell turned away and pointed at Qin's body, from which the blanket had completely fallen off by this time. The director looked down and was horrified to discover that she was not wearing a single item of clothing. Ran screamed and tried to cover herself as quickly as possible, accusing Chu Yi of harassment. The brown-haired man began to deny it and explain in a panic that there was a mistake, because he did not undress her. The Lord of Hell waited until the director got dressed and turned on the recording from the video cameras on his phone. Thus, the girl was able to see that she herself had taken off all her clothes. And then she wrapped herself in a blanket again and fell into a deep sleep while the intern wasn't even in the room. Qinran was very embarrassed by this fact and desperately covered the screen of Chu Yi's phone. The girl, as always, hid her embarrassment behind aggression, so she ordered the brown-haired man not to be a pervert and to delete the post. The Lord of Hell laughed awkwardly and made fun of the director, declaring that he felt sorry for such beautiful shots. Naturally, this angered the director even more, and she was about to run home, ordering the intern to forget about everything. Teacher Chu went to fetch a friend under the pretext that he still needed to go to school, and Qin lived not far from her. And although the director did not want company, they ended up on the street together, and the intern bought them breakfast. At first, Zhan refused to eat, but the loud rumbling of her stomach revealed the girl's condition. While seeing off his acquaintance, the Lord of Hell tried to find out if Miss Qin knew who could wish her harm. His sister's friend looked away and, in a voice full of confidence, declared that she knew nothing. However, the brown-haired man noticed that she was trying to deceive him and decided that he would help Zhan cope with her problems. The couple soon reached the principal's house, but the intern followed the girl into the apartment instead of heading to school. His sister's friend was confused, but Teacher Chu explained that he wanted at least a cup as a reward for his actions. As soon as the Lord of Hell got into the kitchen, a teddy bear caught his eye. The intern took it in his hands and mercilessly tore off the plastic nose of the unfortunate toy. Director Chin was outraged by her guest's aggressive actions and demanded an explanation. Instead of answering, the Lord of Hell broke the plastic around him and showed off a small device. Teacher Chu informed the girl about the wiretapping and admitted that this morning he noticed a servant behind them. Director Chin was scared and didn't understand how something like this could happen to her. The intern saw that the friend had a clue what was going on and tried to convince her to share this information with him. Jean gave up and said that she had discovered a special element that helps treat certain types of cancer. The girl and her father kept it a secret, but given the circumstances, someone definitely found out about Chin's discovery. Brown knew that if the Hua family succeeded in bringing the medicine to market, they would become the largest company in the country. And since gain almost always leads to war, Jean found herself in great danger. The intern advised a friend to hire a bodyguard and proposed himself for this role. However, in response, he received only a plush toy in the face and was kicked out of the apartment. Before leaving, Teacher Chu remembered that just recently the fortune teller had warned about a series of misfortunes. In fact, the young man was afraid that the medicine Qin Ran had found was of supernatural origin, and if this were true, then eventually the mineral would attract not only business competitors, but also an entire underground world. At this time, the photographer met with Mr. Chen and gave him all the photographs he had taken. The man was the one who had been keeping an eye on the director and the intern for Jun Yu this morning. The brunette looked through the pictures with interest, discovering that Jean had contacted a poor intern. But this was to Mr. Chen's advantage, since Zhao Tianming would definitely not accept this information calmly. And the blonde man was the most influential person in Jiujiang, even more influential than Fang Huan. Jun Yu decided to first go to the Fenghua banquet and try to establish relations with them. That evening, it was time for the banquet, and there were a lot of expensive cars parked outside the hotel. Teacher Chu was the only person who came to the banquet by bus. This caused the hotel workers to look at the intern with arrogance and whisper about his situation. When the Lord of Hell tried to enter, he was stopped and asked to show his invitation. The young man did not have paper confirmation, but he confidently told the workers that Fang Dayun had invited him. The guard near the entrance called the boss and said that a guy had come who claims that the boss invited him. The guard heard confirmation over the connection that the guest was indeed supposed to come. After that, the guard smiled at the main character and invited him to go inside the building. There were many guests inside the mansion. Chu heard someone call him from behind. Tanya told the guy with a smile that he had come after all. She already thought that she would be completely alone. Chu smiled at his girlfriend and said that he would never leave such a beautiful lady. Tan told the guy with fear that she had just seen Chen Junyu. Therefore, you need to be careful. A guy came up from the side. He asked the girl how she met the main character. The guest said irritably to Xiu Rong that all this was her personal business and it did not concern him. Xu approached the main character and said threateningly that he should stay away from the girl if he did not want to become disabled. Chu said in a joking voice that he himself was very sweet and everyone wanted to break off a piece of him. Xu was very angry. He continued for the guy to come out and talk separately. Chen Junhao watched everything that happened. He asked his friend, was he really kicked out of school because of the main character? Chen looked displeased at his interlocutor and said that he was a disgrace to their entire family. The guy was scared. He still wanted to somehow justify himself to his brother. A girl with red hair approached. She said that this guy is not even worth her earrings. She didn't understand why Tan Yu chose this poor fellow over Mo. She said that the guest to the banquet was most likely invited by Tan Yu herself. The guests turned around with excitement. Someone shouted that Mr. Moy had come. Someone shouted that the main character would now be in trouble. Mo was the owner of a textile enterprise. His family was a monopolist in this area. Chu was just a minor teacher. Tanya stood with a glass of wine in her hand. She asked the main character if he was involved in the resignation of Zhou Ru. Mo looked at the girl and slyly said that he would have come earlier if he had known that she was here. Tan said with a smile to her friend that she was glad to see him. She doesn't want Mo to interfere with her communication with her friend. Mo turned around and told the main character that not every person can be Tan Yu's friend. He added to the guest that if he was adequate, then he should be ashamed to leave here. Chu handed the glass to his interlocutor and explained that Tan had rejected him and he should not behave so impudently. The main character looked cheerfully at his interlocutor and said that he had changed his name. The guests at the party became very excited. One guy said in fear that it was impossible to say such words to Mr. Mo. The guy said angrily that he had previously wanted to use Zhao Tianming to get rid of the main character. But now Mo will be enough for him. Mo? I asked the main character, angry, does he know who is the boss here? He said that he left the city for a year, but everyone had suddenly forgotten their place. Mo pointed a stern finger at the girl and said that she had already managed to cuckold him, but he decided that his girlfriend's family would beg him to take her as his wife. The girl was scared. She remembered that her family wants to marry her off. I angrily called my interlocutor a dog and asked again what he said. Mo looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that today's youth are much ruder than the old people. Chu looked at the guy angrily and said that he was not welcome here and demanded that he get out. The main character thought that Mo had a very high status, and even the banquet organizers did not want to stop him. The rest of the guests came just for the bargains. Chu thought to himself that instead of providing help in difficult times, the crowd always throws stones to the person who has fallen into the well. Tan came up and told the main character that they needed to leave. She didn't want to invite him here. Mo swung his fist. He shouted that the main character had insulted him and was now going to just leave. Chu sharply swung his leg and hit his opponent with all his might. Mo was unable to defend himself in time from a powerful blow from the main character. He flew to the side. After the impact, I flew off and crashed into the wall. The guests around got scared and jumped away. Chu said with a smile that he miscalculated the blow. Bad memories came to his head. Chen said threateningly that the main character would not survive. No one in the whole city will help him after insulting him. The guy sat down to help me get to my feet. He angrily reminded that only those with a fortune in the tens of millions could attend the party. Chu fearfully realized that Chen had been the main enemy of his family in the past. The waiter came up. He asked the guest to show his income certificate. Each guest must show the size of their property. One of the guys said that people like the main character can only wave their fists. Another guest said that Chu looks like an ordinary rogue. Mo said angrily that he would order the death of the main character as soon as he left this building. Chen told his interlocutor that he was still a respected Mr. Mo. The main character remains a nobody. The waiter came up and asked the guy for a certificate of income. He threatened that otherwise Chu would have to leave the establishment. The guy said in a joyful voice that he was very pleased to look at the shame of the main character. Tan approached the guy and told him in a frightened voice that all this happened because of her. The main character put his hand on top of the girl's hand and calmed her down. Mo pointed at the guest and said threateningly that he could not produce anything, so the guy should leave here immediately. At this time, Fang Huang came in with the fighters. He angrily asked who dared to drive away his dear guest. The guests were very surprised. They couldn't believe that a fan could stand up for the main character. The waiter bowed and greeted the man. He said it was a great honor for them. The fan reminded the servant that he also did not have an invitation. He asked angrily, does the servant really want to drive him away too? The waiter, in a frightened voice, explained to his interlocutor that someone with his status could come at any time without an invitation. The fan pointed his hand at the main man and asked if someone really wants to kick out his dear guest. Fan approached the guy and said that if he had known that he would have come with him to avoid such problems. The main character said with a smile to Mr. Huang that there was one annoying fly near him. She needs to be taught a lesson. Chu pointed his hand at the guy Mo and said that he was molesting his girlfriend. He doesn't know how to solve this problem. The fan looked at the guy very angrily. He said that life had taught him nothing. The guest fearfully answered the man that he did not know that the main character was his comrade. The fan threatened the guy that he would talk to his father and said that he had not served much in the army. The man promised the main character that he would deal with the annoying guest a little later. Now he wanted to discuss something alone with Chu. The guy asked the girl if she would stay at the party or should she be sent home. Tanya showed her friend the keys and said that she was in the car, so he didn't have to worry. The main character explained to his girlfriend that he would now go away and talk to his friend. Tan couldn't understand that an ordinary guy could just hit Mo and communicate with Mr. Huang. The guest looked angrily to the side. He could not understand how Chu could be familiar with Fang Huang. He remembered how the main character in a karaoke bar was able to get away with the help of the director's reputation. The guy thought that if he had stayed last time, he would also have been able to make friends with Fang Huang. The guest realized that the main character became impudent due to the fact that Fang Huang is his main trump card. He decided to quickly deal with Chu. The main character was sitting at the table. He asked the fan, does he really want to discuss tomorrow's business now? The man told the guy that he wanted to discuss what he had assigned him. The main character asked his interlocutor with interest, are there any results? The man said in a stern voice that there was one clue, but someone hid it. The main character thought. He looked at the man with great interest. The fan told the guy that even his relatives don't know anything. He himself completely immersed himself in this matter and used all his strength. The man said that one day the woman simply disappeared. At night there was a fire and more than 100 people died. The man excitedly thought to himself that it was impossible to allow his subordinates to investigate on their own. The main character's people died in the fire. Chu thought that he should have understood from the very beginning that if his family could not find out anything, then Fang Huang could not do it either. The main character decided that in the future he would definitely repay the man for the service. Out loud, the guy told the fan that he was very sorry. The fan waved his hand and told his interlocutor that he had found out something from an old man. The main character's mother's surname was Tang. The main city remembered with great excitement that his father called his mother by the name of Xiao Hu. The fan asked the main character what he thought about his information. Chu shouted with excitement that it turned out that these were his parents. A bright glow appeared around him. The fan and his subordinate leaned back in fear. They were blinded by a bright light. Chu asked the man how many famous families in the capital he knew. The man said that the most famous families in China are Luo, Li, Long, and Tang. The fan shouted Tang's surname loudly and told the main character that they might have made a mistake. He remembered to himself that these families were influential and rich. They also belonged to the spiritual support of all of China. The main character asked in a serious voice who in China could arrange a disappearance without a trace, and who could make his family from Jiangnan suffer losses. If you add the surname Tan, then everything immediately falls into place. Chu said thoughtfully that he had no idea that he could belong to such a family. The man was surprised that an ordinary teacher became the heir to a family's business in Jiangnan, and their blood relative to the capital Tang family. The fan understood exactly why the main character is so strong. The man decided himself that he could not allow the main character to participate in tomorrow's fight. The main character smiled and said that he himself came from the Chu family and was not related to the Tang family. The man said with excitement that the Tang family is very dangerous. They can easily send a high-class master. The main character asked his interlocutor what kind of master he was talking about. At this time, a girl came in from the side. She greeted Teacher Chu. The girl introduced herself and said that she was the manager of a Fenghua company named Wang Sui. The main character told the girl in a voice to fasten her clothes. The guy took a closer look and was surprised to notice that Van had very large breasts. The man was sitting on the sofa. He said it was very hot in the room. The main character looked to the side with excitement. The guy thought to himself and realized that Fang Dayun's granddaughter was next to him. The girl asked the main character for forgiveness for the incident. She said that from today onwards they will not cooperate with the Mo family. Wang smiled at the guy and said that at the next events he should show his VIP card so that there are no problematic incidents. The main character knocked glasses with his interlocutor. He asked the girl if she was the granddaughter of Fan Dayun. The girl said that her family died. She was left alone and therefore grandfather Fan took her in. The main character slyly told the head of the fan that she is very smart for her age. The girl looked at the main character and joyfully said that he could simply call her by name. The man coughed. He decided to attract the attention of everyone present. Wang told the man that she didn't expect him to know Teacher Chu. The man asked the main character how he himself recognized Mr. Fan. The guy calmly replied that at his last meeting, Mr. Fan showed his bad character. Van was surprised to notice that the guy spoke as if he were older than her grandfather. She also noted that Fang Huang is also very careful with the guy. The girl asked the guy what made her grandfather bow to him. The main character asked his interlocutor, where can he look at the auction of antiques? I realized to myself that Fan Dayun had decided to keep the circumstances of their meeting a secret. The girl put the glass on the table. She told the guy that the appraiser would bring the antiques now. Van shouted to the appraiser in the next room to come in. The girl introduced her friends to their appraiser named Mr. Su, who has been in this business for more than 50 years. She spent a lot of money to invite him. The old man thought that what was riding in front of him was just a spoiled child from a rich family. Su opened the box, inside of which there was a jug. He said it was a piece of porcelain from the reign of the Kangxi Emperor. The main character felt very strong spiritual energy. He decided that there were still some things that the expert did not want to show. The fan looked at the artifact. He said very interestedly that good things would go for several million. Main character asked the old man to show him a few more things. Su answered the guy that he showed him the best antique things. Van was very unhappy She didn't like that the main character was so dismissive of Mr. Su. The main character calmly told the old man that he had different views on things. Su showed the main character on trays various of the most valuable samples from the auction. The main character decided to evaluate antique things. He activated his magical skills. Chu began to analyze antique samples with the help of the divine gaze. The guy saw a bowl with spiritual energy. He noted that she had a primitive appearance, but she could still be useful to him. The old man asked the guy if he was still looking at the porcelain bowl. Su said that the cup was more than 1,000 years old, but it was made very primitively. Therefore, it could not be used by the imperial family. Chu took the cup in his hands and told the old man to take a look. A bright glow appeared around the artifact. The bowl rose into the air above the guy's hand. Blue waves emanated from it. The old man said in an admiring voice that he saw a sacred vessel in front of him. The man looked with fear at the flying bowl and asked Chu, "What does he see?" The main character explained to his interlocutor that if the cup is restored and kept at hand, it can protect against illnesses. The old man and the man were very surprised. They knew very well that all rich people crave longevity. The main character told the girl that he wanted to take the cup with him. In return, she will be able to turn to him for help. Van looked at the guy with displeasure. She realized that he only wanted to give her some incomprehensible help in exchange for the ritual vessel. Su said with excitement to the girl that she shouldn't give the cup away just like that. You need to take money in return. Chu explained to his interlocutor that only he in the whole world could restore this vessel. If this is not done, then the bowl will remain an ordinary antique. Van took the phone in her hands. She said with excitement that she would call her grandfather first. Old man Qinghua was sitting in his mansion late at night. Light was falling from the building. The owner was sitting on the sofa in a meditative position. He was completely absorbed in this process. Suddenly, the phone rang sharply. The old man looked away displeasedly. The owner picked up the phone and asked his granddaughter to speak more slowly. Grandfather told the interlocutor to give the antique item to teacher Chu. The girl explained that the cup was very expensive and perhaps the guy was not worthy of it. The owner went to the window. He explained to the girl that the main character's help is more valuable than anything. The old man excitedly explained to his interlocutor that the main character is a gunsmith. The guy stood and looked at the vase in his hands. The girl turned around and looked at the main character. She decided that she would still listen to her grandfather's advice. Van answered the main character in a calm voice that from now on the cup belongs to him. Chu thanked his interlocutor and said that from now on he would be at her disposal. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. An antique bowl was flying next to him. After the flight, the bowl landed on the guy's hand. There was a bright glow around her. Chu happily thought to himself that he could quickly reach the Wu Shi stage. All this is similar to the teachings of the Wanbao sect. The main character carefully examined the artifact. He decided to check how many spells could be in the bowl. The artifact flew between the guy's hands. The main character demanded that a method of collecting energy appear in front of him. Chu noticed a dancing fire appear in front of him. Such a spell can kill a person very quickly. The main character held the artifact in his hands. He thought to himself that such a cup would be completely enough for an ordinary person. Chu looked closer and noticed that Hu Lai was standing next to him. He didn't understand what this guy was doing on the school grounds. The main character came up and put his hand on the student's shoulder. He asked why he wasn't at home. Barking in fear, I'll explain to teacher Chu that he forgot something on Friday and now he's back again. The main character turned his head to the side. He saw a girl sitting on the shore near the water. The stranger sat and looked into the water in front of her. She raised her hand up to protect herself from the sun. Barking alarmedly told the main character that he had fallen in love. Chu said dissatisfied that the young men only think about one thing. The main character warned the student that if he found out about his early relationship, he would immediately tell his father. Chu said goodbye to the guy and prepared to leave. Lai asked the teacher with interest, where was he going? The main character, without turning around, explained to the student that he was going to participate in a fight. Chu thought that it was good for him to be young. He remembered that he had once executed tens of thousands of people for the sake of one person. The main character was near the Huang Yuan high-rise building. He arrived there by taxi. Fan introduced the main character to Mr. Wei's mentor named Lu Chengfeng. Lu extended his hand to the main character and asked for forgiveness for the rudeness of his student. The main character greeted his interlocutor. He answered him that everything that was not very scary. Chu shook hands. He told Mir Chengfen that he had very powerful spiritual energy. He could already reach the middle stage of Wu Shi. Lu got worried. He felt a surge of enormous energy within himself. Chu asked the man, "Does he feel anything?" Lu told the main character with admiration that he was really strong. Chu looked at her mentor with interest. He realized that he was not angry with him because of his student's defeat. He decided to give him advice. The main character told the interlocutor that he had been through a lot. Lu can now rest. The mentor was surprised. He continued to repeat to himself that everything should be in moderation. He decided that he had learned a lot from suffering. Lu bowed to the main character and thanked him for his instruction. The fan was very surprised. He looked at the main character and realized that he was almost incredible. He just shook the hand of his interlocutor and immediately gave him instructions. Lu asked the man to take him with him along with his student. Van answered his interlocutor that there is nothing better than his support. The main character examined the estate of the martial arts master with great interest. Van looked around and said that rich people love luxury. The old man approached the guy and slyly told him that with his strength he too could acquire the same wealth. The main character turned around and said in fear that he wanted to be an ordinary teacher. I heard an unfamiliar voice behind me. The man told Mr. Lin that the guy was not worthy even of him coming to Zhujiang. The fighter with the surname Wu stood and looked angrily in front of him. Lin Haifeng stood next to him. The old man looked angrily at the man and told him not to dare insult their master. The main character said in a calm voice to Mr. Wei that freaks always get offended when a lot of attention is paid to them. The old man told the guy that his words were the pure truth and he deserved to be their teacher. Wu was very unhappy. He looked at the old man and menacingly demanded that he repeat his words. Lin walked up to the man and put his hand on his shoulder. He told him not to be angry. Lin looked at Fan angrily and reminded him of how he cut his head with a knife. He told the man that he would break his head and give him a piece of the earth for it. The man calmly looked at his interlocutor and explained to him that the deal remained the same. Lu said that he couldn't sense the goon's spiritual energy. He asked the guy what he would say. Chu said that the fighter uses a special technique to hide the energy. This is not surprising. Wei said that he would try to test his opponent's strength on himself. He will try to defeat him himself. Wu stood and held a cigarette in his hand. He told his rival angrily that Zhujiang had already exhausted his means of subsistence. The old man jumped up sharply on the spot and prepared to attack the man. Wu stood calmly and continued to smoke. Wei prepared to attack him in flight. The man swung and blocked a blow from his opponent with his hand. Wei was unable to defend himself in time. He missed a very powerful blow. Lu was able to catch the wounded soldier in time. He supported him with his hands. Lu thought with displeasure that the man was able to knock out his student with one blow. The wound turned out to be non-fatal. The main character said in a calm voice about a special type of combat exercise in the form of imitation of different animals. Wu turned sharply to the guy. He told him in a dissatisfied voice that he knew. Lin shouted to Fan with a smile that his assistants were not his opponents at all. Juan told him earlier that he could be killed today and no one would know whose fault it was. The man looked angrily at his opponent and reminded him that these words had been spoken a long time ago. Lin explained to his companion that it would be pointless to talk further. He demanded that he kill all rivals. Lu clasped his hands in a military salute and said that he was waiting for instructions. The main character stood and looked at him from the side with excitement. Wu answered menacingly that he did not need instructions, he just kills people. Lu accelerated and rushed forward at his opponent. He said they needed to see if he could kill him. The man flew up very easily above the ground. The mentor's attack flew far below. Lu was very surprised. He realized that the man had great and enormous strength. His opponent was at the soul stage. Wu suddenly appeared behind his mentor. He said in an angry voice that it was already late. The man swung his hand and hit his opponent with all his might. The fighter began to weaken after a powerful blow. He began to back away sharply. The fan was very scared. He called the master with great excitement. After the blow, Lu started bleeding from her mouth. Lin said in an angry voice that Wu in the city is considered the best master and has no equal. The man excitedly turned to the main character. Chu stood silently on the side. Lu said in a scared voice that they needed to retreat. Their last hope was Chu. Wu looked at the guy and demanded that he join him. He promised to spare him. Chu calmly looked at the man and said that there was no person on earth who could be his mentor. The man angrily told his rival that the calf was not afraid of the tiger. He is doomed to be eaten. Chu swung his hand. A bright magical glow appeared around her. The main character boldly extended his hand forward and told his opponent that he could try to hit him. Wu became wary. He looked at the guy with great fear and distrust. The man swung sharply and felt an unknown force lift him off the ground and carry him forward. Lin was very frightened of the man. Wu at this time flew into a tree with a flourish. The main character asked Fan whether he should kill his opponent or just leave him crippled. The fighter began to pass through himself after the blow. He rested his hand on the ground. Wu told the guy angrily that he belonged to the Tianfeng International Organization in Jingling. Wu threatened the main character that if he killed him, the Tianfeng organization would kill all members of his family in revenge. The man became worried. He remembered that Tianfeng is a monopolist of Jingling. The main character stood and looked at his opponent. Wu still couldn't get to his feet. Chu angrily said that he had personal scores with the Tianfeng organization. The main character remembered that in a past life his sister almost committed suicide because of one fighter. From this organization who wanted to take her away, he decided that he would not allow this now. The fan was scared. He realized that Lin could invite a martial master from the Tianfeng organization. The man realized that if Tianfeng was supported by other companies, then Huan Yuan would not be able to withstand such pressure any longer. A fan approached the main character from behind. He told him not to kill his rival, since he was very important. Wu, in an excited voice, told his opponent that if they were released, then everything should be fine in the end. Lin told the main character that he treats him well. He added that he was willing to pay Chu twice what Fang Huang paid him. The fan very angrily shouted back at Lin that he would bury him now. The main character told his rivals that if it weren't for Tianfeng, he would have killed them all. Chu looked angrily at the fighters and said that they were Tianfeng's henchmen. Wu suddenly jumped up and started running. He shouted to his accomplice to run away. Lin shouted in fear to his friend not to leave him alone in this place. The main character released blue lightning from his hand. He shouted angrily that Wu could taste the power of this artifact. The man ran very quickly through the water. He decided that no one would catch up with him. Wu suddenly felt like his body was overtaken by lightning. It began to light up little by little. Very suddenly, the fighter's body was engulfed in flames. The fire came from the flying bowl. Wu shouted loudly. His body was completely incinerated very quickly. The fan thought joyfully to himself that he had seen the real power of the artifact. Lu bowed to the main character and said that he expanded his horizons. He could now even advance to the Zhongxi stage. The cup flew back to the protagonist's hand. She held the top of her palm in the air. The main character listened to Lu's answer and decided to himself that the human horizon is very small. Lin fearfully fell to his knees in front of the main character and asked him to spare him. The fan asked the main character what they would do with another rival. Chu turned around and told Fan that he needed to buy back the shares of Lin-Hyphen's company. This will help expand the influence of the Huang Yuan in a short time. The man happily told the guy that he was completely right. He asked Lin what he thought about this. Lin began to bow in fear. He said that he agreed to everything and would sell all his shares. If his life is spared, he will never return to Zhujiang again. The main character headed to the side. He said that the job was done and he could leave. The fan looked after the guy and thought that he was the only one who could change the head of a large company. Chu I was sitting in my office at the office desk. He was completely absorbed in working on the computer. Suddenly, the main character's phone rang. He decided to pick up the phone and answer. I asked my friend what happened. The girl said that her father was beaten on the way home. Chu told his girlfriend to take care of her father. He himself promised to arrive soon. One of the workers noticed with surprise that the floor under the main character was cracked. She couldn't understand where Chu could be heading. The main character very quickly arrived at the apartment in his Chu family home. The frightened son opened the door and asked his father if everything was okay with him. The man asked the guy what he was doing here. The man realized that his sister told his brother everything. He promised his son that he would handle everything. The owner began to place plates on the table. He told the guy that he arrived in time for lunch. The main character excitedly thought that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting with their family. He missed his family very much. Chu suddenly fell to his knees. The father asked his boyfriend what happened to him. The main character promised the man that he would first find his mother, and then they would all live differently. The man reassured his son. He said that he was talking all sorts of stupid things. Everything is fine in their family anyway. Chu looked angrily at his father and demanded that he tell him what happened. The man calmly waved his hand at the guy and said that he would sort everything out. The sister worriedly told the guy that her father was beaten because of his classmate named Zhang Hongyu. Chu could not understand what relation his classmate could have to his father. He remembered to himself that since childhood, He had been at odds with Jiang, and he could harbor a grudge against him. The girl said in fear that her father had taken a position for which they wanted to place another person, so the man was framed and accused of stealing the company's money. The sister told her brother that their father was managing the company's money. During the counting, several hundred were missing, but my father was immediately fired. Chu asked, very displeasedly, why then could they beat the man? The man said that he himself was to blame and could not contain his anger. He expressed everything he wanted to Zhang and received an answer. The father told his son not to interfere. He himself will be able to find a job with his education. The man told his son that Zhang's father works as the director of a travel company and there is no need to contact them. Chu replied that he knew everything and therefore would not interfere. The main character looked at the cups on the table. He thought that his father was acting as if his mother was nearby. The main character walked along the evening street. Houses were shining everywhere and there were many passers-by. Chu came over and bought himself some food. He bought meat on a stick. The main character looked around. He realized that things about the people close to him never end. Near the construction site, a group of guys were sitting near a fire and drinking beer. One of them shouted that, "Making money is as easy as shelling pears." The guy joyfully raised the can and said that he wanted to drink because Zhang's father paid them very generously. The main character came up and told the guys in a dissatisfied voice that more than 10 years had passed, but nothing had changed. The fighter grabbed the blade. He angrily told the main character that he was his old friend. The guy held out the blade in front of him and said that now Zhang has a lot of money and a cool house. Chu remained a simple teacher. The fighter angrily told the main character that he could give his sister his legs. The main character suddenly jumped up and ran to attack his opponent. Chu swung his knee with all his might and hit his opponent in the stomach. The main character angrily shouted to his opponent that when Zhang Hongyu finds them, he won't even think about contacting him. The bandits were angry because the main character beat their leader. They surrounded the guy from all sides. Someone shouted that he needed to be killed. Scammers rushed at the main character from all sides. They held large blades in their hands. "I'm not at a loss." He quickly fought off the attackers and scattered them to the sides. The main character calmly walked towards the leader lying on the ground. The bandits lay on the ground and moaned. The fighter asked very frightenedly, "What kind of person is this in front of him?" The leader was scared but noticed how the main character approached him and looked at him menacingly. Chu put his hand on the bandit's hand and demanded that he answer his question. The main character asked the bandit, "Where does Zhang Hongyu live?" The leader screamed loudly because of the pain. The leader said in a frightened voice that Zhang lived on Western Street in house number 1. The main character looked angrily at the bandit and said that he deserved something. He picked up his chopsticks. Chu swung and launched his sticks towards the bandit at high speed. The sticks hit the bandit's feet with acceleration. The leader grabbed his leg. The leader did not understand why the guy threw sticks at him. He reminded me in fear that he had told everything. The main character angrily reminded the leader that he had beaten his father. He added that he would not allow his family to be bullied. The bandits suddenly jumped up and began to run away. Chu angrily shouted at them that he would see what they were capable of without legs. The main character threw his sticks after those who were running away. To criminals, he shouted that no one will escape. All the sticks hit the target. The fighters fell to the ground. Chu turned around and decided to go to the address. The main character arrived very quickly at the desired house of Zhang Hongyu. The boss was sitting surrounded by girlfriends. He said in a confident voice that he would restore order in this place very soon. A guy named Shen Tao told the master that he would serve him faithfully. Zhang looked at his subordinate with interest and invited him to have fun. The man showed the guy 2 girls. He grabbed their hair with his hands. Shen looked joyfully at the girls and said in a satisfied voice that he really wanted to. One of the girls was scared. She turned dissatisfied to Mr. Zhang. The man looked at the girl angrily. He asked, "Does she really want to upset him?" The girlfriends dissatisfiedly realized that they had no other choice and they could not do anything. The girls kissed each other. Shen shouted very happily. Suddenly, the man heard a strange voice from the side. He could not understand who could have come here. Shen angrily asked the stranger, how could he come here? He started calling security. Chu entered the room and told the gentleman that he should recognize his old classmate. Zhang greeted the guest with great joy. He asked the guy, does he really want to join him? The main character told the boss that he remained just as shameless. He added that he wanted to hit Zhang in the face. The gentleman told the guy that he had come to him because of an incident with his father. The main character calmly asked his boss how much his life might be worth. Shun swung his hand and threw the glass of wine onto the floor. The glass broke, and the fragments scattered in different directions. The guy displeasedly shouted to the main character that he wouldn't get away with all this. Shen said in an angry voice that the security in this house is at the level of special forces. He demanded that the main character kneel down and apologize. Chu He angrily asked my interlocutors, who would want to protect their miserable lives? The man thought suspiciously that his guest had just graduated from university military training. Zhang told the guest that he could do whatever he wanted with him. The guy will still answer according to the law. The owner threatened that he would now call and inform whoever should be that Chu was illegally on his private property. The main character was sitting in a chair. He said that he would now speak and not the owner of the house. Chu accused the guy of taking away his father's workplace and robbing him. Shen angrily asked his interlocutor how he dared to accuse him. The main character told the interlocutor that he must repay the debt. His right leg could be valued at $1 million. Shen swung his leg and prepared to hit the main character. Chu looked at his opponent very angrily and intently. He prepared to fight him off. The main character raised his finger and launched blue lightning at his opponent. Shen stopped in surprise. He didn't understand what the main character had just sent at him. Suddenly, the guy fell to the floor, dead. The girls on the sofa screamed in fear. The main character told his girlfriends that they could leave. Disassembly should not affect them. Chang pointed a frightened finger at the guy and asked what he did. The girls were heading towards the exit. The main character said in a calm voice that the price of $1 million for one leg would not be much. He added that there is also a second leg. The man got angry. He angrily demanded the guy to stop quickly. The main character reminded the interlocutor that he had previously ordered the beating of his father. Chu angrily pointed out to the boss that his cousin did not want to buy his leg at all. Shen was lying on the floor with a broken leg. He reached out to his brother and asked for help. The main character fired another beam from his hand and completely cut off Shen's leg. The main character slyly said that the Shen, in addition to his 2 legs, also has 2 arms. The guy, scared, asked his brother to give him money for Chu. The main character told the guy that he had a month to return the money to his family. Chu turned to the boss and said that now it was his turn. Zhang was very scared. The man fearfully told the main character that he was ready to give him $4 million. The main character angrily told his opponent that his life was worth more. He demanded $40 million. The man shouted in fear that $40 million was a lot. The boss remembered that he wouldn't have that much money. The main character sternly indicated to the boss that he no longer needed his limbs. Chu launched small lightning bolts, and they very quickly struck the boss's body in the arms and legs. Zhang suddenly fell to the floor. He said he couldn't feel his arms or legs. At this time, the sound of footsteps was heard. It was a guard running in with a bandage on his arm. The guard with the baton asked the boss with excitement if everything was okay with him. The owner angrily demanded the security guard to quickly call the police. Zhang looked angrily at the main character and said that now the police would deal with him and he would spend his whole life in prison. Chu angrily asked his interlocutor if he really decided that the police could stop him. Zhang was lying on the floor. He asked the guest why he was saying all this. The main character explained to the interlocutor that he was hopeless. Today, Zhang's cries are useless. Very soon, a police car with flashing lights arrived at the entrance to the mansion. The car door opened and a young girl in uniform came out. A policewoman named Zhao Jingyu shouted to her subordinates to be on guard. There was a violent criminal inside the building who had 2 hostages. The policewoman ran with a gun in her hand. She shouted at the guy to stop. Xiao stopped and took a closer look with great surprise. She recognized the man in front of her. The policewoman was surprised when she noticed the main character in front of her. Chu remembered how once before this girl served him a drink. The main character was surprised to tell Xiao Jingyu that they had not seen each other for a very long time. The policewoman hid her weapon. She told the main character that he should work as a teacher. She remembered to herself that she had once been in love with the main character. The main character looked at Zhang and said that this boss staged an attack on his father and he himself came to deal with it. The boss yelled at the police officer to grab the guy. He explained that it was Chu who had just attacked him. The woman told the main character that he should come with her to the station. She promised that he would be released if he was innocent. The main character told the policeman that he wanted to call first. Chu was sitting inside the police car. He called his father and said that he had met an old classmate and would be back late. Xiao picked up the phone and told the man that she was the main character's classmate. The man wished the girl to have a good time with the guy. The main character shouted loudly into the phone that he was hanging up now. The policewoman felt embarrassed. Chu said that his father still worries about him. Xiao told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that a lot of time had passed, but he was still having the same fun. A woman visited her son in the hospital. She told her husband that their son had been mutilated. Now they need to break through the culprit. Shen Mei Shui sat next to the man's bed. She said in a sad voice that their son would be paralyzed all his life. Zhang was lying on the bed. He said in an angry voice that Chu should burn in hell all his life. Dongfang explained to his son that his old friend worked in the police. They even have a lot of witnesses. He won't just leave it like that. A policeman brought the main character to his station late in the evening. Chu looked around the room. He said he was very interested. In the station opposite him sat two officers. The policeman told the main character in a stern voice that the matter was very serious. He asked the detainee if he had attacked Zhang and Shen. Chu said in a calm voice that he was an outstanding teacher and could not attack anyone. He said that he just wanted to visit old friends. He explained that his friends had taken their own limbs. The policeman angrily pointed his finger at the guy and asked how people could hurt themselves. Chu gaped. He said that it was late and suggested that the police should talk tomorrow. The policeman told the guy that they would take him to the restroom. Tomorrow I should be more talkative. The officer walked up to the cell and opened the door. The main character stood near the entrance. The policeman pushed the prisoner into the cell and told him to come in. The criminals looked at the guest with displeasure. The policeman removed the handcuffs from the prisoner. At this time, one of the inhabitants of the cell shouted for the main character to come to him. The criminal looked angrily at the guy and said that they were assigned to deal with the Chu. The main character looked around. He realized that he saw local thugs around him. Chu decided that he ended up in the cell because of Li Zhang Hongyu's parents. The criminal suddenly waved his hand. He shouted to the main character that he would not leave here soon. Chu extended his hand forward and calmly grabbed the bandit's hand with it. The main character twisted the criminal's arm to the side and shouted at him to fall to his knees. The criminal shouted to the guy that he was in pain and he should let him go. Chu pulled his hand back sharply. He freed the prisoner's hand completely. The main character told the inhabitants of the cell that he wanted to rest. If they don't like it, he'll fix it. Chu sat near the wall and looked thoughtfully ahead. He felt that his spiritual strength was becoming weaker. The main character thought about it and realized that he must immediately begin spiritual practice. Xiao sat at home and thought, she couldn't understand how the main character could get into such trouble. The girl lay there and remembered how she once served her friend a drink. She couldn't believe that this could happen to him. The policewoman jumped up on the bed. She decided that she should help the main character. She could no longer calmly look at Chu's torment. The girl came to work the next day. Her boss told her that she looked tired. The policewoman explained that she had come about yesterday's case. Her former classmate was arrested. She believes that the guy could not have committed such a crime. The man looked angrily at the girl and said that she had forgotten about her position. There is irrefutable evidence of the guy's guilt. Xiao opened the door and went into the next room. She decided that she should see the guy. The girl asked her colleague where the prisoner was. She wanted to interrogate him. The policeman replied to his colleague that the guy was in cell 1048. Xiao was very scared. She realized that her friend was with the thugs. The policeman explained to his interlocutor that he had nothing to do with it and that was the order. Xiu said in a confident voice that she wanted to pull her friend out of the cell and interrogate him. The policewoman approached the cell door and inserted the key into it. She opened the door. The girl, scared, asked her friend if everything was okay with him. Chu looked at his girlfriend and asked her why she came to him so early. Xiao was surprised. She noticed frightened criminals in the cell. Xiao asked the guy in a worried voice if everything was okay with him. Chu explained to his girlfriend that he was fine and was just a little hungry. He asked the girl for food. The prisoner was sitting at the table. He told the police that he wanted to make a phone call. Xiao? I asked the guy who he wants to call now. She was holding the phone in her hands. The main character picked up a glass of drink. He replied that he wanted to call his student. The main character called his friend Mr. Go and said that everything was fine with him, but he is in the police station. Xiao asked my friend in surprise, is he really talking to the head of the city now? I asked the interlocutors if they knew the Guo panel. Who is the head of the public security department? The man told the guy with a smile that there was no need to show off in front of the girl in his presence. He demanded that the detainee confess to what he had done. This should mitigate the punishment. The main character entered the interrogation room. Zhang was sitting there in a wheelchair. His parents stood nearby. The guy angrily shouted to the main character that he would be behind bars all his life. Chu looked at his interlocutor with a smile and said that he should think about it at least this time. Zhang was very angry. He looked at the main character with displeasure. The woman, very angry, extended her hand to the detainee and shouted that Chu had attacked her son and she would kill him. A policewoman appeared from the side. She covered the detainee with her body. Chu explained to the woman that her son attacked his father and took his job earlier. Zhang also humiliated his little sister. The main character explained to the woman that she now blames him for attacking her son. At this time, the telephone rang. Xiao looked carefully at the device. The girl approached the main character and said that his father called him. The main character told his father on the phone that he now has a hangover and is still with his girlfriend. Chu said he would be back soon. The man looked angrily at the guy and asked, "Did he really think that he could leave here?" The main character told Dongfan that everyone in Huangfu village knew about his affairs. At this time, an expensive car drove up to the police building. A door opened on the side. A man came out of the door and prepared to head towards the building. Kong Jun asked in an excited voice to be taken to Kaifang immediately. The main character told the police that they could ask him any questions. The officer angrily shouted at the guy that he even dared to speak to him in that tone. The policeman was very surprised when he noticed that Mr. Kun had entered the room. He wanted to explain everything to him. The main character greeted the man very joyfully and waved his hands. Kun angrily asked the police, "Where is the investigation and where is the evidence?" He was unhappy that the guy was still standing in handcuffs. The officer shouted to his subordinate to quickly remove the handcuffs from Chu. The man took the handcuffs off the guy and respectfully asked for his forgiveness. The man could not understand what kind of Mr. Guo was now in front of him. The officer turned around and explained in an angry voice that Guo was the head of the Zhujiang Public Security Bureau. The man was very surprised. He couldn't believe that such a big boss was now in front of him. The officer bowed and humiliatingly asked the protagonist for forgiveness. Zhang was very angry. He shouted to the police that they were now covering up a criminal. He promised to go to court. The main character looked at Zhang angrily. He wanted to show him something. Chu took out his phone. There were photographs of girls. He said that he wanted to prove his innocence. Xiao felt very shy. She coughed in fear. The main character showed the video to the police. It was captured how the victim developed wounds on his arms and legs on their own. The man was very surprised. He didn't understand how it was possible for Zhang to get hurt himself. The guy was holding the phone in his hands. He said he never touched the victim. Chu said that he came to a friend to remember the good old days. Zhang looked angrily at the main character and said that he was using his dirty tricks. The man demanded from those present that they believe him. Kun was unhappy. He shouted to the victim that his injuries could not have appeared out of thin air. The policeman said that the victim slandered teacher Chu. The officer promised Mr. Kun that he would transfer the matter into reliable hands. The main character looked angrily at Zhang and said that his family had come to an end. Chu pointed his finger at the man. He told Mr. Guo that he perfectly remembered the murder 10 years ago. Zhang Dongfang was involved in this crime. Kun told the police to deal with the current case, and after that, they might get the money. The officer told Police Tsai that from now on, the matter would be entirely his responsibility. Zhang told the policeman in a frightened voice that this was all an unfair accusation. The man remembered that he had previously been involved in illegal activities. The police might find out about it. Tsai answered the man that Mr. Guo and Mr. Kun should believe him. Xiao looked sideways at the main character. She thought he had become very masculine. Chu shook hands with Mr. Guo and thanked him for helping him out. At this time, the main character's phone rang. He looked carefully into the device. Chu took the phone and asked Director Qin what happened. The director shouted to the main character that he didn't show up for class today. All the students were already waiting for him. Chu thought about it and realized that he was completely tired. The guy looked carefully at the phone. The director shouted to the guy to come immediately. She threatened to cancel his practice. The main character asked the director why she was so angry. Qin shouted to the guy to run and go to work. Chu was standing near the car. Chu smiled and told the man that there was no way he could miss work. The main character entered the office and bowed to the director. He handed her a piece of paper and said that he was very ashamed that he had missed class. Chu held the paper in his hands. He said that this was his explanatory note. Qing sat and silently looked to the side. The director told the guy that his apology worked. She explained that Chu's punishment was to attend a 3-day seminar. Teacher and students from school number 1 will be there. Chu extended his hand and threw several crystals into the woman's cup. He told her confidently that he attends classes every day. His students call him the most honest teacher. Kingo was very angry and scared. She asked the guy angrily, "What did he throw in her drink?" Chu, near the door, told the woman that she didn't look good. He advised her to rest more with a smile. The main character began to run away through the door. The woman shouted after him that he was a bastard. King looked carefully into the cup. She was wondering what the guy could have put in. The main character entered the office and handed out sweets to the students. The students said that the chocolates tasted like wax. One of the students told the teacher that he could lend him money if he didn't have enough. The girl was eating chocolate and thought to herself that the price doesn't matter. The most important thing is attention and kindness. Chu was wiping the board at that time. He said in a dissatisfied voice that his students would get fat and be forced to study, since no one would be friends with them. The student thought and felt joyfully within herself that real kindness was coming from her teacher. Chu told the students that there would be an exam in 2 months. Whoever shows the first result will sit next to Lola. The students began to shout in great surprise that each of them would be first. Chu explained to the students that the teacher and students from school number 1 would soon come to them for a seminar. He asked his students to be quiet. The student explained that the director told Chu to be quieter and not his students. The main character explained to the students that he is their class teacher and the face of the whole class. He is one with the disciples. Han Jung entered the office. He told Principal Ching that he and his students wanted to join the class. The woman replied that she wanted to first ask Teacher Chu for an opinion. The man looked ahead. He thought that Chu was the main culprit behind Chen Junyu's dismissal. He decided to test the guy well. The main character asked the director, "Did the teacher from the first school notice his talent and now want to take him to his school?" Kang explained to the guy that Han had come just to listen to his lesson. The woman explained to the guy that they had already lost 3 times. They can't lose this time. Chu looked at the guest at the door and told the director that she had come to the right address. The main character turned to the guest and joyfully told him to come through. Han looked out into the corridor. He shouted to his students to come in. The main character was very surprised. He noticed a whole crowd of students walking down the corridor. The students in the class became agitated. They realized that students had come to them from a class for gifted children. Chu stood near the board. He turned around sharply and looked attentively at the students. The students sat at their desks in silence. Chu said his students finally understood the importance of the event. This is the first time he sees them all sitting so quietly. Chu told his participants that language and speech are a melody that can tear people apart to the core. Now they will start learning calligraphy. This art is the pearl of Chinese culture. The students were very surprised. They couldn't believe that their teacher was capable of such a thing. Chu realized that he had outstanding students in front of him. He must show himself well when talking about national culture. Chu picked up the chalk. He said that the hieroglyph is the embodiment of the soul. The teacher said that a real calligrapher can determine character traits and even identify human diseases based on the written hieroglyph. Han told the guy that his words were a delusion. He told the students that only scientific research could help reveal what Master Chu was talking about. The man came up and shouted to the main character to hold on. The director was standing nearby. Chu told the students that he had special abilities. He can even recognize a stranger by hieroglyph. A student named Chang Yao Shuai jumped up from his seat. He joyfully shouted that he also wanted to take part in the competition. The student joyfully approached the blackboard and began to write various hieroglyphs on it using chalk. The main character thought that the Qiao disciple usually kept silent. Shan looked at the guy. He was wondering what he would say. Chu told the student that his characters were filled with power. Energy is visible between the lines. The hieroglyphs show that the guy has recently experienced difficulties. He had to endure rejection. Tiang sat down and told the teacher that he was indeed right. The student asked his friend, "Has Lola rejected him again?" Han suggested to Teacher Chu that one of his children take part in the competition. The teacher called his student named Zheng Yang and told him to go to the blackboard. The guy went up to the board and began to confidently write hieroglyphs on it. The main character looked carefully at the student near the blackboard. He said with excitement that the guy was in trouble. Chu explained to the frightened student that he had recently quarreled with his girlfriend. The main character told the student that a girl he knew with short hair was standing in the classroom and leaning against the wall. A teacher told a strictly student that romantic relationships were not allowed at school. The frightened guy bowed to the teacher. He asked her for forgiveness. The main character turned to the teacher and said that she could write hieroglyphs. Han told the main character angrily that he was not going to play his games. The woman was heading towards the board. The teacher took chalk and wrote a short hieroglyph in the form of a line on the board. The woman looked into the audience. She thought that she had written only one hieroglyph. Now the guy won't be able to say anything. Chu looked at the board. He told the woman that her relationship with her parents was strained. She also has problems with her women's health. The woman looked angrily at the main character and told him to choose his expressions. Chu stood near the board. He asked Dr. Han, could he convince him? The guy said that in the entire Jiangnan province, he is the best at calligraphy. Han slyly told his interlocutor that he himself was one of the best calligraphers. King was surprised. She couldn't believe that the Han teacher was such an advanced Zhujiang calligrapher. The man told the woman that he didn't expect her to be so interested in calligraphy. Chu told the man that this was the first time he had heard of the top 8 calligraphers in Zhujiang. One of the students said that his father ordered a painting with hieroglyphs from the Han. It cost more than $1 million. The students were very amazed. The calligraphy's price of $1 million surprised them very much. The main character told the teacher that he could succeed. The guy thought to himself that he couldn't retreat for the sake of the school's reputation. Han said in a confident voice that he would start with the most basic writing styles. He said that now he and the students will write a Li Shanshan poem called The Guzli. The man placed in front of him a piece of white paper and a brush with ink. Han hung the piece of paper on the board and took the brush in his hands. He said that he would write now. The student said in surprise and admiration that the man deserves to be among the 8 best calligraphers. Han wrote several pieces of paper with hieroglyphs and hung them on the board. The man turned to the main character and said that now it was his turn. The main character told the students to spread 2 pieces of paper in front of him. Han asked the guy, does he really know how to write? Chu picked up 2 brushes. He thought that all this was not stupidity, but a simple saving of time. The main character very quickly began to draw hieroglyphs on pieces of paper with both hands. The students were very surprised. One of them shouted that the hieroglyphs from Chu were no worse than the hieroglyphs of the Han teacher. Someone said admiringly that the main character wrote with both hands at the same time. I waved my brushes with great inspiration and drew patterns on paper. One of the students picked up 2 sheets of white paper and showed it to everyone. The teachers and students were very amazed. They were very surprised by the calligraphy. Students from their seats began to express their strong support for Teacher Chu. The students continued to clap for the teacher. One of the students told the teacher that he had proven that nothing is possible. Kang turned around and looked at the main character. She thought he was a great fool. The woman thought to herself that the guy has been making her happy lately. Han was very angry. He looked at Chu with great hatred. The main character slyly asked the man, doesn't he really want to praise him for his wonderful writing technique? Han told the guy in a calm voice that he first needed to look at his hieroglyphs. The teacher looked carefully at the board. He analyzed the calligraphy sheets. The man noticed with surprise that the hieroglyphs on the first and second sheets were completely consistent. The main character told his opponent that he had lost. First of all, the Han lost in spirit. Chu told the man that he immediately noticed the hidden malice in his soul. The main character told the man that any calligrapher would have seen hidden selfishness in the Han characters. The man sternly said that this time he simply underestimated his opponent. He suggested to the guy that their students should compete now. Chu looked sternly at the teacher and asked, what will their students compete in? The man said that their students would test their physical strength. Girls will compete in kendo, boys will play basketball. The students were unhappy. One schoolgirl did not understand why girls should compete in kendo. The main character told the students that tomorrow there will be competitions in kendo and basketball. The man left the office dissatisfied. He decided that he would try to take revenge on the guy. One of the students said excitedly that they would be hot. The other guy replied that it would be very hot. The main character was surprised. He turned around and asked the school children, what's the problem? The woman explained to the guy that 3 more girls are needed for kendo, but even in high school, the right team does not assemble. Chu said in a dissatisfied voice that he thought his students were talented in everything. The girl told the teacher that upon admission, they abandoned this useless sport. One of the students raised her hand and said that she used to do a little Chinese fencing. Another girl raised her hand. Chu thought about it. He realized that he needed another student for the team. One of the guys said in an excited voice that Lola used to do this sport too. The director was sitting with her desk. She informed the main character that this time his class would represent all of them to school. King told the guy that she was very amazed by his victory over the best calligrapher in Zhujiang. Woman asked her interlocutor why he decided to become a simple teacher. The main character understood that he could not tell the woman everything that happened to him in his past life. King put her hand on the table. She told the guy that they shouldn't rely on victory in kendo, so they will rely on basketball. The main character told the woman that she was counting on Lola's victory. He asked how things were going with the search for a bodyguard. The woman said that in Zhejiang, bodyguards can be more dangerous than criminals. The main character told the woman that she could rely on him. King told the guy to think better about the upcoming certification. The main character answered in a dissatisfied voice that he had won, and therefore he could stay in school. King explained to the guy that the school determines the certification system. If most of the management agrees, then the guy will not have any problems with the job. The woman reminded the main character that he had already quarreled with a large number of employees. The main character sat down in his place and said in a dissatisfied voice that he did not want to indulge some bourgeoisie. The director told the guy that she could give him a ride to his area. Chu said in a dissatisfied voice that after his victory he should be provided with a taxi home for life. King told the guy angrily that he was very impudent. Chu answered his interlocutor with a smile that he was very polite. Chu, accompanied by a woman, was traveling in a car. They moved through the evening city. The main character looked at his phone. He noticed that Fang Huang called him. Chu picked up the phone and asked the man what happened. The fan asked his friend how things were going with his headmistress. He said that the Qing family company was developing a new medicine. It smells like big money. Therefore, now all eyes are directed towards the Qing. The main character abruptly interrupted the interlocutor and said that Qi is his friend. Chu hung up. He realized that now Fang Huang must know exactly what to do. The guy thought that now all the big businessmen in Jiujia had pricked up their ears. The main character told his girlfriend in an excited voice not to move. Someone was watching them. The director was very surprised and amazed. She turned to the side in fear. The driver, named Wang, told the woman not to worry and that no one was following them. The main character raised his finger up. He said in an important voice that they were being watched from the air. A small drone flew above the car and watched it closely. Van angrily shouted to his passengers that he would take them home safe and sound. The main character told the driver to slowly turn towards the suburbs. The fewer people there are, the better it will be. Van asked the guy displeasedly, why should he listen to him? The main character took out a large knife and pointed it at the driver. He very angrily told the driver not to show off if he valued his life. King looked at her companion and asked, can he be trusted at all? Chu looked at the woman and said that he was the only one she could trust now. The woman told her driver to listen to the main character. Chu thought to himself that if he had been alone, he would have figured everything out on his own long ago. He could not understand who exactly his enemies were. Chu ordered the driver that they were going to the suburbs. He shouldn't stop. The main character realized that if the enemies use a drone for surveillance, it means that they are nearby. Chu looked to the side and noticed in the car window that someone was chasing them. The main character shouted from his seat that he saw 3 black Mercedes. In general, there are about 10 people in them. Van pressed the gas and sharply turned the steering wheel to the side. The car swerved. The driver looked in the mirror with fear and said that 3 cars were chasing them. The woman was very scared. She didn't understand what was happening now. The main character told his interlocutors not to panic. The driver looked in the mirror and asked the guy if he served in the army. Chu asked the interlocutor, does he mean airwolves? Van happily realized that this was Brother Chu. The driver said that he ended up in the unit after the main character left there. The commander constantly remembered Chu. At that time, the black car turned sharply and cut off the path of the white BMW. Bandits with large blades ran out of black cars. The main character grabbed the door. He told the driver to stay in the car and protect the woman. Van shouted to the passengers that he would bide his time while they could run away. Chu told the driver that as long as the veterans were alive, the young ones would not die. The main character asked Director Qing to let her trust him. Chu got out of the car. He told the bandits cheerfully that he would now teach them a lesson. The bandit held out the blade in front of him and demanded that the woman be given to him. Chu asked the fighter angrily, does he really look like a person who will stand on ceremony with him? The bandits angrily shouted at the main character that he couldn't see who he was talking to now. They all rushed at him in unison. Chu waved his hand and with a very quick movement threw away the fighters attacking him. Chu put his foot on one of the fighters and asked the bandits who they were working for. The leader shouted to his subordinates to kill the guy. They only need a woman. The fighter swung his sword and slammed it into the ground with all his might. The main character ran very sharply to the side. After that, he grabbed the bandit by the throat with his hand. Chu raised the bandit with his hand above the ground. He sternly reminded him that he asked him a question. The main character activated his magical skills. He looked closely at the fighter. The bandit found himself surrounded by a very blinded blue light. Everything around was shining brightly. The main character thought that Lin Haifeng might be behind all this. The woman leaned out of the car in fear when she heard about Lin Haifeng. The guy held the leader in his arms. He told the director to close her eyes. King closed her eyes and said in a dissatisfied voice that the fighters saw everything. One of the bandits ran up to the main character and demanded that the guy let their boss go. A bright blue glow appeared around the protagonist's feet. It spread in all directions. The glow became very bright and there was an explosion. The bandits scattered in all directions. Lin was talking on the phone in fear. He asked his subordinate, "Was everyone really killed and what happened?" The main character approached the boss from behind. He sternly warned him that this time he would not get off so easily. Chu told the boss that he did not need to interfere in the affairs of Hua Sheng Company. He warned the man that he would kill anyone he sent. The man was very scared. He dropped the phone from his hands to the floor. After the fall, the phone fell to the floor and shattered into small fragments. The main character returned to school. He was in a very good mood. Chu happily hummed the song. He met his teacher at work. Tanya was holding a cup in her hands. She greeted her friend with a smile. The main character told his interlocutor that he had met many beautiful girls throughout his life. He added that Tanya is not just beautiful, but also with character. The girl told her interlocutor that he was also a very attractive and talented person. The man turned around and ran out of the office. He shouted that he couldn't stand it now and that he was going to feel sick. Qing approached the main character and said that they need to discuss something now. The main character asked the director what she wanted to discuss with him. Kang angrily shouted to the guy that yesterday's incident was very dangerous. The main character answered in a calm voice that there was a gang of hooligans in front of them. He dispersed them all. The guy told the director that she needs more people like Wang Bing. Ken recalled with horror yesterday's fight. She remembered large bloodstains on the road. Even Wang Bing had a look of horror on his face. The girl said thoughtfully that she had been worried about the main character all night, and the guy is indifferent today. Kang unexpectedly bowed to the surprised guy and thanked him. The director turned around and walked away. The main character asked the girl why she became so soft-bodied. The guy said that he wanted to be hired for a permanent job. Very soon, the day of the competition arrived. The main character was standing in the stadium. He couldn't understand where Lola had gone. He had told this girl about the competition before. The student asked the teacher if he really told the girl. The main character said that he wrote to the student on social networks. The student told a friend that he had confided in his girlfriend on social media. The guy answered the student that he just called the girl yesterday. The main character looked at the arena with excitement. He said the competition had begun. Students from the stands wished their friend Guo Fei good luck. Fans from the first school wished good luck to their participant named Meng Yang. Meng jumped up and swung her sword. Friends shouted to the girl to be careful. The fairy pulled out her sword in front of her for protection. She was very excited. Friends unanimously and loudly shouted from their seats to their girlfriend so that she would win. The students were very amazed. They noticed that the fairy lost very quickly. The referee blew his whistle and said sternly that the white line had lost. The man patted his hands and said that Meng Yang is getting stronger and stronger every time. Next year, this girl can win the national championship. The main character said that the fairy girl was holding the sword incorrectly in her hands. Han adjusted his glasses and said in a confident voice that victory would be theirs. The man told the teacher that there were 2 more fights ahead, so it will be easier for them to win. The referee blew the whistle and told the next participants to go out to the duel. The man told the student to try and catch her opponent off guard. You need to strike powerfully and quickly. This is the spirit of Kendo. A student named Lin Xiaomei told the main character that he should reward her with guidance. She fights for his honor. The main character demanded from the girl that she destroy the enemy. Lin looked ahead joyfully and optimistically. She told the guy that she understood him. Both participants entered the arena to compete. The judge prepared to start the fight. The judge waved his hand sharply and told the girls to begin. The tench very sharply jumped up with a running start and swung her sword. The schoolgirls began a very fierce battle among themselves in the arena. The main character was surprised to notice that his schoolgirl was very reserved and strong. He decided that Tench might have been self-taught. Chu was very happy he realized quite quietly to himself that there might be talent in his class. The schoolgirl defended herself from her rival's attack. There was no way she could go on the attack. The man shouted to the student named Bu Shu Feng to stab her opponent in the shoulder. I jumped out of my seat very abruptly. She shouted to her rival that she would crush her. The line jumped back very quickly. She defended herself from her opponent's blow. One of the guys shouted dissatisfiedly from the podium that the student acted against the rules. Han told the students that if they were unhappy with something, they could give advice to their girlfriend. The man reminded the main character of the relationship between teachers and students. Chu turned around and said that there was also a school for scoundrels in Jiangnan. The main character from the podium shouted to the student to attack her opponent in the chest. The tench swung her stick forward. She shouted that Teacher Chu can't be wrong. The man shouted to his ward to change her position and hold the sword like a whip. Lin swung her sword over her opponent. Buju managed to dodge down. The main character shouted in a bored voice to the student to attack her in the chest. The girls continued the battle. Buju began to back away to protect herself from the attack. The man angrily shouted at the student so that she should not dodge but should intercept the blow. The girls continued their fierce sword fight in the large arena. I looked around and became very worried, she thought, as if everyone was looking at her. Suddenly, the student screamed at someone to stop talking. Lin took advantage of her opponent's moment of confusion and struck her with her sword. After a powerful and strong blow, Buju fell into the arena and let go of the sword from her hands. The judge told the audience that Lin Xiaomei won the sword fight. One of the students told the teacher that he was the leader of real scoundrels. Han pointed his finger at the director and said that Chu was a vile and arrogant teacher. The main character looked angrily at the man and asked, "Does he really want to quarrel with him?" The man said in a menacing voice that their next student could not be defeated by any trick. The man turned around angrily and shouted at the student to get out. A student named Jiang Xiao appeared in the arena. She was wearing long clothes. The students were very happy. One of them shouted that a beauty had entered the arena. The main character felt the power of the student. It could only be compared to the ancient art of fencing. The main character was unhappy. He didn't understand why Lola was still not there. The guy said that the student should arrive any minute. Chu asked the guy what time it was. The student looked at his watch and said the exact time, along with the seconds. The judge sternly said that if the participant did not come in the next 30 seconds, then the third school would be disqualified. Han looked angrily at the main character and said that he lost. The main character was sitting on the podium. He asked the man why he was so sure that his student would not come. Suddenly, a terrible thought came to the guy's head. He asked the man, did they really kidnap his student? Han turned to the guy and said that school number 1 would never commit such a vile act. Jiang said that her opponent was afraid and therefore did not come to the duel. The students got angry. They angrily shouted to the girl that Lola was not afraid of her. The girl looked at the fans and said that she wanted to give them another chance. Jiang demanded that the students choose a person. He must endure several blows from her and admit defeat. The student looked at the students and asked sternly, do they agree? The guys were embarrassed. They did not want to enter the arena and continue the duel. The referee raised his hand and began the countdown to the defeat of school number 3. Yang told the students that they were just as cowards as Lola if none of them stood up to her. A girl's voice suddenly came from the side. It was Lola who arrived and said that she was here. Lola was heading towards the arena. She tore off her red ribbon as she walked. One of the students shouted joyfully that he knew Lola was coming. The schoolgirl said that she would now tie her hair and they could start fighting. The girl tied her hair with a red ribbon and strengthened it. Student approached the girl and handed her a wooden sword for battle. Lola looked at the surprised guy and said that she didn't need the sword. Chu thought to himself, happy that the student showed off even more than he did. Lola approached her opponent and greeted her. Jiang said that the battle should begin without any formalities. Lola waved her hand forward and told her rival that everything would be as she wanted. Jiang looked around in surprise. She noticed white dust around her. Golden lightning appeared around the student. They flew around her. Jiang was very surprised. She couldn't understand exactly what she was seeing in front of her now. Jiang was very weak from fright. She dropped the sword and it fell next to her. The student fell to the ground in fear and said in a tragic voice that she had lost. The audience was very surprised. They didn't understand what was happening. Jiang was sitting in the arena and a sword was lying next to her. The fans screamed angrily. They didn't understand what had happened. Someone accused Jiang Xiao of deceiving them. Han turned dissatisfied to teacher Jin and asked him what happened. Jin answered in a calm voice that their student lost the fact of defeat on her face. The student turned around and asked the main character what he wanted to say. Chu imagined a magical warrior with a sword. He explained that 40% of the art of kendo is the sword, and 60% is the art of zen. The main character explained that even if Jiang had a sharper sword, she would still lose. The spectator sat on the podium very surprised. She said that means this is how it ended. Jiang said in a sad voice that she had never lost to her peers. But today that day has come for her. Lola told her rival that she had to strictly stick to her path in order to catch up with her. Jiang explained to the schoolgirl that she could defeat her with swords, but deep down she would still realize her defeat. Lola said that in her past life she told herself that she needed to discard false ideas and become one with the sword. Jiang was silent. She listened to her rival and did not answer her. Jiang bowed obediently to the student opposite her and thanked her for her advice. The judge extended his hand and said that high school number 3 wins the third round. The fans were very happy. They received 2 out of 3 victories in the competition. Joyful guys sat near Lin's girlfriend. One of them demanded that she talk about her training. The girl said that as a child she helped her father slaughter pigs. That's how she learned to use a sword. The student happily said that if he learned to cut vegetables, he would become a martial artist. The main character said that life is knowledge and experience. Don't underestimate them. The student reminded the teacher that he had previously said that no one can compare with scoundrels. The main character asked his interlocutor, "Did he really talk about this before?" Then someone's steps were heard. It was Director Ching who entered the arena. The students all looked at her. The students looked at the woman in fear. They didn't expect her to come. King stopped and smiled. She was thinking about something cheerfully to herself. The woman turned to the guys and said that the 18th grade turned out to be great. Han looked displeasedly at the arena. He thought that this victory should have belonged to them. The captain of the basketball team confidently told the teacher that he would not let him down. The referee told the basketball competition participants to go onto the court. Students in blue uniforms appeared. The guy said that he was introducing the audience to the team from high school number 3. The students shouted very cheerfully and joyfully from their seats in support of their friends. The student asked the teacher if he wanted to wish them good luck. Chu stretched out dissatisfied on the podium. The main character told the students that if they lose with dignity, then it will be good. Chu pointed out to his student their rival basketball team. The judge told the guests that he wanted to represent the number 1 high school team for them. The students in the stands were very happy. They offered words of encouragement for the players. The main character realized that the opposing team is called geniuses. He asked what the name of their school's team was. The student and the girl stretched out a poster. They shouted joyfully that their team was called a team of aristocrats. The main character felt very constrained. He said that he is no longer a teacher to his students. The basketball player walked to the center of the court and extended his hand forward. The player turns his hand over, finger down, directly in front of his opponent. Students said in a scared voice that, "They can't win!" The main character shouted to the players that they must trample their opponents. The referee took the basketball in his hands. He said that the team that scores 30 points will win. The referee threw the ball up and told the players to start. The student joyfully jumped up and extended his hand to the basketball. The guy did not jump up much and was able to grab the ball with his hand. The player angrily asked the schoolboy if he wanted the ball for himself. The player swung his hand with the ball and hit his opponent in the face with all his might. The student grabbed his face with his hands. The referee shouted that the team was entitled to a free throw. The guy walked up to the free throw line and prepared to throw the ball into the basket. The player launched the ball, and after flying, it hit the ball straight into the hoop. The guy continued to throw the ball. He hit the ring several times. The scoreboard showed that the number 1 school team was able to score 4 points. During the game, one of the school children ran up and hit his opponent with his elbow. The referee saw the violation and awarded a free throw into the basket of the first school team. The scoreboard showed the score of the game. The first school won with 8 points. The guy angrily thought that their rivals were losing points on purpose to show their superiority. One of the players swung and launched the ball for their team leader. The schoolboy accelerated and reached out with his hand in flight towards the flying ball. Then a player from the first school ran up. He intercepted the ball very quickly. The basketball player told his opponent that he would not be able to catch the ball. The guy swung, jumped up, and launched the ball towards the basket. The ball hit the basket very accurately after a long flight. The players stood in surprise and watched the flight of the ball. The basketball player confidently scored a three-pointer. The guy said in a dissatisfied voice that their rivals were making fun of them. The main character said from the podium that he requires a little timeout. The basketball player told the coach that they had no chance and their opponents were very strong. Han came up and told the guy that they would die of boredom if the match continued at the same pace. He offered to help their students. Chu calmly explained to the man that he didn't know how to play basketball at all. Han put his hand on the main character's shoulder. He said that the man can do everything. The main character confidently answered his interlocutor that he was already in the game. The man suggested raising the stakes. He said that the loser would dance on a basketball stand, like on a pole. The main character answered the interlocutor that he agreed. He immediately suggested we start. Schoolgirls ran up to the teacher and told him not to participate in the match. One of them recalled that Han had once played on a famous basketball team. The director told the guy that he shouldn't play if he doesn't know how. Their rivals are just waiting for their shame. The main character explained to the director on the go that the man can do everything. The woman turned around angrily and looked at the guy. She didn't tell him anything. Chu threw his jacket aside. He said that the timeout was over and he needed to warm up. Han looked at the main character and said that it was time to start. Chu grabbed the ball and began to dribble it on the court. The teacher rushed to cut him off. Han was very happy. He realized that his opponent would now come to an end. The main character took the lead with the ball. Han could not understand how this was even possible. Chu very skillfully and very quickly dribbled the ball across the basketball court. He passed his opponents. The main character ran up to the hoop and threw the ball into it from above with all his might. Han looked in surprise at the game of the main character. He couldn't believe it. Chu ran up at high speed and jumped over the basketball hoop. He prepared to cast. The main character threw the ball exactly and hung himself by the ring with his hands. The judge said that the aristocratic team won with a score of 30-25 on dice. The students shouted very joyfully. They were happy because they had won. King was very surprised. She said that Chu was simply incredible. The students picked up their teacher and shouted that he was a hero for them. The director took off her glasses. She said in a satisfied voice that there were young people and students around her. Lola came up. She told the surprised director that she was also young now. King told the student that you need to show your character sometimes, but the life of a student is not at all like the life of an ordinary person. Lola turned around and said that sometimes in life there are moments when a person is powerless. The director entered the basketball court. There, the students congratulated their teacher. Han told the director that they admit defeat and they want to leave. The main character approached from the side. He asked the teachers strictly, have they really forgotten about pole dancing? Chu stood with his students. They glared angrily at their rivals. The director said in a calm voice that the competitions at school were over and the teachers could return. The Han, accompanied by their colleague, very quickly began to run away from the site. Director Chin was in his office. She stood near the table. Chu entered the office and happily greeted the director. He asked if she was there. The woman was doing calligraphy. She reminded the guy that he had already opened the door. He doesn't have to ask if she's inside. Chu straightened his tie and said in a serious voice that he wanted to get straight to the point. The main character approached the director and said that he was entitled to an award for achievements. King was shy. She asked the guy, what does he want as a reward? King slammed his hands on the table and said that he wanted to finish his probation. The director sternly answered the guy that she did not agree to his proposal. Chu told the woman that he wanted to take his class on a fall trip. Ching answered the guy that he could go after the exams within the city. The woman reminded the guy that his little sister Yoon Yoon hoped that he could return home. The main character was surprised because the headmistress knew his sister. Chu came up and leaned close to the woman. He placed his hand on her table. Chu looked at the headmistress and said that he could do anything for her, if only she wanted it. King threw the guy's hand away from her. She asked him angrily, what happened to Fang Hong? The main character extended his hand and took off the woman's glasses. He said in a surprised voice that he had never seen her without glasses. Chu told his surprised interlocutor that her eyes were the beautiful eyes of the moon. She is much more beautiful without glasses. At this time, a guy's voice was heard from the side. He said he came in. Chu and the woman became worried. They stood silently near the table. Zhao Tianming stood with a cigarette in his hands. He looked with interest at those present in the room. In the room, he told the guest that if he had arrived at the wrong time, then why was he still in the room? The director asked Zhao, why did he come to her now? The main character thought that Qin hated the guy who came to her and maybe even was afraid. Zhao angrily asked the woman, is she really upset because he interrupted her date in this office? The woman angrily told the guest that this was her office. He can't be here without her permission. The guy told director Zhang in a frightened voice that they had known each other for 20 years and had been an ideal couple since childhood. The woman demanded from her friend that he call her Qin Ran. They are not so close that he calls her so close and affectionately. Zhao narrowed his eyes slyly and told the woman that he would not argue with her. The guy told his interlocutor that he wanted to discuss their wedding date with her over a wonderful dinner. The woman sternly answered the guy that they were not suitable for each other at all. Zhao said in a joyful voice to the headmistress that he was ready to wait for her until he was 40 years old. From the side, the main character poured water on the face of the sharply alarmed guest. The main character with the bottle laughed merrily. He asked the guy for forgiveness for distracting him. Chu looked closer and noticed that the guest had a kiss mark on his neck. Zhao wiped his face with a handkerchief. Zhao said in a cheerful voice for the main character that there are a lot of rumors about him and Qin. The main character threw up his hands. He said that there are always a lot of rumors about celebrities. The employee looked into the office and asked the director to come out to her for a moment. Qin turned around and answered excitedly to her subordinate that she would come out now. Zhao threatened the guy to leave the city as soon as possible. He promised to give hell to the main character. Zhao looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that the Qin-Ran woman belongs only to him. Chu raised the bottle in front of him. He said he doesn't like threats. Zhao explained to his interlocutor that he was an ordinary person. The main character waved his hand. The interlocutor told him that he could lower it below the baseboard. Chu hit the guest in the face with all his might. The surprised guy didn't even have time to defend himself. The main character took a coil of rope from the side. He decided to tie Zhao with it. Chu tied the guy up with a rope. Zhao angrily shouted for the main character that he didn't know who he really was. Chu pulled the rope tighter. The bound prisoner demanded to be released. The main character hit the prisoner with his foot and he flew back. Chu hit the guy in the face with his hand angrily and told Zhao that he would take revenge on him right now. Chu swung his hand and hit Zhao in the face with all his might. The guy shouted angrily for the main character that he was now looking for death for himself. Chu hit the prisoner on the head with all his might. He shouted at him to be more polite. Zhao shouted to the main character in a dissatisfied voice that he would find him later and soak him in the toilet. Chu took out huge scissors. He menacingly told the guy that he could finish him off right now. Zhao squeaked in a frightened voice for the main character to stop. Chu looked angrily at the prisoner and put his foot on him. He said that he would forgive him this time. Zhao looked very displeasedly. After the departing Chu, he decided that he would definitely kill him. Zhao ran out to the gate of the building. He stood near the car and called. The guy demanded that Gao Wenxian come to him immediately. The guy wiped his face with a handkerchief. He decided to himself angrily that he would still have some good fun with Chu. The deputy dean of the third school named Gao Wenxian arrived. He asked the guy in fear, who beat him like that? He added that Zhao needed to be taken to the medical center. The beaten guy reminded Wen that he was supposed to watch the kin in this place. Wen looked very carefully at his friend and replied that he remembered everything. Wen said displeasedly that after he returned, he heard various gossip about Qin and Chu from everywhere. Zhao grabbed his friend by the throat with all his strength. The guy screamed in fear that he had done something wrong. Wen explained in fear that the gossip was being spread by students from Teacher Chu's class. Qin also recently increased the requirements for the certification of the main character. Zhao took out photographs of the director and the main character. He angrily asked the guy, "What is this then?" Wen couldn't breathe anymore. His friend was strangling his throat with all his might. Zhao began to kick his friend. He demanded that he not allow Chu to pass the certification. Wen went to the side and rubbed his neck. Zhao stood near the car angry. He decided that the Qin would definitely belong to him. The guy got behind the wheel. He realized that after Qin marries him, he will belong to the Huashan group. In a high mansion in one of the rooms, a subordinate told boss Chen that Zhao Tianming went to the third school. Chen was holding a glass of wine in his hands. He said that his little brother would finally do something good. The guy was standing near the window. He said that Zhao was involved in a conflict with Teacher Chu. They can now only watch as these two people rip each other's throats out. The subordinate told the boss that they would be in trouble if their plan was discovered. Chen said in a satisfied voice that there will be a conflict between the Guoqin and Hunyuan corporations. He himself will be able to make the most of it. The guy told his subordinate that if they were discovered, they would blame everything on one fool. The main character was sitting in his office in his place. He decided to go on a date with the beauty in the evening. Chu thought about the fact that Feng Wangshui invited him to her place in the evening. The main character waved to his girlfriend from his seat. He asked her to help him choose clothes in the evening. He had an appointment with an important person. I slyly asked my friend if he wanted to meet the girl now. The main character very confidently explained to his interlocutor that he would have a meeting with a guy. Late in the evening, the main character arrived at a building on a busy street. Chu looked around. He remembered that last time there was a fight in this place. Faye came up in a very beautiful evening dress. She greeted the main character. Chu told his girlfriend that if she went to negotiations in such an outfit, then no man would refuse her a deal. The fan winked slyly and invited her friend to go inside her nightclub. The girl grabbed her friend's hand. The guy asked her if she owned this place. Feng invited her companion to find a cozy place and talk. The main character, accompanied by a girl, moved through the club building. The main character and his girlfriend were sitting at a table in the Miley nightclub in the VIP area. A friend poured a drink. She told the guy that she opened this club with her personal savings. She said that she would soon leave the Fenghua group, and this establishment would be her refuge. Chu was surprised that girlfriend wanted to leave the company. He reminded her that the fan treats her well. Feng held a glass of wine in her hand. She said that if her grandfather had not taken her into custody, she would have left long ago. She feels like a stranger in the company. The girl said in a thoughtful voice that in words she is the director, but in reality she is just a puppet. The main character looked at his companion. She seemed very seductive and stately to him. Chu decided to act very quickly. He extended his hand and snatched the glass from his girlfriend's hands. Feng looked at her friend with excitement. The main character turned the glass over and drained it to the bottom in one gulp. Chu looked with interest at his girlfriend and asked what the name of the drink in the glass was. The fan said with a smile that she mixed the cocktail herself. She likes to extract joy from sorrow. Chu looked into the glass with great attention. He thought to himself that he himself is always like this. Chu smiled at his friend and asked her to pour him a drink. He wanted to find joy in suffering and laugh at this life. The girl suddenly grabbed the glass and began to drain it. The main character realized that girlfriend understood him. Suddenly, the fan suddenly jumped out of her seat. The main character called her in surprise. The girl walked towards the center of the hall. One of the guests said with surprise that she would now dance on a pole. The fan began to dance near the pole with great desire and passion. The people in the hall were very amazed. The main character said with a smile to his girlfriend that she was a seductress. Feng looked at her friend and said that he deserved to see her dance. The main character was daydreaming. He liked the combination of the beauty of the pole and alcohol. The girls came up from the side and asked the teacher, "Does he like it?" Chu replied that in front of him was a very beautiful and real woman. The students stood and looked at their teacher with great surprise. The main character looked in surprise at the students around him and asked how they ended up in this place. The student slyly told the guy that she saw him walking arm in arm with director Feng. The main character remembered that he is a teacher and he should not be afraid of students. Chu, in a dissatisfied voice, demanded that the students write explanatory notes. They were not allowed to come to the nightclub. The girl, in a sly voice, told her teacher that you can go to this place from the age of 16. One of the students looked to the side excitedly and said that the fan had problems. Chu turned around with excitement. An unfamiliar woman approached and hit the fan with all her might. She shouted that this girl is seducing men here. The main character picked up his girlfriend. He asked in a dissatisfied voice, "What is going on here?" The woman shouted to her interlocutor that she had very quickly found a cute friend for herself. Feng explained to the main character that the daughter of the director of Dongfang Group, named Dongfang Xin, is now standing next to her. Feng said that she had a deal with Dong's husband. After that, the man began to harass her. She can't blacklist him, that's why she avoids him. The girlfriend told the main character that she found out about her husband's relationship. Fan told strictly the main character that she would not argue with her rival now. Dongfang Group is the third largest corporation in the city. The main character looked at his girlfriend and said that he would help her. He thanked her for the wonderful dance. The girl became very emotional. She didn't even know what to say to the guy. Dong looked at the girl and threatened her that everyone might find out about her affairs. After this, Fenghua Group will definitely abandon it. The main character from the wave looked at the woman and demanded that she shut up. Chu stood and looked angrily to the side. A blue glow appeared around his body. The girls around were very amazed. One of them wanted to get to know the guy better. Chu jumped up and shouted to the woman that her face looked as if a car had driven over it. Dong was very angry because of the words of the main character. She looked at him with hatred, after which the woman called her friends. Fighter. He approached the main character and said that he was hurting fragile girls. He threatened to beat the guy up. The main character waved his hand and told the guards that they were just a bunch of sweaty men. The man became very angry. He shouted to the main character that he was completely insolent. Chu swung his hand and threw the glass into his opponent's face with all his might. The waiter came up. Chu told him that the man would pay compensation for the broken glass. The stranger grabbed his head with his hand. "She was bloodied," the man shouted to the main character, "to come to him." Chu swung and hit one of the fighters on the head with all his might with a bottle. The main character hit one of his attackers with a bottle. Chu showed the broken bottle and told his opponents not to forget to compensate for its cost. The schoolgirls were very happy. They expressed support for their teacher. Feng told the woman to leave the place. The club is her territory. She didn't want to see her anymore. The man came up and told the girl that he gave her gifts and spent a lot of money in her club. He didn't like that the fan was dancing on a pole for some guy. The ward told Mr. Zhen that a different approach was needed with such women. He explained that the man should tie up his girlfriend and take her to him. Zhen said that today he invited an important client named Wei Fu. He demanded that the subordinate treat the guest as politely as possible. The man said angrily that Wei was his debtor. He will come and help him deal with his rivals. Zheng turned around and noticed a man coming. He greeted him. Dong angrily shouted at the girl to quickly leave with her boyfriend. She promised to find people who would break Feng and Chu's legs. The main character looked angrily. He said that in her, even her breasts are brainless. A man with guards approached. He was surprised that the main character insulted Miss Dong. The man said in a confident voice that anyone who offends Miss Dong will cross his path. The woman was very happy. She told Jen in a happy voice that their companies would cooperate on some issues. Churi turned and asked his girlfriend what kind of man was standing in front of them now. Feng explained to her friend that you need to argue with this man as little as possible. The girl thought to herself that if she angered the people in the club, then the Fenghua company would definitely refuse her. The main character became worried. He realized that his girlfriend was now very worried and afraid. Chu extended his hand and placed it on the girl's head. He wanted to calm her down. The guy smiled at the girl and said that from this day on, no one would hurt her again. My friend was very surprised. She couldn't believe her friend's words. Chu told the woman that she invited a bunch of losers here to protect her. He promised that Zheng would now become cannon fodder. The man looked at the guy angrily. He asked Mr. Wei to help him now. The girl was very excited. She realized that she saw Fairy Fu in front of her. The student was very surprised. She couldn't understand how a small company could invite Wei. Dong was very happy about the arrival of the master. She decided that the couple would not just leave here today. Wei looked angrily at the guy and the girl and demanded that they break their own legs. Feng grabbed her friend with her hand. She knew she had to protect him now. Zheng angrily turned to the main character and demanded that he follow Wei's instructions. The guests in the hall were surprised. They decided that the main character was digging his own grave. Chu very abruptly approached the master and put his hand on his face. He told the old man that he had become very authoritative for other people. The guests in the hall were surprised. They didn't notice how the main character hit Mr. Wei in the face. Zhen shouted in fear that the master had taken off his glasses, so the main character will now be finished. Wei bowed obediently to the guy and said that Teacher Chu is now here in front of him. The guests were very surprised. They realized that Mr. Wei was afraid of the main character. Fen was very scared and surprised. She didn't understand what was happening. The main character demanded from the master that he settle everything here. Wei bowed obediently to the teacher and said that he would do everything. Wei swung his hand and hit the man in the face with all his might. Zheng, after a powerful blow from the martial master, flew far to the side. The man angrily reminded the master that they were friends. He explained that he himself was not to blame for anything. Wei angrily demanded that the man immediately apologize to Teacher Chu. The main character angrily told the man to quickly leave and not harass the fan anymore. Wei angrily demanded the man to leave. He kicked him with all his might. The main character approached the Dun and pointed his finger at her. He called her little sister and said that today's damage was about 1 million. The woman was very angry. She didn't like that the guy called her sister. Dun reached into her purse for her phone. She threatened that she would call her brother now. Feng shouted to the woman in fear that there was no need to stir up a scandal any further now. Dong was holding the phone in her hands. She shouted to the girl that she was very scared when she heard about her brother. Feng said angrily to herself that she could not beat a woman so as not to aggravate the conflict. At this time, a student ran up from the side and hit the woman in the face with all her might. The student sharply extended her hand and grabbed Dung by the hair. Lola held the woman by the hair with her hands. She demanded that she not act like a fool. Dong angrily shouted to her rivals that she would give them a funeral. Feng noticed the students in front of her. She asked the main character, "Is he really a teacher?" The girl ran up to the guy and said that Chu was indeed their teacher. The guy was sitting at home in the mountain villa. His sister called him and demanded that he take revenge for beating her. The owner asked the girl what exactly happened to her. Dong told me on the phone that she wanted to teach Feng a lesson today. The girl called her lover. The guy and the girl beat all her people and even herself. The guy told the interlocutor to go to the doctor and examine the wounds. He promised to take care of the rest. The owner turned on the computer and started looking for information. He found that teacher Chu was on probation at school number 3. The guy looked carefully at the information about teacher Chu and his director Chin. The next day, the director sat in her office and studied the documents. She noted that Chu didn't even write a report on this week's practice. The guy ran into the office and asked, "Is this the office of Director Chin?" The guest sat down in a chair and told the director in a stern voice that one of her teachers beat his sister yesterday. Now Chin must explain herself to Dongfang Group. The headmistress said her opinion that if they have such a teacher, she will immediately expel him. She asked the guest, "What is the name of the culprit?" The guy said that the teacher's name is Chu and he is on probation. It will be very easy to fire him. Keen was very surprised when she heard from a stranger about the main character. The woman told the guest that if Chu beat someone, it means that the girl did something very bad. The guy approached the director and said menacingly that all of this was an excuse. The woman demanded that the guest ask his sister in more detail about everything that had happened. The guest strictly asked the teacher what kind of cool teacher she has that is not afraid of the whole city. Keen looked at her interlocutor and said in response that the teacher's surname was Chu. The guy asked, with excitement, "Does Chu really belong to the family of the same name that lives in the city of Tsinghua?" The headmistress said that her teacher is the eldest grandson of Chu Huaige. The guest said with excitement that Chu Huaige's eldest grandson is Zhong Fei. He saw him often at city meetings. The girl said in response that members of the Chu family mentioned Zhong Tian. The guest realized that he was confused between the terms young master and young master. The director poured tea from the teapot into her cup. She told the interlocutor that Chu Zhongtian is a target for enemies. The real heir may be hiding in the shadows. Kane took the cup in her hands. She explained to her interlocutor that she would not protect anyone just like that. The guy told the director that he had heard about her relationship with the guy. Keen answered the interlocutor that she had a good relationship with the teacher. The guy got into the car and called his sister. Dunn demanded that he beat the main character. The brother angrily demanded from his sister that she tell him in detail about everything that happened yesterday. He was interested in the guests at the club, the girl thought. She began to talk about everything gradually and in detail. The guy was surprised. He heard that even Mr. Wei Fu bowed to the main character. The guy thought about it. He realized that Qin Zhang had a good relationship with the Chu family. This could mean that the Chu family is laying claim to the Hua Sheng group. The director sat thoughtfully in her office. She thought that if Chu found out about everything, he wouldn't blame her. At this time, a student came up and knocked on the director's door. The woman abruptly turned away from her thoughts and looked at the guest. The guy reported that teacher Chu did not come to the first lesson. He suggested calling him. The woman was very angry because the teacher did not come. She decided to call him right away. Keen dialed the main character's number. The beeps continued to ring, but the guy didn't answer her. The woman was very angry. She didn't like that her friend didn't answer the phone. Main character approached a street vendor. He asked him for some old paper for 10 yuan. The seller slyly said that he received the yellow paper from the monk. It is intended for writing spells. He is ready to sell it only for 1,000 yuan. The main character gave money from his wallet. He asked the stranger where he actually got the paper from. Chu understood that the spell paper was real. He decided to find out its true source. The seller took the money from the client's hands. He said slyly that he had bought the paper cheaply at a nearby antique shop. Chu squeezed the paper in his hands with displeasure. He walked away and thought that he had been tricked. The main character looked carefully at the paper. Its quality was better than that of the underground workers. He didn't like the size of the paper. He wanted to find more. One of the guests at the market shouted that Master Zhuge had arrived and all people should hurry up. The old man shouted in fear that he could not run fast. The main character approached a passerby from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked what was going on. The old man said that Master Zhuge had arrived and was selling spells. His spells can banish evil spirits and bring good luck. The master stood at the table and said that the auction was beginning. There were a lot of people around him. The man said that it took him half a year to make these 5 spells. The main character thought to himself that there must be some effect in the seller's spells. He understood why a large crowd had gathered around. Jay pulled the blanket off the table. He said that he was ready to sell his spells for 100,000. The main character was very unhappy. He didn't want to give away 100,000 for nothing. A stranger approached from the side. She told the guy that if he doesn't have money, he shouldn't come here. The main character grabbed his nose. He smelled a very pungent odor from the girl. The guy couldn't resist. He sneezed very loudly and forcefully to the side. Chu sneezed to the side straight at the stranger. The girl was frightened and could not move. The stranger angrily told the guy that her clothes cost 18,000. She demanded that Chu apologize and compensate everything for her. The main character told the girl that she had a lot of makeup on her face. That's why he sneezed so hard. He demanded compensation from the stranger for moral damage. The girl was very angry. She looked at the guy angrily and didn't know what to say to him in response. Another stranger approached. She told her friend named Zhu Xiao not to make scandals. She explained that the passerby did not sneeze on purpose. Xiao ran up to her friend Shir and told her with excitement that the guy did all this on purpose and is now making fun of her. Chu looked at the girl in surprise and said that she had a very poetic name. Xiao angrily pointed her finger at the main character and said that he was also showing off. The main character thought dissatisfied to himself that he needed to change his clothes next time. Shai explained to the guy that her friend had a slightly poisonous tongue, but her heart was kind. Shai explained that she and her friend came to this place to find medicine to cure her grandfather. Xiao told her interlocutor that Master Zhu Ge is a professional. His spell can bring Grandpa back to his feet. The man continued the auction. The bet on 5 spells reached 1 million. The client raised her hand. She offered a bid of 2 million and explained that she needed these spells. The main character was surprised. He couldn't believe that 2 girls could be so rich. One of the clients said that he was ready to bet 3 million on GE spells. She decided to continue bidding. She bet 4 million. The stranger said he was giving it 4.5. The girl replied that she was betting 5 million. The people around her were very surprised. The main character activated his super reading. He began to carefully study the stranger. Chu noticed with surprise that the girl had a hereditary disease. It wasn't that simple. The main character told the girl that there was a fake man standing next to them. He explained that the spell would not cure her grandfather. The old man has a hereditary disease. She was very surprised that the guy found out about her family illness. Gie told the main character that all his spells are worth the money. The main character said that his spells would definitely not be useful to the 2 girls. Chu pointed his hand to the side at the stranger and said that he had already bought himself spells for 6 million. The seller once told the guy that he influenced the deal. He announced new auctions. G picked up a piece of paper with a magic spell. Purple smoke came out of it. The seller cursed the guy. He warned him angrily not to walk on the street at night. The main character smiled at the seller and said that he himself was also a fortune teller. He added that Yu would also have trouble today. The man said in a confident voice that he was in good health and had excellent luck. The main character ran up to the seller. He explained that a man must definitely have trouble. Guy was holding a card with a spell in his hands. Purple smoke came from it. The man swung his arm and shouted at the guy to get out of here. People around were surprised. One of them said that Guy is a Superman. Another passerby could not understand what kind of guy dared to attack the master. Chu ran up to the frightened seller and grabbed his clothes with his hand. The main character hit the seller with all his might. He shouted that Gay had cast a curse on him in retaliation for his exposure. The man was wounded. He covered his face with his hand. Blood stains appeared around. The main character explained to his interlocutor that this is exactly what he meant when he warned him about the impending disaster. He was very scared. He realized that he had met a master and now he needed to escape. The main character looked at the table and noticed that there were still 3 yellow papers from the spirit world left there. The master was running away at that time. The passerby looked and noticed with great surprise that Gay had run away. She approached the main character and asked what he meant when he talked about a family illness. Chu turned around and explained to his interlocutor that there was a specific disease in her family. The girl looked at the guy with excitement and asked if he could cure the disease. The main character explained that the disease can be cured, but he cannot cope with it himself. Shai got very worried. She wanted to stop the guy and ask him to help her. The main character felt perfectly well that the girl in the family had not a disease, but a curse. Such curses are most often high level. His abilities might not be enough to get rid of him. She promised the main character that she was ready to give him at least 100 million. Chu turned to the girl and said that there must be people in the world who will help her. The main character turned around and began to leave. He realized that now there would be close attention to his personality. Chu thought that even if he restored the abilities of the Lord of Hell, he would not be able to save all the people in the world. The director was now sitting in her office and carefully studying the documents at the table. The main character ran in with a smile and asked the director if she was looking for him. The woman sternly asked the guy what happened between him and Zhao Tianming. The main character told the teacher that he became friends with Zhao at the first meeting, and they had a good conversation. The director's wife asked the guy, where could bloody footprints and a torn rope come from on the floor? The main character excitedly explained to his interlocutor that he himself is a real straight man. The woman told the guy that Zhao was very dangerous. She asked the guy if his position was recognized in his own family. The main character answered in a calm voice that his opponent could not defeat him in a fight. The woman explained in a dissatisfied voice that Zhao could take revenge on the main character with a weapon. The guy got worried. He realized that with his abilities he would not be able to stop the bullet. The day came when the main character was given a salary. He earned 1,500 yuan. In life he has several million, but he's happy for the slight increase. The main character sat and looked at the phone with great attention. He was really looking forward to the arrival of his salary. Tanya came up and told the guy that her salary had already arrived a long time ago. She suggested that Chu go to the accounting department and find out everything. The main character went to the accounting department and decided to find out about the salary. Teacher Chen Kai sat at the table and read the newspaper with great attention. He explained to the guy that his salary had been completely deducted. The main character angrily asked the man, why was his salary deducted? Kai reminded the employee that he had not shown up for many classes this month. The owners of the school and Gao Wen signed a decree depriving Chu of his salary. The main character said with excitement that he only missed 2 lessons. He said that he always asked Director Chin for leave. Kai explained that the director must also follow the rules. Schools can deduct from 200 to 500 yuan from a teacher for a missed lesson. The main character asked the man, is his revenge connected with Chen Junyu? The man suddenly jumped up from his seat. He reminded the guy that he was still on probation. The main character headed towards the exit. He decided not to stir up a scandal. He needed the 18th group to graduate from school under his leadership. The teacher looked after the main character and realized that he would not be able to stop this guy. After classes, Chu was sitting at home in a rented apartment near the table on the sofa. Chu was holding a piece of paper and a brush in his hands. He decided to write a spell for a small poisonous spirit. He decided to take revenge on the master for challenging him. The main character began to write, small poisonous spirit is the simplest spell. After writing, the guy thought that he had wasted a lot of time. At this rate, he'll only be able to cast 1 spell. The next day at school in the cafeteria, the main character began to implement his plan. Main character walked up to Teacher Chen and hit him from behind with his hand. He asked, did he really come for lunch too? Kai was very angry because the guy hit him on the back. He didn't notice the piece of paper with the spell on the back of his shirt. The man continued to sit and consume food. He thought to himself that he was now discussing a business worth hundreds of millions of yuan. The man could not understand why the deputy dean of Gao ordered him to interfere with the main character's life. At this time, Kai's hand began to shake very violently. He dropped the phone in the food. The man did not understand what was happening to him. His hands no longer obeyed him. The teacher could not stand on his feet. He slipped and began to fall to the floor. Kai slipped and fell. He tried to hold on and caught the bowls on the table with his hands. The man was lying on the floor. Everything around was littered with leftover food. Another teacher was walking nearby with food on a tray. Kai waved his hand to the side. He caught his colleague and he began to fall. The man fearfully asked the teacher for forgiveness. Kai was covered in food. The worker slipped on the floor and began to fall forward onto the teacher. Kai didn't have time to dodge anywhere. The fat colleague began to fall on him. The man fell on the teacher with all his might. There was a loud noise from above. Tan sat and said in a joyful voice that she was about to die of laughter. Chu sat on a chair and silently looked ahead. The main character looked joyfully to the side. He knew that the spell could still last 12 hours. The main character entered the teacher's room. He heard that the workers only discussed accidents with Kai. Chu happily thought that he had taken revenge on the teacher for daring to take away his salary. At this time, all school employees' phones began to beep. Chu realized that this was a notification in a group conversation. The worker read the message with great interest and realized that it was true. Tan joyfully ran up to the main character and said that he had just been promoted. It turned out that Chen was stealing money from the budget and he had already been fired. The main character will be an athlete. Chu said in a satisfied voice that now he will also be a physical teacher. Tan congratulated her friend. He has now become a full-fledged teacher. The main character received a message from the director. He read it carefully. The director wrote to the teacher that his group should be among the top 5 in the exams. Otherwise, half of the annual bonus will be deducted from Chu. Kai left the school building dissatisfied. He remembered to himself that he still had tens of millions lying at home. The teacher decided to call his father now to punish his enemies. Kai looked at the phone with great attention. He noticed something very suspicious there. A man saw how someone sent his chat history to all his competitors. Kai noticed with horror how he received an incoming call from his father on his phone. The father shouted to his son that he had sent all the secret information to his competitors. Competitors contacted the police because of the data received. Now their company's right to enter the market has been taken away. Kai and his colleague at school were very surprised. They did not understand how this could be possible. The man could not understand why Kai was fired, and the main character was promoted. He thought that if Zhao found out about this, he would cut him. The teacher thought. He realized that now the relationship between the Chu and Chen families would be even worse. He realized that he needed to unite with the Chen family. A business meeting was taking place in the capital restaurant. The men were playing at the table. The interlocutor told a friend named Chan Hong that he plays checkers very well. He now began to quickly beat him. Semi-mentor Chan Hong explained that the world is changing. He explained that the man had very bad karma and was not experiencing any improvement. Major General and creator of Wangtian, named Liang Shanjun, told the old man that he was an ass. He didn't like that the interlocutor began to speak slowly and culturedly. He remembered that Chan in his youth constantly cursed, fought, and drank. The old man broke the glass with all his might and shouted to the man not to call him an old donkey. Liang calmed down. He said that human life has its own order. The old man was already able to ideally master checkers. The man asked his interlocutor how long he had left to live. The old man answered his friend that if he had an attack again next time, it would mean that his life was over. The man said that he still had a month. He did not want his relatives to suffer because of the events of the past. Liang demanded that the old man find a way to suppress the curse after his death. The old man said that he was telling fortunes yesterday and saw that there was untapped talent in the city of Jiujian. Chan extended his hand to the turtle shell on the table. He said that the stranger might find a way to cure the curse of the Liang family. The principal told the main character that 2 new students have been added to his class. The girl Liang Shi came to class, and with her the guy Chen Ju. The main character looked at the newcomers. He did not understand where the director could find such 2 school children. The girl bowed to the teacher and said that from that day on she would be his student. The girl greeted the students and said her name Liang. She hoped for their warm welcome. The guy said he liked the girl's name. The other students were happy too. The student said that his name was Chen Ju and he was Liang's half-brother. The guy warned sternly that he didn't need friends. He also demanded that no one pester his little sister. The student warned that he could leave classes whenever he wanted. The teacher and the students were surprised. They looked at the newcomer with great interest. Chen told the school children that they were dressed like devils. He had no idea that poor people lived in this city. The student realized that the major would now study with them. The schoolgirls replied that the newcomer had an expensive limited edition designer pendant. The main character told the student that he could go out right now. Chen decided that it was the teacher who deceived his little sister so that she would enter this school. He repeated that he could always leave class whenever he wanted. At this time, there was a noise. A new girl entered the classroom. Lola said that she didn't expect it to be so busy today. Chen was very happy when he saw this girl next to him. He knew that she was the dream girl of many guys from the capital. The student came in and noticed her old acquaintances had already entered the classroom. Liang answered her interlocutor that they had not seen each other for a long time. She was surprised that the famous daughter of the Luo family was studying in this place. Chen changed his behavior very sharply. He told the school children that he was very friendly and wanted to make friends. He said that you can contact him with any questions. The school children were surprised. They decided that their newcomer was even more shameless than their Chu teacher. The main character was sitting in his office. He asked the newcomers with interest, why did they transfer to him? Liang explained in a sad voice that she had no other choice. This was the only way to save their family. The main character told the girl that in a year he would come to the capital to treat this disease. The guy thought to himself that in a year he would have all the necessary skills to extract curses. He will no longer be afraid of anything. The schoolgirl said in a frightened voice that her grandfather would no longer be able to hold out for a whole year. Chu reminded his interlocutor that everything could be a great risk to life. Chen reminded the teacher that a schoolgirl asked him for help, but he refused her. The guy told his girlfriend that they needed to leave. He didn't want to waste time with her in this place. The main character told the schoolboy that he could leave. He noticed that the guy showed no signs of being cursed. This means that it was not inherited. Chen turned around and angrily told the teacher that he could hit him. Liang was very scared. She shouted to her companion to stop. The guy started waving his arms. He shouted that he had a black belt in Taekwondo. His opponents cannot withstand his blow. A frightened girl stood nearby. The main character was amused that the student had a black belt. He calmly watched his blow. Chu swung his arm and knocked the guy aside with all his strength. He shouted for Chen to leave quickly. The student, after being hit by the teacher, flew into the corridor at high speed and hit the wall. The girl explained to the teacher that her brother had been protecting and loving her since childhood. Unexpectedly, the student felt very bad. She began to fall to the floor. The main character jumped to his feet in fear. He rushed to help the student. The guy saw a purple demon appear over the girl's body. The main character realized that the curse of the bloody sacrifice was hovering over the schoolgirl. Chu said to himself that he had previously thought that it was an ordinary curse. Someone under his nose decided to use very dirty tricks. The main character pointed his hands forward and began to activate the Taiji technique to destroy the evil spirits. A bright explosion was heard above the girl's head. The purple demon scattered. The schoolgirl looked at the teacher and said that she already felt better. She asked Chu if he was able to cast out the curse. The main character said that he suppressed the curse. It will manifest itself in a month. The source of the disease is in the grandfather's body. Chu explained to the schoolgirl that her grandfather would not be able to live for more than a month. Liang was very scared. The girl fell to her knees and told the teacher that he must save their family. The main character realized that the schoolgirl would even bow at his feet to save her grandfather. He decided to help her. The main character told his interlocutor that he would try to cure her grandfather. Liang joyfully told the guy that she was even ready to give up her family's property for him. The guy explained to the girl that he would help her, but not for the sake of money and connections. He will help her because she is his student. The schoolgirl was surprised. She couldn't believe that the teacher would help her just because she was his student. Liang bowed and promised the guy that she would bring her grandfather to him as soon as possible. The guy was sitting on the ground in the corridor. He did not understand how the teacher could hit him. He kept remembering his black belt in Taekwondo. The girl came out and told her friend that he was sitting in front of the office and meditating. The guy turned around and told Lola with embarrassment that he had not yet expected that she would remember his name. Lola told her interlocutor that she remembers all the famous people from the capital. The girl told the guy that this was an important skill for her. In the future, it should not leave any chance to competitors. Chen felt defeated. The guy asked his girlfriend with interest why she studies in such a place. Lola said that this place is not bad for her at all. Next to her is the person she loves. Chen asked the girl with great excitement who her favorite person was. Lola said that she likes the main character not only as a teacher, but also as a man. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't understand how a girl could lay eyes on an ordinary teacher. An important meeting was taking place in the Meishan estate. The son came to his father. The man said angrily that he had arrived in Jujiang and the appearance of the city had changed. A son named Liang Bo Chao asked his father, why did he take him with him? Could this place really be of any use to them? The man said that today he agreed to meet with anonymous masters. They should come soon, to himself. He thought that he might see a man who is called the Golden Dragon because of his talents. The main character was sleeping in his apartment at home. Liang Shi-ir called him this morning. The main character suddenly jumped up on the bed. The girl told him that her grandfather had already arrived in the city. She stands near the entrance to his house and asked him to open the door. The guy was very sleepy. He ran to the door and opened it to see the girl. Liang stood near the entrance. She waved very happily to her teacher. The main character abruptly slammed the door in the girl's face. She was very surprised. Very soon, the guy came out in a suit and said that we could go. The girl told the teacher that he was funny. The guy and his companion approached the building. The girl told him that in front of him was her grandfather's old house. He hasn't come here for many years. The man asked Mr. Lo what he thought about his illness. They sat together at the table. Law told the patient that he did not see any illness in him. He did not find any strange phenomena in Leon's body. A master named Wu San told his colleague that he could not see anything because the man had a curse in his body. It has already begun to be passed on to the grandchildren. If the curse is not treated, it can destroy the entire family. The man told the master named Wu that he would pay him 1 billion yuan for the cure. Luo thought joyfully to himself that the amount of 1 billion shows the scope of the Wangtian International Company. He slyly told the patient that he himself might be in danger during the extraction. He demanded 10 billion. Lo shouted from his place to the master that he was asking for a very large sum. Yu shouted to his colleague that he had not asked his opinion. He didn't like that Law decided to interfere with his earnings. Law looked displeased at his colleague. He didn't understand how there could be such scum among the cultivators. The guy told the foreman that he had gone too far with his amount. He thought that 10 billion was a lot even for an international company. He slyly told the patient that money can always be earned, but after death nothing can be done. The curse could destroy the entire Liang family. The man sat dissatisfied on the sofa. The guy said in a frightened voice that it was all true. The patient told Master Wu that for the sake of his family he would not spare 10 billion. He agreed to the deal. The cultivator told the patient to sit up straight and hold his breath. He must remain aware even if he is in pain. He extended his hands to the patient. He began to remove the curse from him. The man felt very strong pain. He felt strong screams in his soul. Bo Chao was very surprised. He couldn't believe that he saw that same curse in front of him. The man looked joyfully at himself and said that he felt better. His curse was gone. The man happily thanked the master and reminded the patient to pay him 10 billion yuan. The main character came up from the side and said that the master had made himself a fortune through deception. Luo realized that teacher Chu was next to him. The girl introduced her teacher and master named Chu to her parent and grandfather. The man angrily asked the girl, why did she bring the guy? He reminded that Master Wu had already cast out the curse. The owner told the guest that he would call a driver for him to take him back home. He angrily told the teacher to go and read his books. He added that out of respect for Mr. Liang, he would not question Chu for his words. Lo swung sharply and hit the master with his hand. He shouted that he was talking very rudely to teacher Chu. After a very strong blow, the cultivator flew to the side and fell onto the sofa. Those present were very surprised. Lo stood and looked angrily at the lying master. Lo bowed to the main character and greeted him. He didn't expect to see the guy here. Liang could not understand why the master bowed to the young teacher. At this time, he jumped up sharply. He demanded that he immediately explain to him the reasons for the attack on him. Lo continued to bow to the hero and say that he honors him. He stood behind and demanded an answer. The main character told the interlocutor that they were of the same generation and there was no need for politeness. Yu was dissatisfied. He didn't understand where teacher Chu came from. Because of this guy, even Luo didn't want to fight him. The master thought for a while and realized that the Chu family came from the capital. Luo was scared of the people behind teacher Chu. Chu looked slyly at his colleague and said that the man with the nickname Unbending began to be afraid of some authorities. Lo was very angry. He turned around and looked displeasedly at his colleague. Wu looked at the main character and said that he knows what forces are behind him. He suggested that the guy fix the situation before he got into trouble for himself. The main character told how to spell the hieroglyph deceiver. He explained that such a hieroglyph is written in such a way that the deceiver will sooner or later be crushed by a horse. He pointed at the guy and demanded that he provide evidence of his deception. The main character said that he would show everything now. He extended his hand and greeted Mr. Lian. Chu explained that a heavy curse called blood sacrifice hangs over the patient. I was very surprised. He realized that the guy was able to recognize the bloody sacrifice. The main character calmly explained that Master Wu had just used the method of suppression, but not expulsion. So the curse may return soon, and then it will be too late. The master said that his method helped the patient alleviate suffering. Mr. Liang is freed from torment and can calmly leave. The main character said that you can save the patient's life and not let him leave quietly. The guy told the main character that if he could expel the curse, they would give him 10 billion. Chu said he didn't need 10 billion. 1 yuan is enough for him. The main character put his hand in his pocket and took out magic paper from there. Chu explained that outsiders should move away from Mr. Liang. Those present should not be afraid, no matter what they see now. The main character stood in the center of the room with pieces of paper with spells in his hands. Burning letters flew around him. The man looked with fear at the burning hieroglyphs. He did not understand what it was in front of him. After this, a huge purple demon began to emerge from the patient above him. He shouted displeasedly to the main character that the guy would now anger the demon and he would kill them all. The main character raised his hand up. He said that it is still difficult for him to use techniques at the level of mentors. Chu activated a skill called 7-star step. He said joyfully that the demon could not harm him. In northern Europe, in a deserted and snowy place, there was a small hut. The warrior said in a dissatisfied voice that the Liang commander dared to resist and activated his curse. He was surprised that in China there was a man who wanted to compete with him. The main character waved his hand. He used pacification against the dangerous demon. The purple monster felt himself being attacked from behind. He decided to turn around. The demon turned around and looked at the main character. Chu told the monster that he had great energy and strength. The demon was very surprised that some young man decided to ruin his plans. Lo was very amazed that the monster could even talk. The main character told his surprised student that in the future he would also be able to equip him with this technique. The demon told the guy that he only had the level of a martial artist. The man merely suppressed his curse, not destroyed it. The monster demanded that the guy fix it. The main character took out a piece of paper with a curse from his pocket and demanded that the demon come to him personally. Chu continued to make manipulations in the pentagram. He said that the monster just relies on a curse and possesses people. The main character swung and sent the dangerous demon to hell with the help of magic. The monster got very angry. He asked the man who he was and how he dared to resist him. The main character said that his name is Han Zheng from Jiujian City. He demanded that the demon come to him. The monster answered the man that he remembered his name. The people around were very surprised. They could not understand what Han Zheng could do that made the main character call himself by his name. The main character told the man that he had banished the curse from him. His family should be relieved now. Liang said in a joyful voice that he felt as if all his strength had returned to him. The man said that the curse had indeed disappeared. The girl hugged her father and said that she could now live a normal life. The patient shook hands with the main character and thanked him for saving him. The master was very dissatisfied. He didn't like that the guy was able to break the curse in the presence of witnesses. He decided to take revenge. He turned around and headed towards the exit. He decided that he could take revenge on the Chu family a little later. The main character approached the master from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked where he was going to go. Lo grabbed the master and held him by the clothes. The main character said that Commander Liang and Mr. Liang should help him solve one issue. He turned around and looked at the main character with a very hateful look, fell to his knees. He asked the teacher for forgiveness. He didn't believe in the protagonist's abilities. The master pulled out a secret knife in his sleeve and shouted to the guy that he would kill him now. The main character grabbed the weapon with his own hands. He said slyly that he could not be killed so easily. The master realized that he could not attack the guy any further. He decided to take someone hostage. The master ran and extended his hand to the frightened girl. He wanted to grab her. The main character took out the cup and used a skill called the fire sword against him. The main character shouted to his girlfriend to quickly duck down. I felt a very strong blow from behind. He was suddenly swept away from his place. The man fell to the floor after a powerful blow. The main character approached him from behind with a bowl in his hand. He turned to the guy in fear and said that he was giving up and asked for mercy. The main character asked his girlfriend to close her eyes. She might not like the spectacle. Liang decided to listen to her friend. She closed her eyes with all her might. The main character between his hands and shouted to the master that he was using very cruel cultivation techniques. Many people could have died at his hands. Today, because of Wu's deception, the entire Liang clan could perish. Chu spread his hands to the side. He shouted that the master was about to burn. The cultivator's body was engulfed in flames. He screamed very loudly. The girl asked the teacher if she could open her eyes now. The guy told her that she could open it. Liang looked in front of her in surprise and noticed only a pile of ashes on the floor. She realized that the cultivator had evaporated. The man invited the main character to go into the hall and talk. He thanked him for saving his family. Law said goodbye to his interlocutors and said that he was forced to deviate. The man told the main character that they don't even know how to thank him. He asked the guy if he liked this manner. The guy was very worried about his father's proposal. He turned to him in fear. The man said that they were in one of the best estates in the city. The main character must like her. The guy said with fear that this house is not good enough for gratitude for a great feat. The main character answered with a smile that he liked this house. He realized that if he refused the family, they would feel awkward. The man told the main character that he was a very selfless person. The owner said that a very good friend would come to see him today. This acquaintance predicted to him that he would have big problems today. That's why he came straight from the capital. The guy asked the owner how he was able to catch the curse. He told the man that his enemy might put a curse on him again. The man got angry and slammed his hand on the table with all his might. He shouted that the enemy would no longer dare to do anything against him. The man said that he had a famous mentor in China named Chen Zhangtian, who would protect him. Also his friend, who is a semi-mentor, will come to him now. The main character was surprised to tell the owner that a foreigner had placed the curse on him. The man said that the curse was imposed on him by an international mercenary with the call sign Scar. The owner said that he met his enemy back when he commanded a Chinese detachment. The Scar fled to Northern Europe and will now remain there. The main character answered the interlocutor that he understood him. The guy thought to himself that in a year he would become much stronger. At that time, an old man appeared. He asked the owner if he was late. The old man stood. He carefully and silently studied the owner along with the main character. Liang jumped to his feet joyfully. He told the guest that he had chosen the right time. The man and the girl bowed to the old man and greeted him. Chan said that his prediction came true. He asked the main character, was he really able to cast out the curse? The main character greeted the old man and said his name. He noticed that the vat had many karmic rays. The old man must be a master at predictions. The guy realized that the guest was a semi-mentor. He must be a professional in his field. Chan looked at his interlocutor and said that he wanted to test his abilities. The guest waved his hand and a long fire trail appeared on it. Liang was very scared. He asked the old man angrily, what was he doing? The main character happily said that he would now appreciate the strength of his semi-mentor. The main character reached up and activated the yin spell. Chu crouched down and stuck his hand forward. He activated the yang spell. The old man was surprised. He realized that the guy in front of him was a descendant of the Taiji legacy. The main character waved his arms in all directions. The old man could not follow him with his eyes. Chu found the right moment and touched his opponent's chest with his fingers. The main character pointed his hands forward. He shouted to the old man that he had hit him. Chu then used his magical energy on the old man and pointed his fingers straight into his soul. The guy managed to stop him, and only his physical condition worsened a little. Immediately, the girl rushed to her teacher to help cope with her headache, and strange things began to happen to the old man. It was as if he was falling into an abyss and his whole life flashed through his eyes. At that moment, his age began to change, and his body took on youthful features. Others in the room were frightened by such unexpected changes, but Chang Hoon himself seemed okay with everything. The man thanked Teacher Chu because thanks to his help, he was able to raise his level to a mentor. Commander Liang couldn't believe that the old man seriously wanted this, and Chu said that there was no need for gratitude in his direction because his merit was not there. He simply directed all of Chan's experience in the right direction. Meanwhile, the man himself thought that he should have run through the chaotically scattered lines of karma, and thanks to this, his level rose. Then he told the gifted guy that he could only address him by name, because with such talent, he himself would soon become a mentor. And then he suggested that Chu visit a special department. Commander Liang didn't believe it, because if you get into a first-class international military structure, then a good career for life will be guaranteed. And the old man said that the strong strength of the teacher was enough to get to that place, because if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to level up. However, Chu had to return to school at that time, so he had to refuse. Then Chang Hoon asked the young man if he even knew what place he was talking about. Liang cried out that once you get there, you can make an amazing career for yourself. But the teacher had no desire to change anything because he decided that his students were more important. Meanwhile, in Northern Europe, there was terrible cold and endless snow was falling. Mercenary Scar did not think that the curse he imposed 10 years ago could be banished by anyone. He wanted revenge for Han Zheng. Young Chu Yi thanked everyone for the invitation, bowed, and said that it was time for him to go. Commander Liang stopped him and told him that he himself rarely comes to Jujin, so he wanted to gather all his friends, thereby asking Chu to stay, but in fact he wanted to thank his savior at least by helping him add connections. The guy realized that this was a gesture of gratitude. He didn't need it, but he wanted to thank Guo Panlei, so he decided to agree. But on one condition, that he be allowed to take his friend. The commander then ordered his son to call the guests, and especially Xiao Ming and Ling Zhongliang, because they are the most influential people in the city. Meanwhile, serious criminal cases were being resolved in the large local police force. One employee felt a little bad because he had been working a lot lately and therefore got tired quickly. Suddenly, his mobile phone rang, and a famous Chinese song started playing loudly. It was Teacher Chu who called, who decided to invite his friend to a gathering in Meishan. And director Liang from Wang Tian International and Commander Liang would also be there. At first, the man did not believe what he heard. His mood immediately lifted and physical strength appeared. He immediately got ready and took a taxi to his destination. Guo wondered who Teacher Chu was and why he had connections with very influential people. At the entrance to the villa, there was a doorman who kindly greeted Mr. Guo and showed him where to go next. The policeman entered the large room and immediately apologized for the fact that everyone had to wait for him. He was pleasantly surprised when he saw all the people Chu called in the telephone conversation. Director Liang immediately stood up and greeted the guest, after which he said that from that day on, they all became like one big family. During this night, Chu Yi significantly raised his status in Jujian City. Guo Panlei also secured his position. The next morning, under the bright sun, physical education was taking place at school. The young teacher tried to motivate his tired students by calling them not the flowers of their homeland, but ordinary weeds. One of the students turned to the literature teacher and asked if it was normal for him to teach them physical education. Is it possible that in the future he will teach them boxing, taekwondo, and hand-to-hand combat? Chu decided to make fun of the guys, so he offered to teach them Tai Chi, which they considered a boring fighting art for old people. The young men in no case wanted to learn this type of wrestling, because they wanted to learn something more energetic. They immediately began to say that Tai Chi was not suitable for them. As for young people, therefore, they asked the teacher to teach them some kind of wushu. Chu explained that true Tai Chi combines strength and gentleness, internal and external energy. And then he started showing exercises. The students almost cried from such punishment because they considered this sport for old farts. Then physical education teacher Sun Zhen came and said that it would be better if teacher Chu would no longer teach physical education, and the children would join the real teacher. Chu ridiculed his colleague, calling him a typical negative character who first starts showing off and undercut the main character, and then gets punched in the face by him. Sun Zhen took his words as a challenge, so he offered to compete in two types of martial arts, Taiji and Sanda. Chu pointed his finger at him and told the children to watch carefully to learn from the example of a typical scoundrel that there is no need to show off too much. This only made the physical teacher's fighting spirit stronger, so he said that his opponent was just talking a lot. Then Chu got angry because instead of a verbal argument, Sun was asking for trouble to find out about the strength of his fists. Then the teachers began to seriously turn against each other because Sun wanted to kick the smug guy out of school as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Gao Wenxian said that manager Chen had come up with a method that was too harsh, and he answered him that there is a law in life, according to which you need to act tough, because if you play, you will be left with nothing. Because Mr. Zhao also wants them to do everything neatly and beautifully, on the battlefield, Sun said that he would only use a third of his strength because, after all, he was the national Sanda champion. Suddenly, Chu shouted that Principal Chin wore a very short skirt to school, and it was immoral. The teacher was distracted by this and returned back to see Qin Ran in an open form. But he did not suspect that this was a cunning plan of his opponent to distract, and then at that moment suddenly strike the first blow. Sun covered his head with his hand after receiving the attack and said that it was rude to use deception. This made him angry, so he was confident in his abilities and apologized in advance that he would be quite cruel. He dealt the first blow, which usually left everyone knocked out for several days. However, Chu was able to quickly evade the attack because Master Sun had a lot of strength, but there were questions about his speed. And while the already injured physical education teacher was recovering from the previous blow, Chu hit him on the head a second time. He fell to the ground and crippled, begged not to beat him anymore, after which he immediately accepted his defeat. The children were motivated by what they saw and now begged the literature teacher to teach them the power of Tai Chi. However, in fact, Chu fought without using this art but simply struck several times. Fang Chong and Fang Han bowed and wanted to exchange experiences with their teacher. Chu immediately realized that the two guys were planning something cunning towards him, But he extended his hand to the young men and kindly agreed with their idea. Therefore, without warning, the brothers rushed at their teacher and first apologized for the pain they would cause him. One of the disciples thought that the build of these two was much better than Sunjan's, so even he would be unlikely to defeat them. Teacher Chu took a defensive position and just listened to how the other children commented on this fight. Suddenly, only by using his talent with his hands, he was able to repel the attack of healthy fighters. And besides, he decided to demonstrate the power of Tai Chi. So he dodged so that the attackers caused damage to each other, and the teacher himself was not injured. Then he told all the students that this is Tai Chi. Therefore, I asked if they had time to learn anything during this competition. However, they did not even have time to catch the movement with their eyes, since Chu performed everything quite quickly. The school children were proud of their teacher, and the physical teacher only became angrier and was determined to play for real. Meanwhile, the administration filmed all this to use against Chu. They called senior management and reported that the video had been filmed and all the evidence had already been collected. The brothers agreed on everything and said that they would next call the education department. Now, teacher Chu is finished, according to one of them, and the second one will now be useful to him to deal with Zhao Tianming. Then he called Principal Vanya to complain about one of the teachers at school number 3. The teacher allegedly beat several students and his colleague, and they have evidence. His brother jumped up and said that he would run to that school right now to look the young teacher in his desperate eyes. However, he stopped because of the words of his relative, who said that behind Chu Yi was Fan Hong, and behind Gao Wenxiang was Zhao Tianming. Therefore, we need to pit them against each other, and then only the Chen family will remain. Meanwhile, Director Gao told Mr. Zhao that Chu Yi was in huge trouble right now. However, this time, Mr. wanted his subordinate to support the accused. He was very surprised, because Chu was Zhao's main enemy. However, this was part of his cunning plan, since Fan Hong is behind Chu, and Mr. is not stupid enough to compete directly with such a person. Meanwhile, in Qin Ran's office, the director had a conversation with the injured teacher, saying that he had beaten the students and maimed the physical education teacher. But Chu did not agree with this, and said that all this was slander and 100% lie. However, the matter reached Sun Zhen's education department and 2 students are in the hospital, and the indicators of all the victims converged on one Chu Wan. However, this was not true, and he did not beat anyone on purpose, so he began to ask Director Qin for help. She was surprised at such hopelessness and defenselessness of her subordinate. Chu had already thrown himself into the woman's chest, begging for protection, because this matter was truly a setup. The woman understood the situation and promised that she would try to help defend the honor of the accused. He acted like a child who needed protection and suddenly started playing with the headmistress. But she could not tolerate such debauchery during such a difficult situation. Director Qin yelled at her subordinate because the situation was very critical, since the video material acted as evidence. Then Chu realized that most likely, everything was planned in advance since it was caught on camera. However, this time Deputy Dean Gao came to support the teacher, and together they will help Chu prolong this matter for at least 3 days. But after a few days, they will no longer be able to do anything. Then the young teacher noticed that Qin was worried about him and was very worried. The woman was ashamed of such an awkward moment, so she called her experience a trifle. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed the director's hand and said that they should go together and fix everything right now. Qin didn't know where they were going now or what the plan of action was. Chu himself also hadn't fully come up with anything yet, but he knew that first he needed to buy fruit. They came to the hospital with some goodies to visit and talk with some of them. It was there that the solution to their urgent problem lay. These were students who got into a fight with the teacher, and crippled, did not want to see or hear him now. Chu walked up to Sun's gym teacher, who looked like a pig due to his face being swollen from beatings. The physical education teacher was angry because he was being compared to an animal, and besides the fact that Chu beat him, he also mocked him. Then he also involved students in the conversation, who were also lying with fractures and hematomas. However, the students themselves lay quietly and did not even say anything, and they didn't even think about apologizing. Suddenly, Chu covered Sun's mouth with his hand because he was talking too much, too loudly. And then, when he fell silent, he explained that he had not come to apologize. He had not even planned this. And in order to look at pitiful people who have a lot of strength but an unkind heart, Sun immediately began threatening him with the police and calling him an impudent man. And the guys felt ashamed that they, as 2 outstanding students, agreed to frame their teacher for money. But they took this step not because of personal dislike for the teacher, but because of money problems in their family. Then Chu explained to them that financial poverty is nothing, but you cannot be poor at heart. The brothers had nothing to add because shame consumed their minds for such a vile act. The teacher ordered the children to look him in the eye and tell him, however, if they did this to another person, they would completely ruin his life. The students repented and began to cry, admitting their guilt and realizing that they should not have acted that way. Chu exhaled with relief and calmed the guys down, asking them not to take part in such matters anymore, and he himself will give her money for treatment. Director Chin watched what was happening in the ward and realized that a real teacher should not only give knowledge, but also teach students to be people. Teacher's son was angry with his accomplices because now he had no one to rely on. Having finished the instructive conversation, Chu Yi left the hospital to look for the one who arranged all this, and also got the children involved in it. Although he said that he went to look for the instigator, he himself did not have any leads. However, he found it strange that Gao Wenxian supported him. Because last time he teamed up with Chen Kai to deal with it, Wen-san's behavior changed after Zhao Tianming came to school. It looks like they were working together, and if you look at it this way, others may think that Fan Hong is behind Chu Yi. It turns out that this is some kind of battle of three companies. However, it seemed strange why the school turned into a battlefield. Their real target was Hua Sheng Group, which is behind Qin Ran. Chen Junhao wants Chu and Zhao Tianming to destroy each other and at the same time create problems for Gao Wenxiang. Zhao Tianming doesn't want anyone else to benefit, which is why he ordered Gao Wenxiang to help Chu. In his opinion, it turns out that everyone wanted to get something from the outstanding teacher. So then, he decided to deal with each one in turn. So he picked up the phone to make a call, and he began to immediately turn to influential people, namely Mr. Ma. Ma Ming treated teacher Chu Yi well, so he was kindly willing to help him with any problem. The guy explained that he wanted Mr. Ma to send a health inspection to the Kaishan Hotel. He immediately agreed to thank the teacher. Therefore, Mr. confidently said that he would do everything right now. Then Ma Ming realized that not a single hotel could pass an absolute inspection and began to wonder what this place had done wrong to teacher Chu. Then he made a call to find out how the Kaishan Hotel was doing recently. He also clarified that this concerns teacher Chu Yi, but he was informed that the owners dared to cunningly frame the young teacher. The man got angry at what he heard, because Chu Yi is the curator of the class where his son is studying. Meanwhile, Chu himself called a taxi and was heading to the same hotel. The driver told him that Kaishan had invited sanitation workers to a banquet, and a large number of journalists were now going there. The guy was surprised by the invitation to the feast because it didn't look like Fen Junhao's style. The taxi driver kept telling us all the way that this was all being done so that the hotel would receive 5 stars. There is also a rumor that the Kaishan Group wants to get into the sewing business to become the main corporation in the city. Chu thanked him for the information and wondered how these taxi drivers always know about everything in the world. The young teacher stood in front of the large hotel and contemplated its luxurious appearance, but suddenly, reporters pestered him and asked if he had also come to see with his own eyes the emergence of a 5-star hotel in Jiujin City. Chu laughed and almost said that he had come to ruin everything there. However, he later corrected himself and reported that he wanted to try their excellent cuisine. Then the journalist named him one of the tasters and asked to go inside with him to film him live. He kindly agreed, because in fact, he himself didn't know how to get there. But suddenly he found helpers. Chen Junhao looked at the number of people who came to see his hotel achieve 5-star status, and his next target will be Hun Yuan Group. He was sure that sooner or later, his building would become the best in the city, and the Qianlong estate would also soon become his property. Having finished his glass of wine, he decided to go out to the guests to finally begin the long-awaited performance. Quite quickly, Chu and the journalist found themselves on the 9th floor, where the tasting room was located, and on the floor above there was a banquet area for inspection. While on the road, the guy who was reporting disappeared. It was for the best so that the teacher would not appear in front of the camera again. The girl who accompanied the young man began to ask how many interesting things he had tried over so many years of working as a taster, and he began to remember how he personally caught birds right in the sky and fish in the water. While he was choosing what to try, satisfied exclamations from other tasters who had already managed to feast on interesting dishes were heard from everywhere. One critic praised the cake. He said the dessert was perfectly crafted, with each layer having a different flavor, with just a hint of mint. There was no end to his delight. However, the journalist personally tried it and was disappointed, because in fact the cake was the same as what you can buy in a store. Then Chu-yi explained to the girl that all the critics in this establishment are fake, so there is no point in believing them. Therefore, the correspondent asked the teacher with suspicion whether he was a fake. Unexpectedly, diners were shocked to see a negative review of the dishes on the wall. Chu displayed a photo of food on the wall through a projector with comments for each culinary pseudo-work, where he described its real disgusting taste. The administration ordered to urgently turn off the broadcast because this could not be shown publicly. Chu-yi did not stop showing people the truth in order to take revenge for such a reason in his direction. And in general, he believed that he was conveying the truth to people, since the food was really tasteless. A guy from the organization approached the teacher and said that he had no right to be in this hotel, so he ordered him to leave. Chu Thian replied that he was kind to normal people but angry to fools. Since they tried to block his path to development, now he will do the same. The man continued to get angry and was ready to get into a fight to get rid of his enemy. However, he stopped in time, since the whole action was being filmed by dozens of reporters' cameras, so it was impossible to behave like that in public. Suddenly, Chu heard a familiar voice behind him, who said that he was glad to see the teacher as a guest. It was Chen Junhao, who wanted to pretend to show people how well he treated even his enemies, so he invited Chu to have a private conversation. Chu-yi decided to play along with the selfish man, so he said that he accepted such an invitation. Chen considered the teacher to be just a bug hiding behind Fan Hong. However, he decided that he could be used as a pawn. The teacher invited journalist Miss Jian to come up with him, so that the mighty Kaishan group would fall right before her eyes. The men were angry because the teacher was too ambitious, but were confident that they would win this battle. Mr. Chen decided to talk seemingly frankly and said that Sun Zhen is his relative. And logically, he slandered Chu, that is, the blonde man himself is also responsible here. He decided to shift the responsibility to Zhao Mingtian and said that he was the one who planned all this. Moreover, his partner is Gao Wenxian. Chu-yi then decided to play well the role of a person who really believed this lie and said that he could not even think of Zhao Tianming because he did not have any enmity with him. The liar continued and said that Zhao wants to ruin their lives. The teacher was pleased that they believed him, so he said that he would ask Fan Hong to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen was confident that he had brainwashed his opponent well and was on the right track. Then Chu-yi decided to change the course of his game and asked his interlocutor whether he really believed that the teacher would tell him exactly this. The entrepreneur broke into a cold sweat and did not understand what was going on. Chu explained that he had long understood this arrangement, and if he did what he just said, he would cause harm even to Hunyuan Group. He said that the brothers are not different from each other in intelligence, because they completely underestimate the people who find themselves next to them. And then he sarcastically added that the brain is not an ornament but a tool. Therefore, he hopes that these relatives will receive it one day. Chen Junhao laughed at these words and said that knowing the truth will not correct the teacher's situation in any way, because he will still be sent to prison, and Chen just needs to be more careful. Then in his opinion, he can get a 5-star status for his hotel. Chu-yi was not afraid of his threats, so he advised the man to read more books. Then he could get rid of his stupidity. Suddenly, a security guard ran into the office and said that the sanitary inspector had arrived at the hotel to conduct an inspection. Mr. Chen was afraid because he had tried so hard to give the inspection a wonderful feast to satisfy them. The man reported that he tried to contact the inspection, but none of their acquaintances at the inspection answered the phone. Then the hotel owner decided to calm down and use other options to solve the problem. He took out his phone and, going into messages, saw 247 unread SMS messages. Chen then almost attacked teacher Chu, blaming him for everything. And he, in turn, said that according to the words of Mr. Liar, Fan Hong is behind the young teacher. However, it was as if he had not addressed him this time. And at the end, in a calm voice, he added that this is only the beginning of the performance. The most interesting is yet to come. Then there was complete chaos in the hotel. From everywhere there were dissatisfied exclamations from the inspectors, who from the very beginning had comments about the quality of the food. Mr. Chen almost fainted at what was happening. He was sure that even Fan Hong could not arrange such a thing. Standing in his office, he racked his brains for a long time, trying to understand thanks to whom Chu-yi managed to set him up like that. Then he decided to make a phone call to a man who had a high status in the city. However, they refused him there too, and even ordered him not to call again. The only thing he learned was that the order came from the very top of management. Chen Junhao could not understand how teacher Chu Yi was able to call such influential people to help him. Then his thoughts were interrupted by his brother, who said that he needed to call further, since only one person cannot resolve all issues in the city. Chen listened to him and decided to raise his connections further. His voice was hesitant because he realized how bad a situation he was in. His brother immediately asked if there was any result from other people. However, instead of helping, the Chen family again received a refusal because this was an order from above. Chen Junyu rushed at Chu with his fists. However, he was still sure that their hotel would not disappear anywhere and the teacher would remain a nobody. However, the teacher was able to deflect the attack with just his palm and inflict corresponding damage. But after this, Chu did not calm down and repeated that their hell did not end there. Also, teacher Chu did not forget to mention his twin students, whom the liar Chen dragged into his dirty deeds, thereby leaving them with psychological trauma. Therefore, the teacher was determined to see this matter through to the end and destroy the hotel. The entrepreneur began to ridicule his words, saying that the hotel had nothing to do with it and that an ordinary teacher does not have enough capabilities to close it. Suddenly, a secretary ran into the hall and, with horror on her face, said that several large companies had decided not to cooperate with them anymore. To make sure that this was not a mistake, the frightened Chen Junhao and his assistant brother picked up the tablet and opened the mail. There were a bunch of terrible letters from powerful people and organizations who decided to no longer have anything to do with the Chen family. The brothers were furious because of this hopeless situation and their own helplessness. Then Chen turned to teacher Chu and asked where he got such connections and what else he was actually hiding. Suddenly, the man felt so bad that he could not stand on his feet due to exhaustion from stress. However, despite this, he thought about Zhao Tingming, who he believed would come to an end if he was not warned. Frightened administrators came into the room, having received an order from above to suspend their activities, and they gave the shortest possible time frame for this. Hearing this, Mr. Chen Junhao had a severe seizure, so he had to call an ambulance. Teacher Chu Yi looked at this, calmly stood up and prepared to leave, since he had already seen everything interesting to him. The journalist accompanying him could not even think that he would be able to see such an epic event with his own eyes. Then the girl invited the teacher to become friends, and he was surprised at such an offer because she didn't even ask anything about what happened. However, Jiang did not want to be friends solely for the sake of profit, because if there is too much of it, then this is no longer friendship. Mr. Chu thought that this girl has principles and character. Her heart is pure and her eyes shine, so the man did not doubt her. Therefore, he decided to introduce himself and tell him a little about himself, that he is a teacher from school number 3 and he can be found there. Therefore, at that moment, they came to a common opinion and shook hands, thereby cementing the beginning of their friendship. Then the girl said that she herself graduated from that school, and I thought to myself that it was not without reason that there were rumors that Chu had many secrets. Then a couple of friends said goodbye because they had to go in different directions. However, they both left in good spirits. The girl was very glad that she met such a man as Chu near the hotel. Therefore, it was as if she was flying on wings to her driver. The servant noticed Miss Jiang's elated state, so he noticed this. The girl decided to first get into the car and share her joy there. She went on to say that she had met a very interesting person, and then she immediately asked if there were important materials in the car. The journalist immediately began checking information about Chu and was the first to notice gossip about his relationship with Qin Ran. Next, I saw information about the conflict with Dongfang Xin, as well as the destruction of Kaishan. Then the daughter of the director of Wang Xiang Group, Jiang Tu, concluded that the teacher likes to make enemies for himself. But of course she was confused by the question whether he was really an ordinary teacher at school. Meanwhile, Chu Yi himself, through his recognition technique, noticed that the girl was an ordinary rich beauty, like most in Jujian City. However, he tried to calm his thoughts because now they were friends, and there was no need to pay attention to status. After all, anyway, in his opinion, there is no one cooler than himself. And in the house of another family, news was heard that the Kaishan Hotel had closed due to a loud scandal. The red-haired man immediately realized that this was the work of Chu Yi, because even before this, he thought that he was the true master of the Chu family. This time, Chu was even able to raise government connections, and if Dongfang groups were not shared with him, there would be a lot of problems. Suddenly, his sister ran into the room and asked her brother why the so-called milksucker had not yet apologized to her. The man slapped her in the face and ordered her not to appear in the Meishan area again. Otherwise, she faces expulsion from home, Meanwhile, another family member was surprised at how Chu Yi was able to destroy the Kaishan Hotel and called the city's power elite to do this. These were unexpected trump cards from him, but you need to be prepared for anything. However, the man believed that no one could be more authoritative in this city than himself. Meanwhile, at school number 3, many people learned that Chu Yi had destroyed the Kaishan Hotel with the help of his connections. The teacher was conducting a lesson and jokingly told his students that those who were in Kamchatka should not make noise, because they would disturb those who slept in the front desks. Chu himself was very worried about the children's knowledge because exams were coming soon, and his salary depended on these results. However, he had hope in his students. They were not stupid. Therefore, the teacher was confident that in the evenings and on weekends, they studied persistently. Then the children asked the teacher why he wasn't teaching the lesson because they were sitting and waiting. Teacher Chu Yi said that he sees the efforts of the students, so he is pleased with them. And as a reward for this lesson, he allowed them to study for the next English lesson. The children were surprised by what they heard because such behavior was unnatural for the teacher. Then he decided to talk about the ancient language, although in fact he was very upset. True, 3 minutes after he started, the children quickly fell asleep on their desks and did not listen to anything. The teacher decided to encourage the students because the next lesson was English, which they needed to be prepared for. Immediately after these words, language teacher Wan Xiaolin entered the office and asked Chu Yi if he had finished the lesson. The young teacher replied that he was handing these students over to her, but the woman was not satisfied with this answer because these were her students too. The man didn't know what to answer, so he simply muttered something under his breath. A few minutes after Chu left the office, he heard the English teacher yelling at her students and humiliating them in public. The teacher broke into a cold sweat from what he heard, and he decided that something urgently needed to be done. He entered the office and asked Ms. Wang what made her so angry. The woman angrily answered him that it was none of his business, and he should better watch his students because they are absolutely ill-mannered. Students started complaining about Wan Xiaolin for explaining the difference between English and Chinese. And according to her, the first is more important than the native language, although the children themselves do not think so. The teacher was dissatisfied with the position of the students because English is a world language. Chu really disliked this approach to teaching, so he made a loud remark that everyone has their own approach to education, but a teacher should teach people and not just shove his opinions into their heads. Teacher Wang decided to take it out on the group's curator, accusing him of the students' poor performance. Chu Yi could not tolerate such statements in his direction for a long time, so he told the woman that she was behaving too aggressively. However, this did not stop her, and she said that Chu would regret such words. After all, in her opinion, in the future, these children will at most be able to work at their parents' companies. Then the curator could no longer hold on, because it is one thing to accept insults in his direction, but he could not tolerate such statements in the battle of his students. After that, he immediately called Scar and called Ms. Wang a mad dog and asked for help. The woman began to threaten security. It's as if the old school principal invited her to work, so she's not afraid of anything. A minute later, the guards burst into the office, who really thought that now they had to catch the dog. Chu, without hesitation, pointed his finger at the English teacher, saying that she needed to be calmed down. The security guard was shocked. After all, what had to happen for a legendary teacher and a teacher from an American university invited by the old director to quarrel like that? The man almost went into a panic, wondering who he should arrest and safely drive out. Then he first spoke to teacher Wang because her loud screams could greatly ruin his own reputation. However, these words only angered the woman more, and in a very disrespectful manner, she began to talk to the employee. The guard was offended by this because whenever something serious happens, they immediately call him, and this Miss Wang called his team a bunch of uneducated people, after which the teacher refused to teach lessons to this group and told Mr. Chu to teach them English himself. But the teacher did not plan to let her go so easily, so he ordered her to apologize to everyone. The woman continued to behave impudently, so she called everyone present in the class ordinary peasants, to whom she would not apologize. Wang called herself a PhD and that she is always right, and she accused the guards, saying it was their own fault for having such a profession. After which teacher Chu Yi hit the impudent woman and once again ordered her to apologize for every crooked word she said. Then everyone present in the class was shocked that teacher Chu was even ready to fight with a woman for their sake. The English teacher was indignant and for a long time could believe what really happened to her. At that moment, Chu Yi decided to manipulate and say that he could not hit the respected professor from the American university who was invited by the old Mr. Director. Then he turned to his students and asked if they had seen with their own eyes a man hit a woman in this office, and the children decided to be on his side, so they said that they had not seen him. Wang Xiaolin almost exploded from the anger that had accumulated in her over the past 5 minutes. Chu Yi told the students that he positions himself as a serious teacher and believes that everyone is worthy of respect, be it a security guard or a janitor. And in his opinion, Teacher Wang is a typical example of failure in education. But this example is quite successful and shows the inferiority of modern education. The children listened to the teacher to the end and only clapped his hands when he finished. A woman from America began to threaten Teacher Chu with her connections, saying that one word from her would be the end of him. Then the guard stopped waiting and tied up the teacher to calm her down and take her out. But this was not the end yet, as Chu demanded an apology to everyone she had offended today. However, Miss Wang had no intention of doing so and asked what would happen if she didn't apologize. And Mr. Chu quietly stole a stun gun from a guard and used it, calling it electric shock treatment. The woman felt pain all over her body and quickly ran to the director so that the teacher would answer for his actions. Meanwhile, Qin Ran was in her office, processing plants, and thought that given the recent events in the city, it looked like someone would soon want to take over her family's minerals. But her thoughts were interrupted by a rumble in the corridor and a loud knock on the office door. Mrs. Wang entered the room in tears and said that Chu Yi had insulted her. Then for some time she told everything in detail and expected to receive female support. The director listened to this calmly and thought that this time the young teacher had gone too far with cruelty. However, through her words of pity, she noticed that Teacher Wang was most to blame. Therefore, to begin with, I ordered her to apologize to the guards, and then they would come to solve the rest. Wang Xiaolin did not hear what she wanted from her half-sister, so she began to consider her a traitor. Suddenly, Chu Yi entered the office and asked the sisters not to quarrel over him. And since Teacher Wang did not admit her guilt, he decided to propose a dispute. Miss Wang agreed, although low-class people love to argue. She was not afraid of her husband, and its essence was that Chu Yi's group of children would overtake the American teachers group in terms of academic performance. The woman was confident of her victory because the group in which she is the curator often takes the best places in the Olympiads. Then he announced the stake of this dispute, which was as follows: whoever loses leaves teaching at the third school. Teacher Wang smiled and told Chu Yi to get ready to pack his things. Xinran didn't like how her subordinates didn't pay attention to her at all, so she decided to show her authority, especially to the young man. Then Chu Yi seemed to be able to read her thoughts and returned exactly the moment when she thought about him. The woman blushed with shame and did not understand how he managed it. The man ordered the director not to move and slowly leaned towards her chest. Xinran thought that he was planning something lustful, but Chu had another goal. He reached out to her shirt, on the button of which there was something strange. A perfect color match. The man took this thing off with his hand and decided to take a closer look at what it was. It was a spy bug that Chu Yi immediately broke with his fingers. Then he told the director that she was living well if she was being monitored. And then he added that he even liked this moment that happened just now. The woman broke out in a cold sweat from shame because of what she heard from the teacher's lips. And then she threw a book at his head and finally ordered him to behave seriously, and in accordance with the institution where he was located, Chu then asked that Qin treat him as tenderly as she treated others. However, immediately after that, he asked who touched her clothes before. The woman replied that no one touched him, because it's new, it hasn't even been to the laundry yet. But then she remembered that besides her and her father, only her stepsister could come to her house. Chu Yi was happy that the woman finally understood everything, because it's not just that he always quarrels with Teacher Wang. Then the director was shocked because she didn't know why her sister would do evil to her. And her husband explained that Zhao Mingtian had been behind her for a long time, who was arranging all this. It serves two purposes. The first is to dismiss Chu Yi from his teaching position, and the second is to take possession of Director Qin Ran in order to obtain secret materials thanks to her. Therefore, thanks to the fact that Chu put his career as a teacher on the line, he is going to win, and thereby protect the woman. Then Miss Qin thought, the man looks so indifferent to everything, but he knows everything in the world. Therefore, after this, she decided to ask Teacher Chu Yi who he really was and why he came to this school. He did not give a clear answer, only said that all people have their secrets, and he hopes that one day he will be able to share them. And then his attention fell on the flowers in the vase. So he praised Qin for her work in arranging the bouquets and said that he also does this. But I made a remark because it is clear that this is the work of a beginner. The woman wondered why he changed the subject and so easily avoided answering. However, in fact, the man did not know how to arrange bouquets. The wonderful lady just liked it, who once helped him and called him to return to the Taiji temple together, after which he acquired the status of the Lord of Hell, and she became his wife. But in order not to remain in memories for a long time, Chu recommended to Qin not to make this bouquet longer, because without a base they would not stand. Then he silently left the office and thought that he had a lot to do now. However, he will still return to his Yan Yu, and then he decided that he must immediately take action to remove the obstacle. And now he only stayed in this place because of one person, and that was Chu Lingyun, a man who came from Tianfeng International and had previously almost desecrated Chu's own mother and also brought down his father. Even the Chu family is afraid to deal with him, so they refused. The man threw himself from the bridge in order to gather all the mighty power of this city, thus raising the level and teaching Chu Lingyun a lesson to show him who the real authority is. Right under the water, he began to transform into a senior master. As for the Kaishin Hotel, it was an alarm to let them know that he had arrived. Meanwhile, at the park's recreation area, people spent their weekends quietly and enjoyed alcohol and fresh meat. Among the guests were Chu Yi and a team of security guards who came to the rescue back then at the school. The chief of the special forces found out that the teacher also previously worked in this field, so that's why the entire Chongping district listens to him. However, the teacher himself would have been glad to stay at that job, but because of his family, he could not. The man wondered if the Chu family was ashamed in front of him, but now it didn't matter anymore. One of the guards remembered how during training, no one could defeat Chu Yi, not even the trainer himself. The teacher didn't want to talk more about this topic, so he asked how Fei Lan was doing. But the acquaintance replied that he did not know about the others, but instructor Lu Jie forbade everyone to mention Fei Lan's name. Chu Yi remembered how Miss Lu came to him in his previous life, but he had absolutely nothing to give her. Therefore, he asked his former colleague about the affairs and life of this lady, and he replied that when he quit, the woman also planned to do the same, because it seems like she didn't share something with some bigwig. The man was outraged that these rich people could do whatever they wanted without worrying about the law. At the next table, there were girls, whom men brazenly began to pester in order to sit together. However, in addition to obscene language, they insisted on drinking together and continuing the evening. The young beauties were afraid of these impudent people, so they decided that it was time to go back to the hostel. However, the men did not stop and began to offend the girls, trying hard to keep them near them and get what they wanted. Then one of the members of the Special Forces team could not stand it, and told Chu Yi that he wanted to stand up for these ladies. Suddenly, another stopped his brother Bean and said that it was better not to interfere and not touch these bandits. However, the man could not watch how two young girls were being bullied. After this, he would not consider himself a man. Teacher Chu Yi said that Big could intervene, and he himself would provide backup if necessary. However, other team members were surprised by this answer, since they were very afraid of these people who behaved brazenly. But Chu Yi didn't care what role they occupied in society, because people like them need to be educated. And if something goes wrong, he will take it upon himself, because you need to not just beat them, but instill fear in their souls. Special Forces. Bean liked this specific answer, so he confidently took the bottle and went to find out. Keeping his distance, he shouted loudly for the bald insolent to stop harassing the girl. However, this seemed to amuse the bandit even more, and with mockery he asked the guard why he dared to interfere with him. Then Bean suddenly raised his hand with the empty bottle of road and in one motion smashed it on his head. The robbers were frightened by the loud sound of the glass, and moreover that the bottle had now turned into a sharp weapon. The security guard's colleagues were shocked by this turn of events, as they were worried about their employee. Bean had a bloody head, but he was sure that such intimidation would definitely work. But the thugs suddenly began to laugh at the man and ask him to make another bottle on his own head for money. Chu Yi felt ashamed of his friend's behavior because he should have immediately started a fight with these rapists and not hurt himself. Bean heard the order of the venerable teacher and realized that he needed to go on the attack. Then the man rushed at the thieves with all his might so that they would no longer laugh or pester the women. Then the main thug ordered his subordinate brothers to avenge him, and the one who can beat the guard hard will be awarded. The injured girls began shouting that such actions were illegal. However, the robbers did not care, and they threatened the schoolgirls that if they ran away, they would find them at school and they would be very sorry. Bean was terribly angry because of such words towards the little girls, so he was ready to fight further. But his attitude was so aggressive that Chu Yi warned the man not to kill them. He realized that he needed to be careful with his emotions, and then quickly ran to beat those scoundrels. Due to the rush of adrenaline and aggression, much more strength appeared in his hands. Having quickly dealt with one, he looked around and asked who else needed to be taught a lesson as well. Then their leader with a bald head told Bean that he fought well, but it was a mistake because he himself had influential people behind him. Namely, he was a person from the second Mr. Wangxiang group who possessed considerable wealth, but this didn't scare the guard. So he exclaimed that he didn't care about it. But then another Special Forces soldier explained to him that the Wangxian group is one of the influential companies in the city. Even Hua Sheng group is no match for her. The bald man heard this conversation and told Bean that if he was afraid, then let him obediently stand still and endure his blows. Perhaps he will spare him then. Chu Yi ridiculed his words and said that this was the first time in his life that he had heard a man shout so loudly that he belonged to another man. The robber became angry at such words in his direction and said that he did not mean it that way. And then he asked Chu Yi who he was, but it was already too late, because the teacher with great speed found himself right next to the bald man and placed his hand near his head. After which the teacher whispered that next time he would beat such people so that they could no longer stand up. And then he immediately struck hard with his whole body and knocked the thug to the ground. The scoundrel immediately began to apologize after his bald head was pressed by Chu Yi's foot, and he realized that he had stumbled upon the wrong person. However, the teacher was not going to make do with just an apology, so he said to call the police. But the thug understood that if the police arrived, he would be the one who would suffer. Therefore, he decided to start lying and said that he and the guarantor did not do anything illegal. And to get confirmation, you can ask the girls. Then Bin and teacher Chu Yi thought it was a good idea and glanced towards the schoolgirls, and they began to run away with tears in front of our eyes and say that they knew nothing and men's squabbles did not concern them. The bloodied guard thought that it was hard to remain a good person lately. Chu himself decided to play on the words of the girls and said that they did not confirm the theory of the offenders. The bald man was already calling the teacher his brother to press for pity, but he barely said that the girls didn't say that they had done anything to them. This angered Chu Yi, so he attacked the scoundrel with his fists and said that the schoolgirls were just scared, so they didn't say anything. Bean looked enthusiastically at the teacher's actions and supposedly realized that when you confront a Gopnik, you don't need to prove anything to him. You just have to be more cruel than they are. The rapist was already on his knees, completely beaten and with tears in his eyes, almost begging for mercy. Chu Yi continued to mock him and suggested that he call his boss as reinforcements. He handed the crippled man the phone and said that this was his only chance. He still decided to call, but in his head he thought that now the teacher would have big problems. He made a call and summoned his boss to the holiday park for help. Just a few minutes later, several black cars with dark windows arrived to hide the persons moving around them. Many serious men dressed in suits began to come out from there at the same time. One of them came to the very front and loudly asked who was the same Chu Yi among those present. These words were responded to by the brave Bean, who started this fight himself from the very beginning. But teacher Chu walked ahead of him, who ordered the man not to get involved in this conversation. This brought tears to the guard's eyes because he didn't expect Chu Yi to stand up for him and act like a real man. However, for the teacher himself, this was a great opportunity to publicly show his capabilities. He calmly approached his uncle in a suit and said his name, after asking what he needed from him. Suddenly, the eccentric man bowed low and ordered the guy to stand still, because now they would lay the carpet. After which, in fact, a red carpet was laid out from one of the cars straight to Chu. He couldn't understand what was happening, because he was now expecting to take part in a massive, serious conversation. However, the path was not for him. Suddenly, a man's foot stepped out of the car and he himself said displeasedly that it was late at night, because Zhang Jian himself spends time with girls and has fun at such times. Next to him were two girls who were his toys for this hour and entertained him. He was ready to reward them for any action that would please the master. Suddenly, that bald bandit came up to Mr. Zhang and begged for revenge for his beaten body, after which he pointed his finger at Chu Yi and said that it was he who had terribly crippled him. Jiang Jin turned to the teacher and asked him how he dared to touch a person who belonged to him. The frightened head of the special forces suggested that the teacher simply apologize to these people and not have anything to do with them. But the man was not going to humiliate himself, so he proudly told his name to the venerable gentleman. Then Mr. Jiang thought he had already heard such a name somewhere but could not remember where. The guards accompanying him just wanted to beat Chu Yi and be done with it. However, the teacher decided to use an unusual method of using his fists to remind Jiang that he sincerely planned to cooperate with him. The guy dealt a strong blow to Zhang Jian's face and smashed him to the point of bleeding. Then the guards quickly rushed to protect their master from such a strong attacker. Meanwhile, Chu Yi suggested that the influential man stop his partners because he would get hit on the head again. The man decided to immediately stop his guards and said that he remembered Mr. Chu. Against then, he actually remembered that Chu Yi was the one who destroyed the Kaishan group. And it's not for nothing that there are such rumors about him. The teacher was surprised that he was actually recognized. He wondered where it came from. Zhang explained that he has a very beautiful sister named Zhang Chu, and if the teacher likes her, they could become friends. Chu didn't think such coincidences could happen. He was just planning to call the girl to discuss one big deal, but first he had to send his friends home. After which the two gentlemen sat down at the table, and one began to praise the other for how coolly he destroyed the Kaishan Hotel. Because those two brothers constantly told Zhang that he had no power, Chu Yi wondered why this mister had no power. And he explained that his dad created the Wangxiang group with the help of his mother, and then his grandfather's company fell out due to mismanagement. But Wangxiang group has become a successful company. And then, dad found himself a mistress who gave birth to a son from him. The mistress's son's name is Jiang Tian. He is very pampered, but they no longer pay attention to the eldest son. And now I'm thinking of making the younger one the successor of the Wangxiang group. Chu Yi listened to this and concluded that he had a very disorderly family. After such life experience, Jian Sr. concluded that no mistress would become pregnant from him. One of them stood nearby and praised her boyfriend, saying that he is very generous, feeds her in establishments and gives her a lot of money. Jiang liked to hear such words about himself, so he promised the girl a reward when they returned home. Chu Yi observed this strange relationship, but did not say anything, although he had his own prejudices about it. Suddenly, the beautiful Jiang Chu approached them and apologized for being so late for the meeting. Teacher Chu was delighted to meet the journalist, so he greeted her kindly. After that, they all sat down at a table together, and a large number of guards stood around them. The teacher decided to regain his strength and eat, and also asked Jiang's relatives if they were finally ready to take off their masks. Then the brother and sister were very scared. Was it possible that the teacher could find out some information about them? But the young teacher asked the girl not to worry, but to sit down calmly and talk. She obediently sat down at the table and asked in an excited voice what Teacher Chu just meant. Well, he explained that if they agreed to cooperate with him, then he would not mind helping their family. Therefore, he asked Zhang Jian if he wanted to gain real power in the Wangxiang group. But the man could not believe it, because he considered himself an ordinary major and called his sister a failed journalist. Chu asked him how long he had the status of golden youth and why he forgot his true essence so quickly. But he himself answered his own question. The first reason was the fear that Jiang Tian would become the successor, and the second is that they were waiting for a chance to act, and Chu is ready to give it. But Zhang Seer still did not understand why the teacher would help them. But he explained that firstly, Jiang Jr. is too arrogant, so he won't take him seriously, which is why he doesn't want to cooperate with him. But the collaboration with the major and his sister, a journalist, suited him. However, to do this, during the management of the Wangxiang group, they must protect it. Then the brother decided to talk to his relative about such a proposal. But she was afraid. Botian holds a high position in the city, so the risk is too high. And if Chu's only achievement is the destroyed Kaishan Hotel, then this is not enough. Then the teacher decided to take out his phone and show another result of his work. It was about his connections with Fan Hong, Luo Chenfen, old director Guo, and so on. But that was not his trump card, because Teacher Chu's main achievement is himself. However, to the Jiang family, this sounded like nonsense because Chu Yi is alone and just an ordinary teacher, and against them are people who can influence the whole city. But the teacher asked not to rush to conclusions. To demonstrate his strength, he was able to lift everything that stood on it with just one touch on the table. This was his main trump card. Show how strong he is, even alone. Then Jiang realized that an ordinary teacher is a fighter, and that's how he knows Luo Chenfeng. But his journalist sister doubted that even Luo Chen could do this. Therefore, this became a good reason for cooperation. Chu Yi told them that they could untie their hands, and if they had problems, they should write to him. Moreover, for now, they do not have to pay anything for such services. Finally, Zhang Qiu decided to ask the teacher why, with his abilities, he came to the small town of Jujian and not to the capital. And he replied that with the help of some materials from the Hua Sheng group, he wanted to achieve some of his goals, which were very different from their goals. Then Jiang Jian began to run after him, striving to achieve the same skill as teacher Chu Yi. Then his sister realized that now they finally would not have to hide their existence and sit in the shadows. Meanwhile, teacher Chu Yi had already returned to his workplace at school number 3. According to the gradebook, the 18th group showed excellent results in the exam. This group ranks 5th, ahead of the 17th group. Chu then approached English teacher Wang, hoping that she would adhere to the requirements of the agreement and let Qinran solve the rest of the problems. If she can't even drive teacher Wang away, then she also has no place in this school. The winning group, curated by Chu himself, was very exhausted, so the teacher is very grateful to them. Therefore, as a reward, he decided to give his children some entertainment. Namely, for such successes of the students, he planned a weekend trip for everyone together. The children began to cry with happiness and were very happy about this action, because it turns out that they had not been trying for a whole month in vain. Teacher Chu Yi was pleased with the students' reaction because he was finally able to interest them so much. Finally, the whole group waited for the weekend, and they and their supervisor began to get ready for vacation. But during the recount of those present, 2 human birds with 1 stone appeared. As it turned out, one of the students, Ma Yin, invited his girlfriend Lin Qi with him. He asked the teacher if the young ladies could go with them, so Chu Yi approved the idea. However, the question still remained, who was the odd one out among the students? Then they learned that another student, Ma Lu Ming, also invited his significant other, whose name was Zhou Qingqing. Then Chu was upset, because after all, Ma Lu Ming's family became rich due to the renovation of housing in a previous life. And Qingqing not only deceived his feelings, but also stole most of the family's property. The girl looked quite friendly and immediately said hello to everyone around her. However, she wasn't really sincere. After all, she was surprised by the number of rich guys in the group, so she was upset that her boyfriend Ma Lu Ming was the poorest among them. Teacher Chu had already made sure that all the children were present, so he allowed them to board the bus. But he himself was actually worried that the trip would be quite difficult. Throughout the entire area near the bus, dissatisfied cries of children were heard, to whom the transport seemed dirty, as if pigs had been transported there before. They stopped near a place next to which there was a huge parking lot with many expensive cars. As it turned out, the Wantian group is behind that recreation center. It was built together with the villa. This place is the most popular in the entire province. All the rich people from other cities go there on vacation. Unexpectedly, teacher Chu Yi heard the loud cries of his students quarreling. The guys were quarreling among themselves over the quality of their rooms. Namely, it seemed unfair to one of them that he had the worst room among all. Ma Lu Ming believed that those around him disrespected him and bullied him, and Ma Yin explained to him that all the good rooms were gone, and if he was unhappy, then let him rent a suite or live in another house. The guy got nervous, grabbed his girlfriend Qingqing, and ordered her to go with him. After the quarrel ended, teacher Chu approached Ma Ying and correctly asked if he was going overboard. But the guy explained to him that they usually treat Ma Lu well, but he has too arrogant character. He always tells other classes that everyone around him is bad. Moreover, the young man understood the essence of this Qingqing girl, who did not even look in the direction of the schoolgirl who wanted to talk to her on the way on the bus. Chu Yi listened and concluded that although the guy was right, he, as a teacher, should not abandon his students. Suddenly, his classmate asked Hu Lai, "Why is such a big gentleman like him able to boast of his authority in front of his classmates?" And the guy asked Jiang Hao not to spit his sarcasm and not to poke his nose into things that weren't his own. And it is generally advisable for it to go separately. Teacher Chu heard from the students' conversation that Jiang was from the Dajiang group. However, that guy did not lag behind Hu Lai and said that he, as an old friend, should invite him to the restaurant and also capture beautiful girls. When he said this, he put his hand on the other's shoulder, which Ma really didn't like, so he threw it away with one movement of his fingers. He didn't put much effort into this movement, but Jiang immediately fell to the floor and twisted in pain. The guy's condition suddenly deteriorated greatly, and white foam began to flow through his mouth, which resembled a seizure. Suddenly, an adult man appeared who was very concerned about the condition of the gentleman from Dajiang group. He ran up to the guy and ordered someone to call an ambulance, or at least a person who understood something about medicine. Chu Yi knew a little about this area, so he decided to examine his student. He managed to establish that there was nothing wrong. It was a congenital heart defect that did not pose a serious threat. However, the heart rate was slowing down, so if medical assistance was not provided, the victim would die within 5 minutes. The other students were terribly frightened by what they heard, because now their classmate could die before their eyes. Chu Yi remained completely calm and told everyone not to worry, as it was nothing. An adult man in a suit did not understand why these were small things. So he asked the teacher, addressing him as a doctor, what hospital he worked at. However, the teacher answered the truth and said that he was not a doctor. And then he explained that he was a teacher from the 3rd school teaching literature and physical education. I also recently started teaching English. The man was scared. In front of him stood a physical education teacher who teaches English and literature. He was frightened by the fact that there was no doctor nearby, so he told Mr. Zheng to send his private doctor. But Chu Yi decided to act, so he ordered Hu Lai and Ma Ying to hold this manager because he would now begin to provide assistance. The man in the suit was against the teacher's treatment methods and resisted to wait for the real doctor. Meanwhile, the guy lying near death, almost lifelessly, no longer moved his limbs, but only bled foam. Chu Yi did not have time to explain regarding the yellow paper in his hands, but it was a piece of paper that Chong Hong gave him, so it is quite valuable. The main task was to glue the piece to the body, and then it would be possible to cure the student. Suddenly, he finally exhaled fully, and the flow from his mouth stopped. Other students were shocked and confident that their curator knew absolutely everything except getting pregnant. Then Jiang Kun, who was the director of Dajiang Group, and Su Yingrong, his wife, arrived at the scene. They brought their private doctor, who didn't even have anything to say, looking at the guy who was already feeling better thanks to an ordinary piece of paper. He was outraged by this, and he began to humiliate the efforts of teacher Chu, and also ordered the piece of paper to be torn into small pieces, and Chu explained to him that if it was torn, the young man would die. He was in a very serious condition. It took half an hour for the spell to work. The mother of the injured guy began to shout at the teacher, saying that he was playing with her son's life, and she also ordered me to tear the paper. The curator no longer wanted to prove anything to these people, so he took Hu Lai and decided to leave there. After all, if these people want to kill their son, then he will not interfere with them. The woman walked up to Zhang Hao and removed a piece of yellow paper from his chest to supposedly save him. At that moment, the guy felt bad again, and the attack became several times stronger. Then the mother called Dr. Wu, whom she could trust, for help. The man put a pill in the young man's mouth and said that he would push it down his throat with his hand. The woman no longer knew whether this would help, so she just cried next to her son. Suddenly, Zhang Hao began to bleed heavily from the mouth directly onto Dr. Wu's face. He did not understand how this was possible, because the heart rate had slowed down, and if the guy was not taken to the hospital, he could not be saved. The parents were greatly panicked out of hopelessness, because even a qualified doctor could not do anything. The father took Wu by the shirt and angrily asked why the doctor's predictions regarding his son's chronic illness did not come true. And why does he give thousands of money every day if now he can't do anything? Meanwhile, the mother realized that that yellow piece of paper was actually helping, so she quickly began to collect it in a pile. Now she was sure of something else, that she would be able to save her son thanks to this thing, which was ridiculous in the opinion of others. She placed the tattered piece of paper to his heart and held it tightly with her hand, hopefully. Because of which, in a matter of seconds, the guy began to cough up blood again. Meanwhile, not far from them, there was a kiosk with promotional ice cream, where one was given as a gift. Teacher Chu decided to buy it for his students, and they were unhappy with the redneckness of their curator. But Hu Lai couldn't stop thinking about his classmate, so he asked Chu what the guy would be like if those parents really tore that piece of paper. The teacher briefly said in a calm tone that Zhang Hao would now die. After hearing this, the student began to beg Chu for help, because this is still a human life, and besides, that Jiang is not that bad. The teacher appreciated his student's thoughtfulness, but explained that even if you yourself have great strength, there are things that sometimes you don't need to take on. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a frightened voice from behind. It was Jiang Kun who asked the teacher to wait so that he could explain the situation. The group director apologized for tearing that piece of paper, so he begged Chu to help save his son again. The teacher refused to go anywhere, but only told the man to wait, and in a few minutes his child would come to his senses. The father was incredibly happy about what he heard, but he couldn't even believe that it was true. Chu decided to take revenge for the fact that his work was interrupted and devalued, so he said that the guy would get better before he died, so the man would have time to say goodbye to him. Then Jiang-kun knelt down and through tears begged for help and apologized because this was his only son. The man continued to lie with his head to the ground, with tears in his eyes. Hu Lai thought that Zhang Hao was actually not such a bad person, and he himself has the same father. Although he is strict with the guy, if something happens to him, he will always help him. Therefore, all parents deserve respect. One of the girls in the class walked up to Mr. Jiang and helped him to his feet because Teacher Chu still agreed. In fact, it was not visible from his displeased face, but it was the truth. He simply has a poisonous tongue, but he didn't even think about leaving the guy in trouble. Although they had long left the scene of the terrible event, the teacher did not dare to go far. Then the children took the curator by the arms and began to lead him to the injured young man, and Jiang Kun ran after them and thanked them for their help. Therefore, when they came to Jiang Hao, his mother apologized through tears for her stupid act. In response to this, Chu Yi's teacher ordered that a clean room be allocated to him, into which no one should be allowed. The man and his patient locked themselves in a sterile room where they stayed for 2 hours. Soon the teacher came out of the door and said that everything was fine. He asked not to disturb the guy. In half an hour he will fully come to his senses because his illness has now become cured. Dr. Wu did not believe in the words of an ordinary teacher. In his opinion, it was unrealistic to completely cure heart disease. The guy's father and mother were angry with such a doctor, so they ordered him to leave and not come into their sight. Soon the parents came to their son's room and prayed for him to wake up quickly. After all, if the teacher didn't lie, he will now never be sick again. Perhaps hearing his parents whining, the young man was soon able to come to his senses and opened his eyes. His relatives were very happy about this and crying again asked about his condition. The guy stood up cheerfully and said that he felt great, as if everything had passed and even his breathing was fine. Meanwhile, Teacher Chu was enjoying ice cream again. Taking a break from his work, it was an invitation from Hu Lai because the teacher was able to save his friend. But this was not enough for Chu. However, for some reason his student was still worried about the condition of his classmate. But suddenly, a rich family ran up to them in full force and thanked them very much for such a rescue. And as a thank you, Jiang Kun promised that he would never refuse Chu if he needed help. Teacher Chu responded rather calmly and said that they would meet again. And the older man thought that the teacher had such great talent, so he wondered where he got it from. At night, Chu meditated on the top of the hill and thought that the seed he had planted had finally grown. And it doesn't matter whether he uses these fruits. In this life, he had to solve several problems, and some of them need to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will not be able to pass through the heavenly barrier. Therefore, he should not just leave the difficulties of Jinlin City. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by noise in a field that was nearby. There were 2 guys there, his students. A quarrel arose between Hu Lai and Ma Lu Ming, so they decided to go one-on-one. The guy was trying to convey to the other that no one hates him, so he doesn't need to look at himself so specially. However, the young man was furious and threw his fist at his classmate. Suddenly, Curator Chu Yi jumped out from behind the bushes. He wanted to prevent a fight, so he spoke to the school children. However, the guys still wanted to prove something to each other with the help of physical strength, so they asked the teacher not to distract them, and he told them that he would just lie down next to him and watch so that he would not be so bored. This did not bother the classmates, so they began to beat each other with their own hands. The powerful teacher looked at this and felt ashamed for them, as if the guys had little strength. Suddenly, from behind, the man heard a familiar female voice saying that Mr. Chu seemed to be in a good mood. It was Lin Ke who asked the teacher if he had any free time now. The guys even stopped the fight out of surprise that their friend Ma Ying's girlfriend was doing on the field in the middle of the night and not spending time with her boyfriend. And the girl immediately answered the teacher that Ma Ying behaves like a small child, and she likes older guys, for example, like Chu Yi himself. Hu Lai. And Ma Lu Ming's jaws almost dropped when Ma Ying's girlfriend fell in love with their teacher. However, Chu Yi responded to her words with the following. He doesn't like guys. Then the boys almost started bleeding from their mouths. Could such a cute girl Lin Ke really be a guy? Hearing this, the beauty with horror in her eyes asked the teacher how he knew about this. Hu Lai and Ma Lu Ming were stunned by this information and that the girl admitted it. Suddenly, strong energy began to emanate from the delicate female body, and the ground even broke under her feet. The guys were afraid of Lin Ke's behavior, so out of fear they even rushed into each other's arms. And then the pseudo-girl told Chu Yi that he was special, but he destroyed her sect by deceiving their leader. Bo told him that his name was Han Zheng, so they would not forgive him for this. The teacher defended his students and said that that guy can attack quickly, so you only need to dodge his attack once. He looks like a girl because he practices yin techniques. And then he pointed to a silhouette that was hiding behind a tree and was a real evil spirit. The woman came out from behind the trunk and said if Chu knew about her existence, then he would have to kill the man. However, he was interested in something else, namely, how far their relationship with Ma Ying went. Suddenly, Hu Yilai intervened in the conversation, who was sure that they had come for him. He was used to being kidnapped, so he asked him to tell his father to bring Chen Feng there. Then he would help. Ma Lu Ming almost cried at how much his ex-sworn enemy cared about him. However, unexpectedly, Chu hit Hu on the head and ordered him to stay away because he is actually the main character there, so he just needs to show off. The pink-haired woman used magic and cast a sleep spell on the guys. Therefore, they simultaneously fell to the ground and fell asleep under its influence. For Chu, this seemed funny because the magic did not work on him, which means this demon has no spiritual power at all. Linka rushed at the teacher because she was angry at how even before he died from her, he dared to be so impudent. The sect master ordered them to kill Chu, so the subordinate was confident that she would fulfill her goal. The teacher paused a little to first instill hope in the girl and gather her strength together. Suddenly, she almost fainted from seeing the mighty power of Chu Yi, who, thanks to his strength, was able to carry out the tactics of controlling heaven and earth. Chu Yi's strength was incredibly high and made a big difference compared to the strength of her weak opponent. The girl was afraid of such a blow because the teacher's attack was comparable to the strength of her leader. From such a blow, Lin Qi fell to the ground and smashed the asphalt beneath her with her body, which raised a barrel of smoke into the air. And the girl herself lay with severe fractures and there was a large bloody puddle under her. Then the man ordered her to return home and advised her to practice more, because her level was still too low for a fight with him. Meanwhile, a pink-haired woman was hiding behind the tree, who was shocked at how Chu was able to put down one of the messengers in a second, and did not count on his such power. And the teacher continued to say that he and Lin were compatriots, but she contacted a trader named Scar, who paid them a lot. However, according to him, a person will never be able to take all the money with him to the grave, but the same money can bring him to the next world. The two women messengers with black energy were also surprised by the man's wisdom. And then, he told them to go, because as long as his students were there, he would not kill anyone. And besides, he was not afraid of the two messengers, because he could deal with anyone from their sect. The women thought that no one had ever told them such a thing, and for the sect itself they were just pawns. And also, if they had a teacher like Chu, they would not have become like this. They then thanked the teacher and said they would no longer harass him. However, the sect will not let him go, and the commander named William has already arrived in China. These words puzzled the powerful teacher, but it was nothing more than intimidation. Next, Chu Yi became bored and began to wake up his students who were still not finished with their fight. The guys woke up with a severe headache and hoped that their curator had won, but he said that there was a trace of the enemies. However, now he was interested in whether the disciples would continue to fight because he wanted to see it. Hu Lai and Ma Lu Ming were frightened by the handmark that Chu Yi left and imagined what could happen to them from such a blow. The guys hugged each other and said that they did not want to continue the argument because, after all, they were good friends, so now they only wanted to eat before going to bed. The comrades were happy that they had established relations, and the teacher was thinking through a plan for how he could meet that same commander. The next day, Chu Yi went to morning training to better counter William. He found a nice and also quiet place where there was quite good energy. Therefore, the result of his training there should have been better. The teacher performed various types of exercises, giving preference to all kinds of martial arts. His punches had great power and every movement was executed perfectly. Suddenly, superstar Jian Yanji saw this and became engrossed in Chu Yi performing the Taiji technique. She continued to secretly watch the teacher until he stopped to rest. However, he was very dexterous, so of course he saw how the girl was burning at him for almost an hour. She felt embarrassed from shame, so she wanted to run away, but she accidentally placed her foot wrong and twisted it. Jian Yan carelessly almost broke her head due to such a fall. However, thanks to the speed of Chu Yi's movements, he was able to grab her in time and prevent her from hitting the ground. However, accidentally, without controlling his hand, he unexpectedly grabbed the superstar's chest. But he didn't really want to do this, so he put the girl on her feet and quickly removed his limb from her attractive body. Because of this, Jian Yan blushed with shame. But she didn't seem to mind this, so she told Mr. Chu that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the man himself exhaled with relief after examining Jian's figure and said that she had almost no expressive body contours. The girl was very angry about this, but she restrained herself, since Chu had too good a Taiji technique that corresponded to her ideals. That's why she wanted a man to star in her film. So, right after that, she told Mr. Chu that she was making a film about Taiji. So she wanted to invite him to film in the Meishan area. This should have only taken half a day. However, the teacher immediately refused because he had to take his students for a walk. The girl decided to demonstrate her fame, so she asked the man if he had not noticed her before. After all, she and her team make the best movies. Suddenly, a colleague approached her who was looking for an actress because the Tai Chi master she had been looking for so long finally agreed to film. He was quite an adult man who was a real master in the 72nd generation. But the actress herself explained to Miss Zhou that she had found another martial artist and was trying to persuade him to film them. However, the woman said that she had spent a lot of money to invite a real master, so she did not have time to wait any longer. Otherwise, Mr. Zhang would refuse. And Jian Yanji said that she would not take Mr. Chu to the casting, but would take him directly to the set. That older man was angry because he couldn't believe that some teenager could show Tai Chi better than him. Therefore, looking at Chu, he said that he was not capable of this and simply misled the actress. Mr. Zhang spent his efforts so that they would invite him to filming for a lot of money. And in his opinion, the little boy Chu wants to interfere with him on purpose. Jian Yan was disappointed that she would not be able to cast the young master in her film. However, suddenly he jumped up from the ground and exclaimed that he remembered something. Namely, that several decades ago, a girl starred in an advertisement for a gel for newborns. Therefore, he often watched it at school age. Therefore, since he knows what she looked like as a child, he will agree to her request and help with the filming. But on the condition that no one will know about it until the film is released. Mr. Zhang blushed from the anger he felt due to envy. And Jian Yan told Miss Zhou that she was also investing in this film, so she had the right to choose the actors. Then the old master decided to check the so-called new guy and make sure that he was not chosen in vain. The man quickly released his hand and rushed towards Teacher Chu. And the teacher himself stood calmly because he saw that the old man had the maximum skills of a fighter, so he did not dare to call himself a master. He didn't want to hurt him, but he had no choice in this situation. While the guy was tearing off a small branch, the old master was already quite close. Chui smiled slyly and told his rival that he had brought him something to eat. Suddenly, he put that branch into Mr. Zhang's mouth and stopped him. However, besides the wood itself, at its end there were nasty remnants of nature that fell on the old man's tongue. The man ran through the forest as far as possible, but on the way he almost vomited from such a surprise. Then Miss Zhou realized that she had made the wrong choice towards the old liar. And she also saw that the young man Chu did not even use half of his strength. Jian Yan was only happy about this turn of events because now Miss Zhou had no choice but to take on this role as a teacher. The young superstar joyfully extended her hand to the mighty master and said that she was waiting for him at 9 o'clock. Then the guy kindly introduced his last name and said that he was a teacher. Suddenly, loud screams began in the hotel where the class was staying. Because there was news that not far from them, the famous Jian Yanji would be filming a film. The sleepy kids came out of their rooms and were motivated to get the superstar's autograph. They ran down the corridor and almost knocked Teacher Chu down because they wanted to see the actress as quickly as possible. The man didn't know the reason for the students' interest, so he thought they were already crazy. He stopped one of the students and asked what they found that made them so excited. And she explained that superstar Jian will be there soon. And for her, there is no one better in the industry except Yan Ji. Then Teacher Chu grabbed his head because the girl he was dating half an hour ago is so famous. And then he began to reassure himself that although he liked her behavior, she probably has a very wide circle of friends. Therefore, he hoped that she would not force him to meet anyone. In the meantime, he decided to go to the canteen and was very dissatisfied because the prices there were 5 times more expensive than in city cafes. Suddenly, somewhere behind him, he heard someone say to Miss Jian that Boss Jin himself had personally invited her, so she couldn't refuse him. He was a strong man in a suit who treated the girl with disrespect, calling her ungrateful. They say that although she is a superstar, she is no different from a courtesan. Her colleague decided to stand up for the actress, who ordered him not to approach the young lady because she knows his boss Hoon. The man had no desire to listen to the woman, so he hit her straight in the face. After all, Fan Hong meant nothing to him. However, he stopped offending women when he heard someone call him from behind. It was Chu who handed him a meat bone and said how such a big man could insult girls. Superstar Jian Yanji, who was lifting her colleague from the floor, turned to teacher Chu. She said that she would deal with her problems herself, so she asked him not to interfere. She also added that she would finish filming the scene and then immediately go to Jin's boss. Chu was well versed in people's behavior, so he immediately noticed that even though the girl ordered why not to interfere, she tilted her head in fear because she didn't want to set him up. The tough man showed his tattoo and told Chu that he really had better not interfere because he is connected with the mafia. But this did not scare the teacher, so in response, he began to taunt him with ridicule. The husband and others who were with him were ready to kill Chu on the spot for such words, saying that he was deliberately asking for trouble. Jian Yanji blamed herself for this situation, so she tried to somehow prevent the upcoming conflict. Miss Zhang told Chu that if this was his attempt to win Yanji's heart in this way, then he would fail, because they are from completely different worlds. He didn't like this answer, so he called women really ungrateful. Meanwhile, the young girl tried to calm the mafia down and said that she would go with him, but in exchange for the fact that they would not touch her friend. The men agreed to these conditions, so they left, but told Chu not to come into their sight again. But Chu Yi was very hurt by the words that he was Jian Yan's friend, so he said that he could not leave her in trouble then. So he took one of the bandits by the shoulder and threw him straight into the wall, so much so that he broke through it. However, he did this not only because of such words, but also because he did not like these people from the very beginning. The men did not stop, so they continued to try to destroy teacher Chu, without fear of punishment for this, because their boss could protect them from the police. But their movements were too slow compared to the teacher, and in the meantime he took some rice from his plate. He decided to use it as a weapon, shooting grains directly into the men's knees. Thus, he managed to break the limbs and stop the attack of these big guys. The women felt even more in danger, so they came up with a plan to protect themselves. Therefore, Miss Zhou decided to tell these men that the one who beat them had nothing to do with Yanji. Chu didn't understand why they didn't like him at all, because even though he protects, he feels disdainful towards him. The thief said that the guy used a mysterious weapon. So, does he know who Boss Jin is? Because there is no person in the city who would dare to cross his path. Then the teacher began to wonder who was leading them, and if the answer satisfied him, he would spare them. Then the big man told him that there were 3 corporations in the city. All the managers of these corporations were friends of his boss, and also Luo Chenfeng and old director Gao. Therefore, even Fan Hong is afraid of him. The man thought that when the teacher heard these names from his lips, he would be terribly afraid. However, of course, this did not happen, because Chu himself had considerable connections in his circle. Moreover, all the names he heard were even in his contact list. And also, he said about the leadership of corporations. In addition to the Jian family, there is also Zhao Tianming, whom Chu once beat. The man didn't believe it and took it as bragging. He thought that the guy wanted to intimidate him, so he ordered him to kneel down and apologize. Then he would remain alive. However, the teacher wanted to prove his words, so he suggested calling one of the people listed. Meanwhile, in the Meishan district, the same boss was sitting in the hotel who told the man opposite about Jian Yan, and if she did not come, then he would not be able to leave the room alive. This person was the old liar Zhang, who said that all movie stars are not saints, so for the sake of money, the girl will definitely come. He longed for great revenge because of her, he was left without much income, and now he wanted to put on a whole show. Suddenly, Boss Jin received a call from someone, and he thought that the long-awaited star had finally arrived. And Zhang just smiled to himself because he didn't consider the girl a superstar. During the phone conversation, Jin was very angry because he heard the bad news. He learned that he would personally have to bring the girl to his room because he wanted to look at who dared to make a mess on his territory. Meanwhile, his envoy lay under the pressure of Teacher Chu's leg and threatened him with his boss. Miss Zhou was panicking that the guy had dialed Jin himself because you couldn't solve anything with him using the power of your fists alone. The boss and several more of his guards entered the dining room where everything was happening. One of his subordinates put a chair in front of his boss. He sat down, imposingly lit a cigar, and looking at Chu Yi asked how one could kill such a provocateur like him. The guy smiled because he saw an old acquaintance, whom he stuffed a stick into his mouth, and realized that it was he who set up that fat man so that his subordinates would attack Yan Ji. That pseudo-master got angry and told Boss Jin that the teacher should be bullied as much as possible before he died. Then the fat man ordered his thugs to break all the teacher's limbs and begin to torture him. Suddenly, he was distracted by the sound of the door opening because he didn't expect anyone to come. It was Mr. Jiang, who was very surprised at how authoritative Jin Liu Fu was. The man was afraid of such a meeting because Jiang was from the city of Jinlin, where there are many more opportunities for obtaining useful connections. Even his people in Jinling are not trying to compete with him. Jin stood up affably and apologized to the majestic figure for him, explaining that he himself had arrived last evening, so he could not organize a good reception. Miss Zhou told Chu to pay attention to a real authority who knows more than just flapping his tongue. Then the teacher stretched out on the ceiling and turned to his friend, because he did not expect that they would see each other again so soon. Boss Jin tried to shut the teacher's mouth because he thought he was speaking with disrespect. However, Mr. Zhang himself hit the fat man for his ugly behavior. Now he couldn't utter a word, because right now he was far from the most authoritative in the room. Mr. bowed to Teacher Chu and apologized for not thanking him properly. Therefore, he suggested that, when there was time, we could sit together and talk. Mrs. Zhou was shocked by what she heard, because even Zhang Kun had so much respect for Chu Yi. Jian Yanju then told her that one should not judge a person solely by his appearance. Teacher Chu said that there was no need for such flattery towards him. Now he had little time because he had a whole bunch of things to solve. Then Mr. Zhang asked him about this problem that happened in the cafeteria, and the teacher said that this is a small thing for him, so he just wants these guys to slap themselves in the face and then apologize to Miss Jian. Boss Jin didn't want to be humiliated like that because he considered himself a respected gangster. However, Zhang Kun ordered him to apologize if he wanted to stay alive. Ban Yugan could not understand why the director of a large corporation stood up for an ordinary Teacher Chu, and then he realized that this was the same teacher who was able to destroy the Kaishin Hotel with the help of the city's top officials. Behind him stood a Tai Chi master, who was instructing him to feed the dogs to the teacher, because this is his territory and he is in charge here. However, Jin decided that his own life was more important, so he ordered his guards to feed the dogs to this fool who was behind him. The old man begged for help and said that the boss had made a mistake, but it was already too late. Teacher Chu was satisfied that his orders were being followed, so he asked to continue. Then Jin and his entire team of subordinates fell to their knees to ask for forgiveness. The female filmmakers opened their mouths wide, as Chu's orders were indeed carried out by everyone. The next thing the bandits needed to do was to hit themselves. So while doing this, they also simultaneously apologized to Miss Jian for their actions. The girl felt awkward, so as soon as she got together, she said that she forgives the man. He looked at Teacher Chu with a dog's eye and asked if this was enough. The teacher ordered them to get up from their knees and said that this was a lesson for them. Therefore, if this happens again, it will not end with just an apology. And in addition, Jin also decided to have a feast in order to definitely improve relations, which was a very good idea. When everyone gathered at the table, Zhang Kun told Teacher Chu that if he needed help, he could call, and he would help him under any circumstances. The women thought among themselves where this teacher came from and why the CEO of Dajiang Group was talking to him so politely. However, their thoughts were interrupted by a phone call to Miss Jin Yanji's number. She seemed unhappy with this and did not understand why this person was calling her. The girl apologized for having to leave, but the call was important. It was Yang Ling who called Yanji quite rarely. Then Teacher Chu saw what was written on the phone screen. Yang Ling. The girl had been absent for quite a long time, so she once again apologized to those who were sitting at the table. Tovstun asked what happened, and if it was problems with investors, then he was ready to help. Jin Yanjia said that she received a call from a colleague who most likely everyone knows, whose name is Yang Ling. The gangster laughed and said that he knew this wonderful and talented girl. The actress explained that now everyone is making her a saint. It has long been known that she got into show business through bed. At the beginning, she wanted to get out of the film crew by getting connections with Yanji's mother. However, she refused her and did not expect that director Lai Wu would take her in. Then Chu Yi remembered how in a past life, when he was a beggar, that girl easily made a career for herself. So in any case, they were not on the way. Zhang Kun remembered because he had heard before that she used to have a rich husband in Qinghua City. In addition, some directors collaborate with Lai Wu, although his work is quite bad. Miss Zhou was surprised that Yang Ling was now very popular. Therefore, this is precisely why young Yanji is pursuing the goal of making a quality movie in order to defeat her and not lose to her. Then Boss Jin told her that if Miss Jian needed quality filming locations, she could contact him. However, for her, the ideal place was actually Mount Meishan. However, Jin had no right to go there since Wantian International was located there. Teacher Chu saw no problem in going to that mountain. Therefore, while he has time, because he is already going home in the evening, he can take a few shots there. Jiang-kun thought that the teacher probably meant that he could go and take pictures of the scenery around the mountain, because most likely he doesn't know what this place is. Chu quickly finished his lunch and suggested that they go to filming right then and there. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain in Chayanlong village, the sun had already set and it was getting dark. Miss Zhou admired how fresh the air was in that place, which created a special comfort. Boss Jin said that the best environment is found from inside the village, but it's a pity that they won't be allowed there. There was nothing stopping Teacher Chu, so he mindlessly walked straight. There were many guards near the premises who did not scare Chu, because if they came to film, they had to go inside. Mr. Jong-kun stopped the teacher because he was very worried that they were not allowed to enter there. But for such a brave Chu, there were no barriers, no matter who these people were. He continued to walk towards the entrance, and even Miss Yanji was already trying to talk to him. Suddenly, all the guards bowed at his feet and greeted him kindly. This shocked everyone who was with the teacher. Meanwhile, he did not show any emotions, only invited his acquaintances to go along with him. Boss Jin could not find the words to describe his surprise that Chu was even allowed into the forbidden territory of Mount Meishan. The teacher led everyone inside and told them to calculate how the shooting should be done. In the meantime, he will go to his friend outside. Jiang-kun understood that this was a village where only those who had received permission from Mr. Liang should live, and he is one of the main authorities in the capital. Teacher Chu went outside and approached the tree where someone was hiding. It was Ma Lu Ming's girlfriend, Zhou Qingqing, who asked the teacher if he was the owner of this village. The teacher immediately understood the reason for this question, because how could such an ordinary teacher of a class of rich children turn out to be such an influential person? The girl was even frightened by how accurately he expressed her thoughts. But he continued that, although Ma Lu Ming is not considered a golden youth, he will be able to provide her with a happy life, but if she only needs money, then she should leave him as soon as possible. He also added that the girl should not think to herself that if she knows some facts about him, she will be able to blackmail him, because his students already know who he is. Qingqing was shy and blushed, but said that she understood everything. And she also concluded, given that the whole group is majors, and the teacher is a hidden authority, then Ma Lu Ming has many connections that can arrange for her an excellent life. Then the trip ended successfully, and life returned to business as usual. But something was wrong. For the first time during the training period, the children suffered greatly in class, and some even cried. The reason is that the ill-mannered English teacher Wang was fired due to the dispute, and now, instead of her, there was teacher Chu. He didn't understand what happened to the students' faces. After all, I previously taught them literature and physical education, which means I can teach them English. The children agreed with Mr. Chu's physical education, but regarding English, they were against it. The teacher knew that things were pretty bad, but he had to teach a few lessons until the students found a new teacher. Suddenly, an unknown student came into the office and handed the teacher a love letter. Chu felt awkward because the subject of the letter was heard by his students. The guys in the first desks immediately began to wonder who exactly the letter was from. As it turned out, that student was ordered to deliver this letter by another guy, which made teacher Chu even more angry and surprised at the same time. His students began to imagine a large and muscular man who could match the level of their supervisor. The pink letter indicated the time and place of the meeting with the unknown person, namely 7 hours on the shore near the Jiangjiang River. The young man could not even imagine who the fight would be with. His students were frightened by the words about the battle, even on the riverbank. But from the handwriting, teacher Chu was able to identify the person who wrote it. It was Chen Jun-yu who couldn't calm down. But Chu wondered what else the already defeated Kaishan Hotel could do. He took several of his friends and came to the hotel, but they did not understand why because Kaishan no longer had any power. But Chu explained that if he decided to write him a letter, it means he had prepared in advance, so it's not so simple. Chen Jun-yu began to mock the teacher, saying that he took help with him because he himself was not confident in his abilities. The brothers did not like the fact that he brought Fan Hong, who previously could have simply destroyed them. The men from Chu asked Chen what he wanted, but ordered him to answer quickly, because they would throw him into fish food, and he replied that Chu Yi had no idea why they called him. He was confident in his strength, so he said that the teacher would die from this meeting. But he just laughed and called the brothers a love couple who couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, the guys realized that they did not have an assistant who should be on their side. As it turned out, he simply deceived them and did not come to this meeting. Suddenly, Chen Jun received a strong blow from his fist right in the face. The man who hit him said that, "Before doing anything, you need to think carefully." And then, he asked Teacher Chu if he had any questions for the guys, because if not, he will throw them into the river. The beaten young man told him with threats that he would not be able to live long after this. Suddenly, everyone heard the rustling of the river, the flow of which greatly accelerated, and many men in water suits who were Kaishin's assistants began to beg from her. The mermen quickly rushed to attack the people who were standing on the shore. They could move freely underwater and also walk on it. At the same time, they were armed. The guys next to Teacher Chu were scared because they saw such a miracle for the first time. Chen Junyu laughed at Chu and Fan Hong, saying that they could not escape from his assistance. However, he was hit in the face again, and this time it was kicked. Chui didn't understand why he was yelling like that, because these circus performers put on a good show. The men who were with the teacher were proud of his behavior and the way he called those thugs clowns. One of the water characters pointed a weapon towards the teacher and wanted to take revenge on him because he had desecrated his ancestors. But for Chu himself, these three circus performers did not have any significance, so he could defeat them in one move. Having accumulated energy in his hand, he used the technique of suppressing his opponents. Chu's colleagues were dumbfounded by his abilities, so they called him a real god, because compared to him, they themselves felt like clowns. 3 water fighters fell back into the water from one blow and did not move anymore. Their leader was embittered that his best promising warriors were killed. Therefore, to deal damage, he decided to use his water power and raised a large wave. He addressed Chu, calling him a Chinese, and said that he would pay for everything. Fan Hong and everyone else couldn't believe their eyes. It looked like they were filming a movie. Teacher Chu Yi was ready for the game. Game. And in response to the attack of that boss, he wanted to kill him. Therefore, the teacher, in one leap, was able to jump a long distance and headed straight into the wave of water. And then, walking on the water, he told that European that China was not happy with him. The man was angry at Chu for removing his master's curse, after which he sent his agents to him, but they also disappeared. And now the teacher killed his fighters. To which the powerful Chu said that Scar betrayed his country and attempted to kill worthy people. Therefore, he and his subordinates have no right to come to his country and kill. And then he added that if he doesn't leave of his own free will right now, he will actually kill him. This made the European very angry, and he was able to tear off his clothes with the force of his muscles in order to move more freely. Chu took a look at this and realized that in the spirit world, the demon race and the Taiji race are quite similar. However, the demons are obsessed with violence, blood, and killing them. They completely lose their intelligence and become rabid. That is why the race of demons often asks the race of valuable souls to repair the structures they themselves have destroyed. Therefore, knowing the inner world of this water warrior, he can easily cope with it, despite the fact that he is a commander. That demonic big man was determined to kill Teacher Chu. However, the teacher is very good at the Tai Chi technique that he was going to use at that moment. By creating a special energy around himself, he managed to gain enough strength. In addition, he created a protective layer that no one could get through, which shocked the warrior because he could not break through this gate and strike. I tried to stick my hand in the guy's direction again. He was fighting as if against an indestructible wall. And after that, things only got worse for him. As a corresponding attack from Chu began, the teacher threw the fighter a long distance, after which he jumped high to finish off the enemy. The already bloodied water warrior could not move for fear of death. And in the end, the powerful Chu performed the Bagua seal technique and created a suppression technique. Due to the furious force of the impact, the river and its underwater inhabitants went beyond the place of their permanent existence. The water began to overflow the shore, so the flying drops created something like rain. Teacher Chu walked on the water, satisfied with his skill, while remaining unharmed. Fan Hong thought that this Teacher Chu was far from an ordinary person, as he was capable of such a thing. Therefore, the next thought in relation to him was that he was a real god. However, suddenly, someone began to drown in the river, which caused a wave of water to rise. To everyone's surprise, it was Chu who was unable to reach the shore on his own. He begged for help, so his friends immediately rushed to the rescue. Then the teacher realized that at his level it was better not to do much for now. Although the techniques look impressive, they waste a lot of energy. Once you use just one, it becomes completely exhausted. However, the man did not suffer for long and said that they had already solved the main problem. As for what to do with his brothers, let his colleagues decide for themselves. Then Chen Junyu approached him and said that killing people was illegal. But instead of answering, he received another strong blow to the face, because he himself had recently invited killers. The guy continued to inflict physical pain, and he kept begging for mercy. Next, teacher Chu Yi and his friends got into the car and went back. Chu Yi didn't like Fan Hong's look, so he displeasedly asked him if he thought he was that scary, and the man explained that he remembered that day at the karaoke bar when the teacher treated him so well. Chu Thian thought that perhaps he was underestimating other masters on Earth. Once every 1,000 years, the gates of the spirit world open, so he is afraid that many strong personalities will appear from there. Moreover, there are many people whom he will not be able to defeat. However, if someone kills the Lord of Hell on Earth, then it would be funny, and with his speed to become a mentor, it will take several years, so he will have to use the seal technique. And Qianlong Village was suitable for this, but it does not have a spiritual stone, but it is owned by Director Qin's family. However, the woman would have given it to him right away if he had simply told her directly about the situation. Therefore, he decided to call Qinran and tell it like it is. But suddenly the woman herself called him, which seemed like a strange coincidence. She didn't want to talk for long, but the reason for the call was teacher Chu Yi's invitation to her birthday party. But then she explained the real reason. In reality, she wanted to use his family's authority to intimidate other corporations in the city. The guy was surprised to hear the invitation, so at first he took a short pause. And then he decided to joke that he was so poor and didn't even have money for a gift for her. Therefore, I decided to limit myself to 100. The woman was very annoyed by this answer because she was already reluctant to make this invitation. But then Chu decided to compliment her, which made the situation even more awkward. Therefore, with wet hands due to the rain, she immediately ended the call. The teacher thought that he would not mind her using his family's position to raise her authority, because if she hadn't existed in a past life, then he wouldn't have existed either. Meanwhile, at the Knife Sect's base, the commander-in-chief asked his subordinates regarding William. After all, we haven't heard news from him for a long time. One of the men fell to his knees and said that he could not contact him. He sent a group to search for him, but neither William nor his men were found. Then Scar, out of rage, smashed it with one blow to the wall and ordered everyone to prepare for the invasion of China. He longed to see with his own eyes what this teacher Chu Yi represented himself to be. Meanwhile, a meeting with Qin Ran was taking place in the shopping center. The pink-haired woman was surprised that the director also invited Chu Yi, so she suspected some kind of love affair between them. But the teacher replied to his colleague Tan that he asked her to help with choosing a gift, and it was unnecessary to spread gossip about her. Therefore, on her advice, they came to the antique store to choose what to bring to the holiday. The guy agreed to her offer regarding a store to choose a gift, so he went to look at what was there. But as it turned out, Teacher Tan was joking, because at the banquet there will be only authorities, so you can't give useless things. However, Chu Yi had already seen the wonderful Spirit World Protection Amulet. Although it had already been used, the remaining power would be enough to protect a person's life. The store clerk appreciated this choice because this item was the treasure of his store, which is why it cost 50,000. Hearing this, Chu's colleague interrupted their conversation and said that this was an incredibly high price for such a small thing. But Chu told her that this is a business, so she needs to learn to bargain. Therefore, he ordered her to watch and learn from his actions. The woman was sure that this thing was half broken, so even a 90% discount would be too small. Meanwhile, Chu took the stone in his hand and said that he would give 10 yuan for this thing. Tan, who watched this, could not believe her ears. After all, reducing the price from 50,000 to 10 yuan is stupid and impossible. However, to her surprise, the seller agreed to such conditions and sold his goods for cheap. Suddenly, someone spoke to Teacher Chu and asked him to look at the thing he had just bought. It was a man with a rather young girl, Chen Han Chuan and Chen Ru Miao. Chu did not want to give this amulet, but the man grabbed onto it and did not let go, which testified to the power of the martial artist. And the girl next to him, who was his granddaughter, told the teacher that her grandfather was the chairman of Jiangnan district, and although he retired, his authority did not disappear anywhere. Therefore, she was willing to give 100 yuan for this amulet. Teacher Chu Yi said the price that Chen Ru Miao had mentioned several times, mocking it, because he wouldn't give this thing even for 100 million. But he doesn't care who these people are. Therefore, having said that he would not sell it, the young man turned around and said goodbye to them. The girl continued to follow him so that he would give her this amulet. Then her grandfather stopped her and said that he was not his rival. After all, even at a young age, he is already much stronger than an old man. Chen Rumiao doubted teacher Chu's strength, so she was sure that the issue of sale was about money. But her grandfather explained to her that this amulet was truly priceless, because it is a spiritual jasper pendant. By wearing it, you can withstand a tank attack. The girl was very surprised by this because, like an ordinary piece of stone, she could do this. And the old man continued that her uncle Chen John Tian survived the shell strike precisely because of this thing. The young lady still couldn't believe the amulet's magical power. Therefore, her grandfather explained to her that that uncle also had this very pendant, which saved him. Meanwhile, in the elite area on Tianjian Street in high-rise new buildings, it was there that director Qin Ran lived, who at that moment was taking a hot shower. And someone kept calling her, so when the woman finished, she picked up the phone and apologized for not answering sooner. In this ringing, the woman apologized for being absent from her birthday, so she decided to congratulate Qin in advance. The director was not upset by this, because the main thing is that she will still receive a gift. And then she jokingly told her interlocutor that she knew how busy the lady of the Chu family was, to which the woman called Qin shameless, which was very unlike her. Then the director realized that she had picked up such stupid expressions from Chu Yi himself. The interlocutor at that moment just remembered Chu, so she asked Qin, which is why she didn't fire him. And besides, she also officially gave him a job. The woman could not explain the reason constructively, so she said that he had performed very well. And regarding layoffs, she is not alone in resolving this issue. They then decided to change the topic of conversation to discussing the birthday and the fact that Qin should get married as soon as possible. However, the director really did not like to bring up this topic, so she quickly ended the conversation. Soon, the room for the birthday celebration was already decorated with balloons and streamers, and the birthday girl herself was well-dressed and greeted her guests. The first person she saw was Chu, whom she did not expect to meet. However, she noted that on this day, they do not have a working relationship, so he can simply call her Qin Ran. The teacher did not expect to see such tenderness in his direction, so he began to joke that these were Principal Qin's twins. This angered the woman, so she told teacher Chu that he was a guest at her house that day and was also a representative of their school, so he should mean what he said. After such a tone, he realized that this was exactly the director Chu he knew. From the very morning, she was in an anxious state, but she understood that she should not offend her guests, so she should always smile. There was a celebration going on at Qin Ran's house, where respected persons were present. Chu held a piece of cake in his hands and thought that thanks to his reading skill, he would be able to recognize the freshness of food. But he hadn't noticed this before. But suddenly he was interrupted by a touch on his back. This was an old friend of his who looked incredibly good at that feast. Teacher Chu Ai kindly greeted the girl, which even distracted him from the sweet treat. He was very happy about this meeting and also complimented the lady, in response to which I also heard pleasant words addressed to me. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Mr. Zhao at the celebration. He and teacher Chu were dressed the same, but the other girls present began to criticize the teacher's appearance. Chu was outraged that his taste in clothes had fallen to Mr. Zhao's level, which he really did not want. His rival became angry when he saw the image of the teacher at the festival. Then his attention was drawn to his uncle, who was delighted to meet Tian Ming. The guy also smiled at his uncle Qin in response to the greeting. However, they did not have a long dialogue because Qin immediately went to Chu Yi, because he had heard a lot about him and wanted to communicate in person. The teacher said his name and then asked the man if he was Director Qin's father, and he told the young man that if he finds a girl among those present who suits him, he will help them meet. After all, he was actually worried about the strange gossip going around about Chu Yi and Qin Ran. He even despises Zhao Tianming, and for such a beggar as a teacher, he did not want to give up his daughter. But after hearing that question regarding the girls, Chu immediately understood what Mr. Qin wanted from him. Meanwhile, two more important people met at the holiday who rarely meet together. These were three corporate gentlemen with whom it was better not to mess with. But Du Fangao is very strange. After Chu's conflict with his sister, he went to Director Qin to sort things out. But Qin Ran probably influenced him by telling him about Chu Yi's family. Mr. Qin loudly invited everyone to the table because all the guests had already gathered. Everyone greeted the birthday girl, Qin Ran, with applause and gifts. Chu observed this and came to the conclusion that this celebration was not for Qin herself, but for gain, because her father might be using his own daughter as a pawn. Suddenly, the celebration was interrupted by a man's voice who said that he had come to his niece's birthday. It was Jinlin Shukei's thunderstorm, who was the director's uncle. Nobody called him, so Brother Qin was not very happy about such a meeting. He was actually invited by Zhao Tianming, who wanted to take this opportunity to reconcile the two brothers. Then Xu said that although his sister died, he, like a brother, must look after her daughter. He didn't even care about the corporate gentleman. Its power is second only to a giant like Tianfeng International, so Chu felt a special energy. However, not from him, but from the man who accompanied him. He was also a cultivator, and his strength surpassed Chu. When all the relatives had already been gathered, Qinran anxiously announced the continuation of the feast. Then one of the guests decided to be the first to give his gift, which was packed in a red box. It was a piece of jewelry from Myanmar. Some beggars who wear clothing details will not be able to buy such a gift in their entire lives. Chu found it strange that the man opened his gift in front of everyone, although usually the birthday boy looks at them in private. However, there were different rules at this feast. So Miss Qin's birthday turned out to be an auction. Huasheng Group might not be able to withstand such pressure. Because everyone knows about the Huasheng Group's mines, their income is too much, so they have to share with others. Chu's acquaintance also came to this holiday for the sake of profit. Mr. Fan also pursued this goal. However, the teacher did not care about this competition. He actually came to celebrate the director's birthday. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming and his partners were preparing to present gifts. And during the ceremony, a voice spoke to Miss Qin from behind her. It was the same girl Zhu Miao who was very late for the feast. The schoolgirl complimented the director and presented her with a gift, namely stars, which she had been making for a whole month. Chu Yi was shocked by such a meeting. So either the world is a small place, or Jujian is such a village where everyone knows each other. Then Tianming looked disapprovingly at such a small gift, so he concluded that this girl was an ordinary student. Suddenly, someone began to describe everything that was happening, and also called Mr. Sui a disparaging form of the name, which was a big mistake. This made the man very angry, so he was ready to rip his throat out for disrespecting himself. It was old Mr. Chen who was not afraid of anyone in this city. The guests present were surprised by such a person, because they did not expect to see the same leader of Jiangnan province, about whom there are whole legends. Yuka took the man's place, but the respectable man asked him not to pay attention to him because he came with his granddaughter to her teacher's birthday. The guests discussed among themselves that such a respected person had come there. It's unlikely that anyone would dare to show off in front of him. It turns out that the Qin family now has great authority. Meanwhile, the guys decided that now it was their turn to give, so one of them gave Tan Bohu's poems, written with his own hands. Old Chen laughed at first, but then praised the young men for being able to obtain such rare collections of poetry. Soon it was Tan Ming's turn because he put it off until the very end. First, the guy decided to say a few words, namely, that he understands Qin's attitude towards money and she doesn't need it. Therefore, he gave her something that would help save her life. He opened the box and there was a piece of amulet paper. The guests were surprised at how ordinary paper could save life, so they took it as a joke. But old Mr. Chen appreciated such a gift, namely the Moashan amulet. The guy was glad that such a respected person appreciated his efforts. And the man turned to Mr. Qin and said that this amulet could really save his daughter's life. If you wear it on yourself, it will even save you from a bullet. The guests could not even imagine how much such a thing costs, if it exists in this world. Teacher Chu was a little upset because his gift had a similar meaning. Yuka said that this amulet is worth more than hundreds of millions. Therefore, then he asked his niece to be kind to the one who gave it to her. After such words, Qinran decided to refuse such an expensive gift. Tianming almost fainted because he did not expect to hear a refusal because of such a gift. However, he did not give up and decided to start talking about the feelings he had for Miss Qin since childhood. The guests began to envy how romantic they thought it was to confess their love in front of such a crowd. At such an intimate moment, Chu decided to intervene and began to talk all sorts of nonsense. This makes Tianming angry because he prevents him from proposing. However, Chu Yi only ridiculed his actions and, taking the piece of paper in his hands, asked whether the guy was really going to win the girl's heart thanks to this. Because in his opinion, it was just an ordinary torn piece of paper. Tianming wanted to open the teacher so that he would quickly leave from there and not interfere with him. But then he decided to see what kind of gift Chu himself gave, starting to laugh at the fact that the teacher had no money. And he, without waiting, took out the amulet and directly told the director that he bought it for 10 yuan from the old man. The woman accepted this gift and at first didn't even know what to say. The guests around began to laugh at Chu Yi's gift, saying that he gave a useless piece of stone And Tan Ming himself called Chu a loser who is unworthy of Miss Chinran. The old manager, Mr. Chen, jumped out of his chair and said that the guy made him very angry. Tan Ming continued to mock the teacher because now it would be the end for him if he angered such a person. Mr. Chen was angry that Chu did not sell him this thing for 300 million, so he demanded that he give the amulet. At that moment, the guests were in a stupor and did not believe what they had just heard. Shuka asked Mir if he was sure of his words, because at first glance the item looked like ordinary jewelry. Chen ordered not to interfere in his affairs, because this amulet was terribly important. He approached teacher Chu and, taking him by the shirt, asked if he would sell him a pendant for at least 300 million. The teacher said that he had not changed his opinion. And besides, 300 million is not enough, because this thing costs at least 1 billion. But the old man did not have more than 500 million. Besides, the amulet was broken, so 500 million is a good price for it. But Chu once again emphasized that this thing is priceless and cannot be bought for any money. Well, if the old man really needs it, then let him give 10 billion for it. The guests thought the guy was sick in the head because could this little thing really be worth that much money? Suka actually thought that Mr. Chen had become senile. However, he shouted to everyone around him that they did not understand anything about this spiritual amulet. Then it dawned on Shu that such a thing really couldn't be that cheap. Because if Zhao Tingming's amulet can protect against a bullet, then Chu Yi's amulet will also protect against a cannonball. Regarding the fact that it is broken, it's just that now it can only withstand one hit from a tank. Because with his help, Commander Chen was able to survive being hit by a tank cannonball. Hearing all these words, Qin Ran decided to refuse this gift too. Although she could not take this thing, she felt very happy inside herself. Then Chu Yi came too close to her, and the woman already thought that he also wanted to confess to her. The guy just called her a fool because she was refusing such a valuable thing. He will still give it as a gift, and then she can resell it to the old man. Then he will give her not only money, but will also be very grateful. And for her family, this is very important. Well, since he had already given away his gift, he decided that it was time for him to leave. And he told Mr. Chen to try to buy the amulet from the woman, because she seemed not against it. Then the old man rushed to Miss Qin and asked if she was really willing to sell it. Tan Ming was seething with anger because Chu Yi had ruined everything for him again. The teacher himself feasted on sweets and thought how tired he was of these connections. But he had no choice. When he had already left the house, Shu Ke and his guard decided to stop the guy. At this point, he decided to make a joke and asked if they would like to eat his cake. Yuka wanted his niece to marry Zhao Tianming, and there is no way that she will be with Chu. The guy told a story about how he liked one girl in elementary school, but he fell while running, and from that moment on he didn't like girls. Then the thug Zhu asked how this was connected, and he said that they are connected to each other exactly like his affairs with Kei. After such an answer, the authority ordered his subordinate Mo to teach teacher Chu a lesson. This man was very strong, but Chu Yi was easily able to repel his attack. The guard was surprised how such a young guy managed to do this. And then Chu said, "You don't need to think that you are the strongest because there will always be someone who will be stronger than you." Therefore, after that, unexpectedly, he dealt heavy retaliatory damage to his fighter. He pushed him hard to the ground, and he even demolished the asphalt beneath him with the impact of his own body. Shuka couldn't understand how someone so young managed to do this. It turns out that he can destroy one of the best fighters in Jinlin in a second. And teacher Chu went further, and with a calm soul realized that these people did not pose any threat to him. Walking further, he came to a very familiar place. In a past life, he and his lover were sitting there together, but the past Chu could not change anything. But in his present life, everything is completely different. Then the young man turned around and told Mr. Qin that he had noticed him a long time ago, so he could finally come out to him. The man said that he, Qin Huashen, can sometimes make mistakes about other people. So he asked Chu who he really was, and he explained that he was an ordinary teacher of physical education, literature, and English. Keen didn't believe it because the person who killed Mr. Tirmo couldn't just be a teacher, but he was more worried about why he became close to his daughter. However, Chu had another goal. He needed to take the spiritual mine from the Price Company because soon everyone will know about his existence. And then, the Huasheng Company will be destroyed in one day. After all, a person had to understand what the power of a cultivator was. Mr. Qin did not understand what the teacher wanted to tell him with these words, and he offered cooperation. He will protect the mine, and Qin will supply him with spiritual stone. However, he did not demand an answer to this proposal immediately, and he promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it for now. Qin felt fear, because all events that day were under the control of a young man who could calculate everything. Meanwhile, at the house, Tianming broke a vase under the influence of anger. He blamed Chu Yi for ruining all his plans, so he longed for revenge on him. However, he was not the only one who so wanted the death of this teacher. These were people from the knife sect, and they came to China precisely to kill Chu Yi, because unfortunately, their leader would not be able to enter the country. Tianming shook the man's hand and promised that he would do his best to help them in this matter. Because since Chu Yi is a cultivator, he must die at the hands of a strong warrior. The next day, the teacher was enjoying his reflection in the mirror at home. He was sure that all the girls were crazy about him. The young man could not move away from the mirror for a long time because he loved himself so much. However, after finishing, he thought that soon someone would be very unlucky, but he doubted whether he would be able to amaze anyone with his beauty. Suddenly, someone distracted his thoughts. It was Principal Qin who decided to thank the teacher for the past evening. The guy said that he had nothing to thank for, because he gave her a gift for just 10 yuan. But just for fun, he said that as gratitude, Qin could create a marriage with him. Of course, this made her very angry. And then they decided to go to school together, but since Chu did not have a car, the director suggested calling a taxi. Chu decided to show off his wealth and said that he drives cars that cost several million every day to work. However, these words also turned out to be his next joke. Therefore, they traveled to school on a crowded bus, which was terribly hot from the heat. The woman got angry because she was not used to driving in such conditions, and she was already tired of such jokes. But her rage was interrupted by Chu, who noticed how the thief stuck his hand into a woman's purse. Miss Qin screamed at the whole bus when she saw it and told people to be careful. The thief, trying to cover his face, wanted to leave the vehicle as soon as possible. But before that, he decided to take revenge on Qin Ran, who dared to interfere with his crime. He pulled out a knife, but the woman said that she was not afraid of him and would now call the police. The thief began to make excuses and say that no one saw him try to steal something. The people around did not care at all, because everyone was immersed in their own thoughts. But Qin did not stop, and said that she and the injured woman saw the act of crime. Then the criminal pointed a knife at the victim and threateningly asked her if she really saw it. However, out of fear, the frightened lady of course replied that she had not seen anything. Therefore, the thief, as compensation for slander, said that Miss Qin should invite him to dinner in the evening. But Teacher Chu immediately stood up for her and said that they would invite that man together. But then he added that he would eat this dinner at the police station. But the rogue was not afraid of Chu and said that he could cope with 5 people like him. At this moment, Chu felt that he finally had the opportunity to publicly save the beauty from the scoundrel. Therefore, he ordered Qin Ran to call the police while he detained the man. However, instead of sticking to this plan, the director decided to join the battle herself. Therefore, she unexpectedly attacked the criminal and dealt with him on her own. And after that, she said that this fool lacks education, and Teacher Chu ordered to call the police. The teacher was shocked by what he saw because he did not expect that Miss Qin could fight so well. The woman continued to hold the thief while Chu called the police. Surprisingly, she arrived quite quickly and immediately ran into the bus. This was the woman who, on her first day of work, met Chu on call. The policewoman called it fate. But Qin Ran did not appreciate such words because the girl was quite beautiful with a sweet smile. Looking quite beautiful in her police uniform, she gave the director competition. Therefore, in order not to miss her chance, she approached Chu Yi and asked the girls to introduce each other, and he introduced the policewoman, who was his classmate named Xiao Jingyu. And then he called his boss, Director Qin Ran, about whom he had talked so much before. It was very pleasant for Miss Qin to hear him mention her in conversations with others, so she extended her hand and greeted Inspector Xiao Jing. But in fact, she was very jealous of her classmate, because it turns out that she has known Chu for quite a long time. And the girl Xiao, with a smile on her face, was glad to meet her, and also thanked the director for taking care of her old friend. However, in reality, the girl also didn't like the fact that Chu Yi's boss was riding on the bus with him. The women shook hands with each other, and a bolt of negative energy flashed between them, out of jealousy towards the teacher. But they didn't show that they were unhappy with each other's existence, which seemed strange to Chu because they acted like best friends. The girls were angry because of his words, but did not show it. Chu Yi then decided to ask the inspector why she was sent to this city, and she explained that after an event that happened in her homeland, she unexpectedly received a message that she was being transferred. Teacher Chu thought that this was the work of Guo Pan Lei. But he's great, because a transfer to this place is equal to a promotion. Then her classmate decided to invite the girl to breakfast in a small cafe. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by director Qin Ran. She didn't want to leave the two alone, so she said that she didn't have breakfast either. Therefore, they soon got off at the bus stop and went to a good establishment. Everyone enjoyed the food, because these were the kind of delicacies that were always hidden in small cafes. But as for Qin Ran, she was used to eating other foods, so this one didn't even fit into her mouth. She had no idea that such a thing could be eaten, so she was surprised by Chu Ta Xiao Jingyu's reaction. They told the director that she was not used to eating such things, which greatly outraged her. But at that moment, the inspector left them because she had to run for instructions. As for the food, Chu suggested that Miss Qin throw it away. However, she didn't want to look unworthy in his eyes, so she forcefully stuffed the breakfast into her mouth. The director set herself the goal that she would not lose to that policewoman. This gave Teacher Chu mixed feelings, but this awkward situation did not last long. Throughout the rest of the journey, Miss Qin could not understand the strange, salty taste of this food. But then she saw the man who cooked it, completely leaking sweat. On the way, she almost vomited from what she saw. But soon they reached the school, where Teacher Chu repeated to the woman that she was really not used to this. But that didn't stop her, so she was sure that next time she would cope with such disgusting delicacies. The guard, who did not know the context of the situation, thought that the good principal was suffering from a brutal teacher. When they were already approaching the place of work, they were surveilled. It was an unknown guy with a camera who was trying to capture the moment when the teacher and the director were walking together. He took quite a few pictures from the moment the three of them were in the cafe. These photographs were brought to Tianming, who was very angry because the woman did not go with him to an elite hotel, but went to an incomprehensible establishment with Chu Yi. Therefore, he decided that if the teacher touched his beloved woman, then he would do something bad to her. But he wanted to do this before the knife sect began to operate. His secretary came up with an idea to send a person to catch Miss Qin. He liked this idea so that he could come to her rescue and thereby win her heart. Meanwhile, Teacher Chu was examining the situation of the students he was supervising. And as luck would have it, he had to teach almost all the lessons. And in his opinion, it was unfair to work so hard for a small salary. Suddenly, his children appeared in the classroom and asked if the teacher liked teaching them lessons. One of the students explained that it was not easy for them either, because in other classes the lessons are taught by beautiful teachers in short skirts, but the kids didn't really like Teacher Chu's appearance. The teacher began to get very angry, which seemed to the children to be the typical anger of a lonely man. Then he could not stand it and promised the students that he would find them a good English teacher. However, the girls liked him. Some thought he was funny, but others thought he was quite cute. However, this girl was liked by her classmate, who tried to at least somehow get her attention. But he didn't seem cute to her, but rather acted like a child. Soon, the teacher decided to give the class an assignment and told them to write an essay on the story. The Thief of Red Rock. 10 minutes before the end of the lesson, he started a dictation, and the children who did not score 60 points for this are then left to clean the classroom. Because in his opinion, real students should not be afraid of brute force politics, so he wished them success. And at the end he added, "If you don't study for a day, then it's okay. If it's a week, then the person begins to degrade. If it's a year, then intelligence drops to the level of a pig." Suddenly, his words were interrupted by Director Qin, who came to inquire about the salary issue. The teacher was already happy that they were going to give him a raise, so he was already beaming with joy. The director decided to add a little to his salary, but that was not the main thing. The Mid-Autumn Festival was about to begin, and each school had to present a performance. Therefore, she explained that Teacher Chu's group was also participating in this event. The children were very happy about this, and began to throw up ideas about how to perform this. But their curator decided to wait until the students argued among themselves, and he made the final decision. The director was only worried that Chu Yi wouldn't do anything bad. He smiled sarcastically and said that he was in no way capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, there was a conversation in the corridor, in the context of which they insulted Headman Dong, saying that he had only achieved the position of head of the Chinese language group, and besides, he had a big belly. The unknown person began to boast that the director had specially invited him to this Skoda because he was a teacher of a special level who had a large number of awards and prizes. It was indeed a new teacher, whose name was Chu Yiming. He is really very talented in his field, so it is better not to mess with him. Chu Yi decided to tease him, So he said that he heard a dog barking from afar, but did not understand what kind of dog was barking. So I asked my new colleague to bark a few more times. He actually managed to bring out the outstanding teacher, so much so that he even screamed in anger. And Chu once again repeated that the one who barks is the dog in this school. This Yi Ming was already ready to suppress Teacher Chu from the first meeting, and Chief Dong only laughed at this. However, then, he decided to calm down his offender, saying that Teacher Chu was new and did not know the rules at all. Therefore, it is better not to get into a quarrel with him. But this situation made it clear to Chu that this teacher Chu Yiming was a real idiot. But Q was not going to just leave this quarrel, so he managed to remember who Chu was. He called it a complete problem. This only pleased Teacher Chu's ego because he enjoyed being so famous. However, Q was determined to challenge his colleague, and it had to concern the Mid-Autumn Festival. Or rather, he wanted to bet on whose group would get the most votes. And according to the results, someone alone will leave this school with him. This story was familiar to Chu, but it seemed to him that the man was working for Zhao Tingming. This Yiming is really looking forward to the agreement regarding this dispute from Teacher Chu. The director told her colleague not to agree to this, because all the students in the new teachers group were involved in the arts. However, even though he had no chance, he still agreed, because sooner or later Zhao Tingming will find out about the ores of the Qin family. So his loved ones are also under threat. And since this is the situation, then he should leave him with nothing. It was Yiming who thought that if he succeeds, then Mr. Zhao will be pleased, then his family's business will remain protected. The teacher already imagined how he would build a performance with his students and win. After all, he was sure that his group had only talents, so Chu had no chance of winning. Director Qin held an educational conversation with Chu and said that he was being too harsh. But he was also confident of his victory because he can perform incredible tricks. The woman had no idea about her colleague's such talent. The teacher returned to the classroom with the children doing a large number of tasks. Chu ordered everyone to be silent, and no matter what, the students must defeat the first group. The children were scared because they knew that the first group was the one with a bunch of dancers, singers, musicians, and long-legged handsome men. Then the curator tried to instill a fighting spirit in the children, calling them the handsome men of this school. But there was no such problem with girls. They were not afraid of such competition and were confident in themselves. This answer satisfied the teacher, but he could not conduct rehearsals with the students because he had to go on a date. And after classes, Feng Wangshui, who arrived in her own car, was waiting for him in the schoolyard. She looked beautiful, but made a remark to Chu that she had been waiting for him for a long time. However, the guy asked her why such a beauty didn't go into the modeling business, because she could earn much more there. The girl said that they had to attend an auction that day, but if the teacher wanted to do something else in the evening, she would think about it. Chu then asked if they would be able to know the ritual instruments at the auction. And Principal Qin was burning with jealousy because the teacher dared to get into the car with another woman. Chu asked what kind of auction this was in a coastal city, where there were even ritual instruments. And the woman said that there was nothing special there. It was just that one of her old acquaintances informed her about this event. Chu then thought that his only problem at the moment was the slow speed of his cultivation. He also had a conflict with the knife sect, so he needed to improve faster. And if he manages to buy a special instrument at auction, it will help a lot. They finally arrived at the venue where they were very happy to see Miss Fen. The guy, whose sister was also there, turned to Fen, saying that her brother talks about Miss almost every day. The girl laughed and said that for the sake of this she could not help but come. The man in love was very disappointed when he saw Feng Wangshui not alone at the meeting. However, his relatives calmed him down so that he acted quickly, because such a beauty could soon find herself a boyfriend. But he should not spoil her too much, but should use special methods. But the man knew that he had to be careful this time because his dad had already told him so many times. In addition, Mr. Zhang from Jinlin also came this time. The men were sure that their opponent had died long ago, but it turned out not to be so. Because not only he, but also Fenghua Group from Qinghua City sent their people to the auction. However, they did not know who exactly they sent. And if such big businessmen came, then it was better not to touch Feng Wangshui for now. Meanwhile, the girl and teacher Chu went to the restaurant. This was the best establishment in the city. Although there are better things in other cities, everything is done there at a high level. Suddenly, a fat, disgusting big man approached Miss Feng Wang. He invited the lady to do him the honor of drinking a glass with him, but she refused because the girl came there with another man. The old man said that he could not even imagine this lucky man who managed to win her heart. Miss Feng hugged Teacher Chu to indicate that this was the same person. Then the big man asked if the guy held a high position, because he himself is the general manager of Dayer Group, so he offered to hire him. However, Teacher Chu looked at him with an angry look and told him to back off. Then the fat man grabbed Chu Yi by the shirt and wanted to fight him because of such rudeness, and the teacher said if the big guy has nothing more to say, then he can leave. The man began to get even angrier and wanted to destroy the young man. However, he didn't touch him anymore and told Chu to walk around now and be more attentive. Miss Feng Wang appreciated Chu's joke regarding the man's appearance. Suddenly, respected guys came into the room and made a remark to Chu regarding his behavior. But the teacher was not afraid to go into a conflict situation because he was confident in himself. But the men tried to find out why Chu was rude to that big guy, and Mrs. Fen asked in surprise whether he was some kind of authority figure. As it turned out, he doesn't care about himself, but Mr. Jiang from Jinling is behind him. Meanwhile, Teacher Chu didn't pay attention to the business talk as he enjoyed the delicious tea. Unexpectedly, the same Zhang Hao from Dajiang Group came into the restaurant. Those present in the room were frightened by such an unexpected meeting with authority. Mr. Jiang's man wanted to invite the beautiful Feng for a glass of wine. The thug stood up for him and told the girl that she could not refuse. Therefore, she obediently agreed to this proposal, but her eyes filled with tears. She was then ordered to bow and apologize for the refusal, and she obediently did so. However, the girl was grabbed by the hand by Chu, who told her to sit down because this Zhang Hao is not worth her humiliating herself in front of him. And then he said, if that big guy really wants an apology, then let him come on his own. One of the guys turned to his brother Wu and said that he did not know how uneducated and arrogant this Teacher Chu was. Then the thug got angry because he was also not used to seeing disrespect in his direction. Suddenly, Mr. Jiang himself entered the room, having never seen such insolence before. The guys said that it was Chu who didn't watch his words and pointed at him with their hand. The authorities' subordinates were sure that the teacher would now come to an end, because in addition to his behavior, he also dared to touch the girl Fan. Suddenly, such a respected person as Zhang fell to his knees in front of Teacher Chu. He was very glad to see him, but did not even hope that he would come there. After all, I never had time to thank him for saving my own life. The guard tried to lift Zhang up but said that he was an ordinary teacher from an unknown school. But he rejected him because he considered Chu Yi his second father, who gave him life again. Nobody expected this. Everyone present thought that the teacher would now end, but it turned out to be the opposite. The teacher himself asked the gentleman to stand up because everyone was watching and it was somehow awkward. He was ready to carry out any order from Chu, even if he told him to do something indecent. Then he sat down next to the teacher and said that he was ready to help with the purchase of any item at the auction, and would even give money. The guy said that he came simply because he heard about the auction, and decided not to mention the ritual tools. But as it turned out, Zhang himself came for this thing, so he told the teacher about it. Then he ordered Brother Li to tell Mr. Chu about all the ritual instruments in every detail. He began to tell me that they only had two such instruments. One is Qing Dynasty porcelain and the other is a stone pillow. All tools have been tested by experts. If you put a pillow in the bedroom, then during the night the spiritual aura will restore the strength of the sleeper. The history of this pillow is quite majestic because Zhou Wang himself once slept on it. Then Mr. Zhang opened his mouth in surprise because he could not even imagine how ancient this thing was. But studies have shown that this pillow actually has a good effect. For example, if a person with a fever falls asleep on it, then in the morning he will wake up healthy. Therefore, if it were not so valuable, it would not be put up for auction. Then Chu thought that only temple members have the right to own the spiritual pillow, for it is capable of conducting large amounts of energy through the owner's body. If used in the special month of Qianlong village, it can serve as an excellent energy shield. And Mr. Zhang said that if the teacher needed this thing so much, he would help him get it. Suddenly, someone entered the room again, and this person's presence angered Zhang Hao. It was Fan Gawei from the Fenhua group, who was an ardent enemy of Zhang himself. He became angry when he heard words demeaning towards himself. Fan Gawei is the son of the CEO of Fenhua Group, so his position is much higher than Ku Nian Hao. Then the beautiful Feng Wangshui asked why this man came there. Teacher Chu noticed how scared the girl was of this guest, so he wondered what could be the reason. Beauty and Fan Gawei knew each other because the man was surprised when he saw her there. He immediately sat down closer to her and suggested that they have fun together at the hotel in the evening. Naturally, Teacher Chu did not appreciate this attitude towards his friend, but the girl ordered the shameless man to watch his tongue because she was still his sister. But he did not perceive her as a relative because he thought that she just wanted to squeeze into the Manhwa group and share the profits. However, he suggested one method through which she could become part of their family, marry him and thereby almost become his property. But Feng could not tolerate this and said that she would tell her grandfather everything. But he was not afraid of him because the old man left the country. Moreover, Miss Feng had different blood flowing in her, so according to the law, everything was fair. This made the girl incredibly sad because she would not want to live with such a fool as Fan Gawei. Suddenly, a glass filled with liquid flew into the man's face. He began to rage and was ready to kill on the spot the one who dared to pour boiling water on him. It was Chu Yi who called the Fenghua family trash because even relatives there insult each other. From what he heard, the man decided to throw his fists at the teacher. But Chu easily threw it back, adding that if the grandfather could not raise his grandson, then he would do it himself. Those present ran to call the guards, and the crippled fan tried to destroy Chu. However, he would not have succeeded because the teacher had already grabbed him by the neck. He took hot tea in his other hand and started pouring it on Gao Wei's face to teach him a lesson. And then he asked Mr. Jiang to take a photo of them together. The brothers were shocked at how this teacher Chu could easily deal with authority, after which the teacher took the crippled fan by the head and asked if he was sufficiently invigorated by such a hot shower. Because of this attack, Fan began to beg for mercy and asked not to be beaten anymore. However, he himself thought that he would soon return with his family and finish off the teacher. Then Chu said that he felt a desire for revenge from the crippled man, so he suggested calling his family right now. He took his phone and asked the man who exactly he should call. Mr. Zhang was surprised because was the teacher really going to invite the Fan family members there? Those present believed that it was in vain, since those people could easily kill the teacher. And Miss Feng thought that even though her grandfather felt Chu, he would tear anyone apart for his beloved grandson. The teacher only knew his grandfather, so he called Fen Dayun. The humiliated guy thought that since he was calling his grandfather, he too longed for his own death. Chu told his friend that his shameless grandson wanted to talk to him. He handed the phone to Fan because his grandfather wanted to say a few words to him. The guy immediately started shouting into the phone, saying Chu wanted to kill him and leave their family without descendants. But the only thing he heard in response was an order to shut up and not support. The other guests also did not expect such a reaction towards such a respected man. His grandfather ordered him to quickly go home, or he would kill him with his own hands, because the guy was minding his own business. Chu snatched the phone from his hands and said that he must understand what he must do now. Fan then fell to his knees in front of his sister and began to apologize for all his mistakes. He began to call himself the trash that his grandfather had spread. The girl didn't say anything, but simply turned around and walked with Chu to the beginning of the auction. Miss Feng was still worried that nothing would happen after this call. But I won't care anyway. Moreover, she herself saw that his grandfather shouted at him so much that he would now be afraid to say an extra word. In addition, the teacher has a good relationship with Mr. Feng, and if a girl wants to leave Fenghua group, she can do so calmly. She was pleasantly surprised at how much the guy cared about her. And then I thought that she really occupied a special place in his heart. But the teacher said they were friends, so she shouldn't thank him. Miss Feng Wang was upset that she was nothing more than just a friend to him. But Chu couldn't just break her feelings for him, but he himself loved someone else. Suddenly, Mr. Jing ran after them, wanting to leave with the teacher, and he addressed Miss Feng as Mr. Chu's girlfriend and was willing to give her a special place. She felt very awkward because she had just been called Chu's girlfriend. Meanwhile, the teacher was looking at the large hall where the auction had already begun. One of the items quickly sold for $1 million. It was bought by a rather old man with an exquisite mustache who was sitting in the front rows. Chu thought that this man was quite rich if he could give $1 million for such weeds. But as it turned out, this person was Yan Bang's butler, Yan Bong. This is the same director from Suhu City, which is the richest city in the country. In his previous life, Chu heard that many companies' trade was grieving because Yan Bang's son died. And if you compare by dates, right now he is buying medicine for his son. But he bought the next thing for $10 million. That day, for such crazy money, he bought the roots of some plant. The guest congratulated number 8 on her purchase, but the next item was a real treasure. I hope that everyone has read the exhibition program. The auction host presented a vase, the starting price of which was $50 million. Mr. Zhang liked this item, so he decided that he should buy it back. However, not everything is so easy because that venerable old man number 8 immediately indicated a price of 100 million. Jing didn't expect to hear such a high bid right away, so he thought that the old man had completely lost his head. The vase was immediately sold. However, the next lot had a much stronger effect than the last one, and its starting price is 100 million. Mr. Jing thought that his day was not a good one and began to hesitate about what price to name. However, without even having time to think, Yan Bang was again the first to voice his bet, which was 300 million. Of course, no one except him named an even larger amount, so an agreement was immediately invested. Jiang was very jealous of him because he wanted to have the same large amount of money. After such an auction, Chu decided that he should stay another day. Therefore, he ordered Zhang Hao to take Miss Feng to Jujiang City. The girl was very surprised because she planned to return back with the teacher, but Chu decided that he must definitely buy a spiritual pillow. However, it is better not to start a feud with that rich man. In addition, he buys these things to treat his son's illness. But suddenly, he got the idea that he could try to cure him on his own. Meanwhile, the venerable butler arrived at the hotel by the sea. The man at the entrance immediately asked him why Mr. had come. But before hearing the answer, he said that he had heard about a pillow that could cure illness. But their conversation was interrupted by Chu, who said that the stone thing would not cure anything. The butler ordered Mr. Yan to hide behind him because he thought Chu was following him. So he believed that he was a hitman. The teacher tried to explain the situation, but he was not allowed to do so. The man rushed to attack, saying that they had nothing to talk about. He used a cobra strike that was one of the Argonians in the world of the gods, only 100 times worse. But he failed to touch Chu because he was still very far away from him. The man did not understand who this killer was and why he came. The teacher tried to explain that he came without malicious intent, but only to help. However, the butler did not stop and continued to try to defend himself. But Chu managed to explain that at an auction, he saw how a man bought the thing that he really needed. That's why he came to buy her. The butler finally stopped and calmed down that they were not in danger. And then he replied that they could not sell this thing, since it was very necessary for treatment. Chu repeated that they would not cure any disease with this, and those herbs that he bought can only make things worse. Besides, a pillow won't do much, so there's no point in using it. But as it turned out, the butler understood all this, but tried to do at least something. Yanban himself said that he understands everything. Against them, they must try all methods, and if it doesn't help, they will sell the thing. And then he invited the teacher into the house to see what they would do. Chu wondered if he could get inside. Maybe he could do something to help. Therefore, he agreed to the invitation, hoping that if everything worked out, he would give him that pillow for free. However, the butler wondered whether it was possible to let in that person whom they did not know at all. But Yan Bong explained that he felt quite strong energy from the guy, and judging by his blow, he was a Taiji master, so it won't do any harm. However, the gentleman considered the teacher quite familiar, as if he had already seen him somewhere. He led Mr. Chu into the hall where his twin sons were sitting, who were mentally retarded, but doctors say that this was from birth. His eldest son did not like to eat very much, so he looked very thin. But the second son, on the contrary, loved to eat so much that he could even eat wood. Even the best doctors in the country cannot cope with them. Teacher Chu looked at them and concluded that they had this condition because of the poison. His eyes seemed to shine with foreboding bad energy, so he was sure of what he was talking about. This is a poison from southwestern China. Besides, in a few days the guys will die. The frightened father was in despair over the number of days to live for his sons. The butler said that from the day they were born, he was always there so no one could put poison on them. Chu explained that the poison could have been in the body of their mother, who most likely died during childbirth. Then Yan Ban was surprised at how accurately the unknown gentleman was able to establish the diagnosis. And although he did not know who poisoned them, he knew to which population this poison belonged. It is called a corpse worm, the poison of which can only be transmitted through mother's milk. Then Mr. Yan ordered Uncle Lee to go and find out everything about it. Before leaving, he turned to Mr. Chu and said that he had a lot of knowledge and experience, so they were counting on his help. And as a thank you, they will simply give him the stone pillow. The teacher agreed to these conditions, but first, he needed a pot of clean water. The butler quickly brought water and said that if anything else was needed, he was always nearby. Teacher Chu asked Mr. Lee to quickly throw the worm into the water as soon as it came out. First, he approached the thin guy, from whom almost only bones remained. Chu ordered everyone to step back because when he expels the worm from the young master's body, the parasite will immediately begin to look for a new host. Mr. Chu used the power of Tai Chi energy to heal. He accumulated it in his hand and sharply directed it towards the body of the sick guy. From pain, he began to shake, and a hole formed right in his chest, which just became the outlet for the poisonous parasite. Uncle Lee caught it with his own hands and was surprised that some little worm had tormented their family for so many years. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he threw it into a bowl of water, as Chu ordered. Upon contact with water, the monster began to shrink in size and dissolve. Mr. Yan Bang watched this and wondered who could do such a cruel thing to his family. Then, when Chu finished, everything was fine. But the guys should have rested for a few more days. This parasite has affected them for too long, so now their sons may have a change in character. Then Yanban bowed to him and thanked him for such help. Suddenly, the man heard one of the guys barely utter the word "Dad." It was the first time in so many years that my father heard this word, so tears gathered in his eyes. He immediately rushed into the arms of his own sons, unable to contain his emotions. Then Chu thought that every person on earth has feelings. But who is so cruel as to do such a vile thing to this family?